Chapter 1. Where is this place? Following this incomparably heart-wrenching and tragic cry, countless birds resting in the trees were startled and flew away, emitting waves of "Gio-Gio" cries. However, the perpetrator turned a deaf ear, completely immersed in his own tragedy. This was a young man with short black hair and black pupils. The young man was about 20 years old. Although he didn't have a common face, he couldn't be considered handsome either. At this moment, he was crouching in an open space in the forest. His head was lowered and his face was filled with sorrow. Raising his head and looking at the surrounding trees, the young man wanted to cry but had no tears. Who would have thought that when he woke up, he would actually come to a place that was neither human nor ghost? Of course, this was what the young man thought. At least in the eyes of outsiders, this was at least a forest full of vitality. It was not that the young man did not think that he was in a dream. However, from the fresh bruises on his arm, it could be seen that reality was cruel. This was proven. Could this be the legendary time travel? But why is there no cheat? Why is there no rebirth? Instead, I am in this damned place where there is not even a shadow. What do you want me to do? I don't know the way. Fellow time travel gods, are you forcing me to eat lunch? Sitting on the open space, ignoring the sand on the ground, the young man's mouth opened and closed, constantly muttering something. Should I say that as expected of an otaku young man? Perhaps the transmigration god that the young man spoke of was also annoyed by him. While the young man was still lamenting and complaining, a cold and mechanical voice that was as calm as an ancient well rang out. System activating. Activation successful. Respected user, the system sends its greetings. When a person stayed in a place where there was not even a shadow and suddenly heard a low and cold voice, what kind of reaction would that person have? At this moment, the young man's performance could tell you. Seeing his whole body tremble, he let out a strange cry and jumped up from the ground. That jumping power was enough to break his lifetime jumping record. Even before the young man became a crippled otaku, he did not have such strong skills. Ooh. Don't pretend to be a ghost. Do you think I am afraid of you? Let me tell you, even if I really have to eat a bento, I will choose to starve to death after watching anime for 7 days and 7 nights. I definitely won't die in this dubious place, understand? The young man trembled as he laughed. His voice was indescribably weak. The scene suddenly fell into silence. The young man shrunk his head and kept looking around, completely unaware of what kind of shocking words he said. Perhaps he had some self-awareness. Are you sure? The young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, resisting the urge to run away, and said intermittently, "That. You. Say something." Actually, he couldn't be blamed. No one would be able to remain calm in such a situation, right? Moreover, the young man was of old, the type who did not go out at all. Unfortunately, the forest, the voice, 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 was the voice, 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 the voice. Looking around with a guilty conscience, the young man took a deep breath to slow down his rapidly beating heart. Then he said, "Hey, that guy who calls himself a system." The moment he opened his mouth, the young man was stunned. System? That was what he said just now. He definitely did not hear wrongly. The legendary transmigration system? Cheat. It can't be real, right? Thinking of this, the young man calmed down. Scratching his head, the young man called out in confusion, "System?" Just as he finished speaking, the mechanical voice sounded again. "Willing to serve you, user." The young man's heart jumped again, but after some mental preparation, the young man was no longer as nervous as before. In this kind of situation, as long as one is an otaku, one can roughly guess what is going on. That. System, where is this? What is going on? Why am I here? Shooting his saliva like a machine gun, the young man could not wait to find out what kind of situation he was in. In this uninhabited forest, the young man could only rely on this so-called system to save his life. Beep. Current user location. Spalier World, Behemoth Forest. Spalier World? Behemoth Forest? Alright, from this information, the young man came to the following conclusions. First, he had transmigrated. Second, from the names of these places, he had transmigrated to a Western-style world. Third, If this was a normal world, then perhaps it would be better. But if this was a fantasy-type world, then from the name of the behemoth forest, the chances of him getting a free lunch was only slightly lower than the chances of a girl delivering herself to him. The young man shook his head with all his might, as if he was trying to shake the conclusion out of his mind. In his heart, he was desperately telling himself that this was a wrong conclusion, a wrong conclusion. As a glorious transmigrator, according to convention, he should be able to kill in all directions, conquer the world, make many good friends, and then establish the Crystal Palace, establishing an unparalleled reputation. That's what the novels say, there's no mistake. The young man thought to himself, but unfortunately, the more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. Finally, when he thought of the mysterious system, the young man calmed down a little. Exhaling, the young man dryly laughed a few times, emboldened himself, and said to the empty space in front of him, "Can I go back?" Beep. Beyond the scope of the system's guidance, please explore on your own. The corner of the young man's mouth involuntarily twitched, and he said with dissatisfaction, "Then what's not beyond the scope of the guidance?" Suddenly, a colorful drawing board flashed and appeared in front of the young man. Although the drawing board was colorful, it looked a little illusory, like a projection. The young man looked at the illusory drawing board in front of him in a daze, only to see that from top to bottom, status, equipment, ability, item, and summon, 5 boxes appeared, as if they were game options. Seeing this, if the young man still didn't know what this was, then he would be an otaku in vain. This was clearly a cheat system from the novels. The young man jumped 3 feet high, once again setting his own jumping record. His face was filled with ecstasy, completely forgetting that he was still immersed in endless tragedy. This is forcing me to defy the heavens. The young man smiled foolishly, not just adjectives, but really foolishly. Looking at the illusory drawing board in front of him, the young man looked as if he was looking at his true love, and he almost kissed it. While smiling foolishly, he slowly raised his finger and tapped on the status box. The illusory drawing board flashed again, and the 5 boxes disappeared, replaced by a full-body image of the young man. Next to the image, there was the words character status. Character, human ability, none equipment, none summon, none equipment points, 0 item points, 0 ability points, 0 summon points, 0 level, 0 inch. Looking at the character's status, the young man's face turned green, then white, then red, then black. If it wasn't for the fact that the conditions didn't allow it, the young man's face might have played out the colors on the drawing board in front of him. Although he knew that now wasn't the time to complain, the young man still couldn't hold back the sullenness in his heart. I say, system, as a standard newbie, I can reluctantly accept the 3 nothingness and the string of zeros, but what's with that character? What's with that human thing? Anyone who has played online games and read similar novels would know that in the character column, the name should be written. You. A gust of wind blew through the empty space where the young man was standing, rolling up a few leaves, blowing past the young man's stiff face, as if laughing at him. After a moment of eerie silence, the system's voice finally rang out. Please select a nickname. You paused just now, right? You definitely paused, right? The young man madly scratched his hair into a bird's nest. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't. In the end, he could only helplessly drop his hand with a sad face. Please select a nickname. The system's voice sounded again, as if urging him, awakening the young man who was about to commit suicide. Sighing, the young man weakly said, "I'm called." Halfway through his words, the young man stopped. Since it's a new world, it means a new beginning. Then the old name won't be used. Thinking like this, the young man was silent for a while before raising his head. Wu Yan. Let's call you Wu Yan. Young man. No, it should be Wu Yan, although it's a bit unscrupulous, but this is the name he can think of at the moment. Anyway, no one here knows him. It shouldn't be illegal to give him a cool name, right? Beep. Identity confirmed, user. Wu Yan. At the same time, the human in the character status also changed to Wu Yan. Seeing this, Wu Yan nodded with satisfaction. He clicked return on the lower right corner and returned to the original image. With a feeling of expectation, Wu Yan smiled and clicked on the ability box. As the action fell, the skill, talent, and bloodline options appeared in front of him. Wu Yan didn't hesitate to click on the bloodline option. Sharingan 1 Tomo 1000 ability points. 2 Tomo 3000 ability points. 3 Tomo 10,000 ability points. Mangekyo 100,000 ability points. Eternal Mangekyo 500000 ability points Rinnegan. 1 million ability points True Ancestor. 500000 ability points Soroki. 700,000 ability points. Looking at the dazzling words, Wu Yan clicked return. Although the projection flashed back to the original page, Wu Yan still didn't come back to his senses. Now Wu Yan is very sure that this is indeed to let him go against the heavens. With this, he doesn't believe that he can't survive in this strange world. At this moment, Wu Yan's heart is full of pride. He seems to see himself standing at the peak, stepping on countless corpses, holding the artifact in his hand, full of domineering aura. The common problem of otaku, commonly known as YY. Laughing twice, Wu Yan clicked on the talent option. Vector Control, LV1 500 ability points. LV2 1000 ability points. LV3 5000 ability points. LV4 50,000 ability points. LV5 500,000 ability points Contract of Fire. 300000 ability points Demon Eye of Death. 1 million ability points and so on and so on. Wu Yan's mouth is getting bigger and bigger. Finally, it's almost like a hippopotamus. Holding back the urge to laugh, Wu Yan clicked on the skill option. Ice Do Chi. 10,000 ability points Dark Do Chi. 10,000 ability points Holy Magic. Full set 100,000 ability points Dusk Magic. Full set 100,000 ability points Undead Magic. Full set 100,000 ability points. Chapter 2. After some fiddling, Wu Yan finally understood the differences between the three. To put it simply, those abilities that could be learned through learning were classified as skills, and those that could not be learned through learning were classified as talents. As for the bloodline, it was even easier to understand. Only when the user had the bloodline could they master the abilities of the bloodline. At the same time, there are certain limitations to using these abilities. Abilities of the same type, even if they are not of the same type, cannot be learned at the same time. For example, the Demon Eye of Death and the Sharingan, one is a talent ability and the other is a lineage ability. But they are both dojutsu, so you can only have one of them. Moreover, the user cannot have 2 or more lineages at the same time. For lineage abilities, the user can only have one. If you want to change to another lineage, you must give up your own lineage. But fortunately, the lineage can be sold to the system, and you can get half of the original lineage's ability points. Although it is a scam, it is better than nothing. After some more fiddling, Wu Yan more or less understood some of the functions of the system. After all, it is not only abilities that can be exchanged, but also equipment and items. The equipment and items that Wu Yan felt familiar and unfamiliar at the same time were neatly arranged on the exchange list, making Wu Yan drool. Under the system's prompt, Wu Yan also knew that if he wants these items and abilities, he must use the corresponding points to exchange. Equipment points to exchange for equipment, item points to exchange for items, ability points to exchange for abilities, and summoning points to exchange for characters. As long as he has these exchange points, Wu Yan can keep them all, no matter what it is, as long as it is in the system. Of course, after this period of research, Wu Yan also understood that there are only things in the system that you can't exchange for, and nothing that you can't think of. If Wu Yan could still maintain the mentality of a human after looking at the equipment, ability, and item list, then the moment he saw the summon list, Wu Yan completely broke out of the human category. Wu Yan's eyes were almost popping out, emitting a light that was greener than a wolf's. His face was almost blank as he stared at the summon list in front of him. Hatsune Miku, summoning points, 5,000, Haiyan-shu, 10,000 points Ikaros, 100,000 points. The tranquil and natural forest seemed to be full of vitality. However, this scene was quickly destroyed by a sudden burst of ghostly wails and howls. We could vaguely see that in a clearing in the depths of the forest, a young man who looked like a savage was jumping and jumping. He kept making noises with his mouth. Anyone who saw him could not help but sigh and say, "Crazy." Wu Yan was laughing and crying at the same time. His body was twisting involuntarily. As for whether he was dancing to express his joy or twisting wildly in ecstasy, that would be determined by experts. Wu Yan is now 100% sure that this isn't some cheat system. This is more like the Crystal Palace system. What killing in all directions? What conquering the world? Those were all just fleeting clouds. Our ideal home is right in front of us, isn't it? Wu Yan wanted nothing more than to burst the projector panel and rescue the girls inside. Too bad, his 0 summoning points can only make him red in the face as he randomly clicked on the panel. The only thing he got in return was a system notification that kept repeating, "User summoning points are insufficient." System, what do I have to do to obtain these summoning points? Wu Yan wanted to cry, but no tears came out when he heard the system notification. He felt like he's going to break down anytime soon. This feeling of being able to see but not being able to eat is just too annoying. The system is obviously toying with him. User can complete the system's missions to obtain the corresponding summoning points. Alternatively, you can sell other items to the system in exchange for a certain amount of summoning points. Complete the mission? Then system, do I have a mission now? Looking at the string of zeros in his status bar, Wu Yan felt bad. However, he recovered in the blink of an eye. This is just like Gao. Only by completing the mission can he obtain the girl. This is a test of love. Of course, this is only the inner monologue of a humanoid creature. After Wu Yan's voice fell, the system's voice once again sounded. Hunting mission. Survival drill. Mission 1. In the Behemoth Forest, kill 100 magical beasts. Mission reward. 2,000 equipment points, 2,000 item points, 1,000 ability points, 1,000 summoning points. Mission 2. In the Behemoth Forest, kill 10 level 10 magical beasts. Mission reward. 5,000 equipment points, 5,000 item points, 3,000 ability points, 3,000 summoning points. Mission 3. In the Giant Beast Forest, kill 1 level 20 magical beast. Mission reward. 10,000 equipment points, 10,000 item points, 5,000 ability points, 5,000 summoning points. If Wu Yan couldn't wait for a bunch of missions to give him more summoning points, now he even has the thought of cursing his father. You can't expect an otaku who spends all day reading anime and manga to slash monsters with a kitchen knife. When the time comes, even his bones would be swallowed. System, you're deliberately making things difficult for me, aren't you? I'm level 0, so how am I supposed to kill demonic beasts? Let alone demonic beasts. Even a wild beast would be enough to send me back to my country's great king of Hell's palace. Don't tell me you're really trying to make me eat lunch before you transmigrate over? The more Wu Yan spoke, the more excited he became. It was as if he could imagine his own tragedy. His voice and performance could make those who heard it cry, those who saw it feel sad. If a few drops of saliva and tears were added, then it would be even more convincing. After imagining his own tragedy countless times, Wu Yan finally stopped his speech with tears in his eyes. Beep. In view of the user's strength being too low, unable to reach the basic survival level, the system will give initial points, equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, 10,000 points each to increase the user's strength. Please use them appropriately. At this moment, in Wu Yan's ears, the system's mechanical voice was like the sound of nature. Looking at the extra 10,000 points each, Wu Yan was overjoyed, beaming with joy. Feeling like your performance just now was all an act. After receiving the novice gift pack, Wu Yan began to flip through the system projection. This initial amount of money was the guarantee for him to survive in this strange world. No matter what type of transmigration story, it deeply proved one truth, and that is strength is supreme. As long as you have strength, then you can act cool and awesome. Otherwise, you will only be a pervert. With strength, then you can do those more melodramatic things, such as being a hero saving a beauty, a hero saving a beauty, a hero saving a beauty. After flipping through the system projection for a while, Wu Yan sadly came to know a cruel truth. The things he saw before were purely used by the system to tease him. Others would put the cheap and durable things in front. But why the hell did you put those awesome and expensive things in front of him? With a fluctuating mood, Wu Yan flipped through the system list like a treasure hunter. Of course, the first should be the ability. After all, It was pure strength. Although Wu Yan really couldn't afford to exchange for some powerful abilities, some practical abilities were still very attractive to Wu Yan. Moreover, there was more than one. This made it difficult for Wu Yan to choose. In the end, Wu Yan chose a sword mastery ability under the skills category. Sword mastery. An expert proficient in the way of the sword. Its ability is not inferior to a sword master who has held a sword for decades. 10,000 ability points. When Wu Yan clicked on the exchange, his head suddenly hurt. Countless images appeared in Wu Yan's mind. In the images, each and every one of them is a master swordsman. They seem to be practicing their swordsmanship as they swung their swords around. The swordsmanship used in each image is different. Now they seem to be imparting their lifelong knowledge to Wu Yan. Every movement, every detail is deeply engraved in Wu Yan's mind. Wu Yan's eyes seem to have lost focus. In his mind, he didn't know how long he had spent learning these swordsmanship. Maybe it was a year, maybe it was 10 years, maybe it was just a day. Not long after, the images of those swordsmen slowly disappeared. Yi Ying only came back to his senses when not a single one was left. He rubbed his forehead in a daze as he digested the experience brought by the images. At this time, those complicated and profound swordsmanship had all been engraved in Wu Yan's mind. He couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. After a long time, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and smiled happily. Originally, he thought that he would be bound by this so-called system for the rest of his life. Fortunately, these abilities that he had exchanged for were all directly transmitted to his mind. As long as he learned them, they would be his. Although he didn't know what the talent and lineage abilities were, at least, this skill can enrich his strength and experience, right? Originally, Wu Yan was a little sad to use up all 10,000 ability points, but now, Wu Yan felt that it was worth it. After that, Wu Yan exchanged for a weapon. After all, how can he play with swordsmanship without a sword? Kusanagi sword D from Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke's sword. 3,000 equipment points. A light flashed, and a sheathed katana without a guard appeared in Wu Yan's hand. Curiously touching the sword in his hand, Wu Yan nodded with satisfaction. He put it on his waist and turned off the projection. In terms of items, he doesn't know what to exchange for, so he'll just keep the item points for now. As for summoning, although he's more than willing to summon those cute girls, he doesn't want to be a man who lives off women. None of the girls in the 2D world are easy to deal with. If the girls he summons are stronger than him, that's going to hurt his pride. At the very least, he'll have to wait until he gets a bit stronger. System, is there anything like a map of the behemoth forest? Although it was a little shameful, Wu Yan had to admit that he was a little bad with directions. After all, he was just a squatter. Beep. Behemoth forest complete map. 3,000 item points. Yes/no? Well, it's my fault for counting on you. Now I'm in a situation where I'm short of points. Even 1 point is very precious. I just wanted to keep my points. It's better to rely on myself. I don't believe that I'll be defeated by this so-called forest. Full of confidence, Wu Yan took a big step forward and walked towards the ghost place that made him tremble. Now that he had kendo mastery, the system's products must be the best. Whatever demonic beast, bring it on. Wu Yan had already forgotten that even though he has a bit of ability, his own level is still acute 0. Beep. Warning. A powerful demonic beast has appeared within 100 meters of the user. According to calculations, if the user fights it, the chance of winning is less than 5%. It is recommended that the user avoid it as much as possible. Wu Yan's footsteps paused, then he expressionlessly continued walking. I was born to be a tragedy. Chapter 3. In the empty space where Wu Yan had been standing, an uninvited guest had arrived. A giant snake with a green body and black stripes slowly crawled out from the depths of the forest and arrived at the empty space where Wu Yan had been standing. The giant snake was nearly 4 meters long, and its waist was as thick as a water bucket. It wriggled and crawled across the empty space. Its huge mouth had 2 fangs that were thicker than a small stick, indicating that its owner was not to be trifled with. Wu Yan shamelessly hid behind a tree and carefully peeked his head out to observe the giant snake. Just now, when he saw the danger, that the system had warned him about, Wu Yan's heart almost exploded. Wu Yan didn't know if this type of snake existed on Earth before he had transmigrated, but how could Wu Yan, who had only seen kittens and puppies, have ever seen such a ferocious snake? If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that he would have to deal with this type of snake in the future, Wu Yan would have already slipped back to his hometown. Of course, that was on the premise that his hometown existed in this world. Seeing the giant snake crawl across the empty space, Wu Yan sighed. Should he really say that it was worthy of being a product of the behemoth forest? Wu Yan's eyes flashed, and a line of words appeared above the giant snake's head that no one else could see. Wind Snake, Level 10. This was a small trick to use the system. It was an ability that came with the system, allowing one to see the information of an object within sight. Actually, although it was called information, it was just a name and a level. However, this information almost caused Wu Yan to cry. This was a level 10 monster. What less than a 5% chance of winning? With his glorious level 0 status, even a 1% chance of winning would be a problem. System, you're screwing me over again. Although he thought so, Wu Yan still put his hand on the hilt of the Kusanagi sword on his waist and tightened his grip on the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart was constantly thinking. Right now he only had one chance. Needless to say, if he were to fight against the level 10 wind snake at level 0, he would be courting death. Under such circumstances, he would only have a chance at victory if he used a surprise attack. Moreover, he had to kill the wind snake in one hit. Otherwise, he would be dead. If he still couldn't get rid of the wind snake after making his move, Wu Yan would have no choice but to run. In order to increase his chances of winning, Wu Yan felt that it would be better to use some strategies. Staring at the giant wind snake, Wu Yan's consciousness quickly went into the system and searched for items. Weren't item points meant to be used at times like this? If he didn't use it now, when would he? It didn't take long before he found what he was looking for. Drunken Immortal Flower can release a certain amount of pollen. Can force the target to fall into a state of intoxication. Has a chance to cause the target to hallucinate. 1,000 item points. Holding the sword in his right hand, Wu Yan flipped his left hand, and a delicate flower with an antique flavor appeared in his hand. Although there were more useful items than this, Wu Yan was really embarrassed. Moreover, this drunken immortal flower was quite useful, so it was definitely suitable to deal with the situation in front of him. Raising one hand, Wu Yan covered his mouth and nose. He laughed mischievously in his heart. He raised the flower in his other hand and gently shook it. A burst of powder invisible to the naked eye was shaken out by Wu Yan and slowly floated toward the wind snake. The most speechless thing about this drunken immortal flower was that the pollen didn't need to be moved by wind. As long as the flower bud was pointed in one direction, the pollen would only float in that direction. It was like a gun used to aim. The powder gently floated towards the wind serpent on the ground. Perhaps it had sensed the danger. The wind serpent restlessly twisted its body. Its pair of green snake eyes constantly looked around, and the flowery tongue in its mouth moved up and down. It was in a posture where it was ready to attack. Unfortunately, the wind snake is destined to fall into Wu Yan's hands today. With its incomplete intelligence, how could it know that the opponent this time wasn't like its previous opponents who directly challenged it to a duel, but instead shamelessly hid at the side, and used a bit of despicable method to deal with it? Of course, it was fortunate that the wind snake didn't have intelligence and didn't have such thoughts. Otherwise, if Wu Yan knew of its thoughts, he would definitely reply, "I'm proud of being despicable." This prevented the wind snake from dying of anger. As time passed, the wind snake's pair of snake eyes began to water. Its eyelids opened and closed, and its body that was originally constantly twisting and turning became more cheerful. However, this time, it seemed to be a little unstable. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel happy. He knew that his plan had succeeded. To be honest, he was really afraid that the snake wouldn't get drunk. After all, he had never been drinking with a snake before. Gradually, the wind snake let out a hissing sound, as if it knew that it was about to die. It let out the last wail of a small snake in this world. When such a mournful cry fell into Wu Yan's ears, he automatically imagined it as one more cup. Therefore, the drunken immortal flower in his hand shook even harder. He shook the flower in his hand until not a single bit of pollen came out. Only then did he throw it away. The wind snake on the ground had already sunk into a beautiful dreamland. Seeing this, Wu Yan jumped down from the 6 to 7 meter tall tree and stood firmly on the ground. After obtaining Kendo mastery, although Wu Yan's body didn't improve by much, his skills had improved a lot. Therefore, a little bit of resistance was naturally not a problem. Looking at the wind snake sleeping soundly, Wu Yan moved a little timidly and came in front of the wind snake. He looked at the snake's head that was up to his knee and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It shouldn't wake up suddenly, right? Wu Yan thought of the idea that made him want to run away. Based on the theory that he who strikes first gains the advantage and strikes last, he drew his Kusanagi sword and pointed it at the wind snake's head. Brother, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a snake and having no human rights. Remember to reincarnate in your next life and be a good person. After saying Umitba, Wu Yan fiercely swung the sword in his hand. The sharp Kusanagi sword pierced through the wind snake's head like it was cutting through paper, causing the sleeping wind snake to die painlessly. Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level 1. Ding. Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level 2. Ding. Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level 3. Ding. Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level 4. Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level 5. The continuous system notifications shook Wu Yan's mind until it went blank. When he came back to his senses, Wu Yan smiled happily. The guilt and disgust he felt from killing a creature had been tossed out of his mind. A level 10 monster is really awesome. It raised my level from 0 to 5. I've finally gotten rid of my reputation as a super noob. Wu Yan clenched his fists. He could feel that as his level increased, his body became lighter and filled with power. Moreover, the inside of his body felt as if he had been reborn. His bones felt soft and his mind became clearer. His body, which originally only had skills, also gained some basic training requirements as his level increased. It seemed that this so-called leveling up was to strengthen his body, increase his aptitude, and transform his body to be more suitable for training and stronger. He could imagine that as his level increased, his talent would continue to increase, and his body's requirements would continue to increase. If he had the system's abilities, then being unrivaled would not be a dream. Ding. Organic materials have been detected. Would you like to turn them over to the system in exchange for item points? Ding. Level 10 magic crystal has been detected. Would you like to turn it over to the system in exchange for ability points? Hearing the system's voice, Wu Yan, who was immersed in the pleasure of leveling up, couldn't help but stare blankly. Organic materials? Magic crystals? What's going on? Magic crystals, well, it was easy to understand. He had read about them countless times in novels. Being able to exchange them for ability points was a pleasant surprise, but Wu Yan could still accept it. But what's going on with this organic material? Could it be the wind snake's body? Wu Yan frowned and pondered. Looking at the unlucky snake in front of him, Wu Yan shouted, "Turn it over." The wind snake in front of him gradually turned transparent and finally disappeared. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Obtain 3,000 item points, 500 ability points. It really is. Wu Yan smiled and then asked doubtfully, "System, how do I differentiate the types of items that can be exchanged for ability points?" User, the types of items that can be exchanged for ability points correspond to the type of item. Wu Yan scratched his head. A question mark appeared on his forehead. He didn't think he was stupid, but he only understood a little bit of the system's answer. Well, it was just a little bit. After a series of questions and answers with the system, Wu Yan finally understood. Simply put, turning in equipment can be exchanged for equipment points. Turning in items can be exchanged for item points. The wind snake's body was a type of material, so it was also considered an item, so it could be exchanged for item points. Turning in items with energy element units can be exchanged for ability points. For example, magic crystals can be exchanged for ability points. Then system, What do I have to turn in to exchange for ability points? Although other things were also very loving, but even if they were more loving compared to the cute girls in the 2D world, they were nothing. What? You said you can summon 3D girls? How shallow. As an otaku, how can you summon 3D characters? That's a crime. When the user turns in an item with life element units, they can receive ability points. Life element units? Don't tell me it's a living person. Wu Yan dryly laughed a few times. His scalp was a little numb as he asked. Reminder to the user, units with intelligence cannot be exchanged. The only units that can be exchanged are those without intelligence. Wu Yan's questions were about to break through the sky. In the 21st century, it's one thing to use professional terms to cheat people, but even the transmigration system knows how to cheat people. No, I was cheated a long time ago. System, can you give me an example? Wu Yan unhappily said. Items with life element units, such as items with vitality, eggs of magic beasts, etc. Why didn't you say that earlier? Why did you mention life element units, really? Wu Yan helplessly sighed. Although the meaning was clear now, but his previous saliva was wasted. It seems that to communicate with the system, you need a certain amount of intelligence and willpower. Looking at the 100 and 110 of Mission 1 and Mission 2, Wu Yan turned off the system. There's still a long way to go. I have to deal with this little cutie in the forest. I don't have time to complain here. I have to hurry up and finish this survival training mission. Then find a place with people and stay. If I'm the only human here squabbling with an unknown system, I'll die sooner or later. But I didn't expect magic beast eggs to be exchanged for ability points. Should I go and raid 1 or 2 nests? This is a very serious question. Chapter 4. Roar. Peng Wuyan used all his strength to adjust his body, stabilizing his body as he flew backwards. Then, using one hand to support himself, he flipped over, half lying on the ground, using the long sword in his hand to stop himself from falling backwards. Taking a few deep breaths, he cursed in his heart as he looked at the creature that caused all of this, and the creature that looked like a tiger or wolf roaring at him. Tiger-bodied demon wolf. Level 20. Looking at the words above the 3-meter-tall beast's head again, Wu Yan steadied his mind, stood up, and raised the long sword in his hand. He had originally thought that a level 20 magical beast wouldn't be too far off from a level 10 magical beast. Since he could kill a level 19 magical beast, then killing a magical beast that was 1 level higher shouldn't be too difficult. Who would have thought that a level 20 demonic beast and a level 19 demonic beast can't be compared at all? The difference between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. In this battle, Wu Yan can confidently say that a level 20 demonic beast is at least twice as strong as a level 19 demonic beast. It must be known that even a level 19 magical beast was only half as strong as a level 10 magical beast. And this half was due to the difference of 9 levels. Now it was only a difference of 1 level, but it was almost twice as strong. How could this be compared? At this point, Wu Yan finally understood that it's not right to be reckless, but it was understandable. After all, Wu Yan had only been in this world for a month. To be able to reach this point was already very good. If he had not raised his sword to block the opponent's charge, he would not have simply been sent flying backwards. Holding the sword with both hands, Wu Yan calmly looked at the tiger-bodied demon wolf that was slowly lurking in front of him. In this month of fighting, Wu Yan could be considered to have the mentality of a warrior. At least, in the face of danger, he would not lose his head out of fear. This was much better for him, who was scared out of his wits when he saw the giant snake a month ago. Although it was not impossible for him to win, after a month of fighting, Wu Yan's level had increased a lot. In addition to his sword mastery ability, he still had the ability to fight a level 20 beast. Well, although he was definitely at a disadvantage, since he had already faced it, then there was no use in regretting. At this time he could only be brave and invincible. Thinking like this, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Stepping forward, like the wind, he rushed towards the tiger-bodied demon wolf. Roar! Seeing that this little guy dared to provoke it, the tiger-bodied demon wolf became angry. After roaring, its soft body was like a spring, fiercely rushing towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan ignored the tiger-bodied demon wolf's actions and continued to rush forward. When the distance between them was less than a meter, he suddenly jumped up. Almost touching the demon wolf's back and dodging its attack, Wu Yan twisted his body and grabbed the demon wolf's tail. Forcefully pulling, he pulled himself behind the demon wolf. A cold light flashed in his hand and the Kusanagi sword fiercely pierced into the demon wolf's, but, following a burst of blood, the demon wolf let out a sorrowful roar, as if its parents had died. With a swing of its tail, it threw Wu Yan away. Suddenly, Wu Yan's body came into close contact with the ground. After rubbing against the ground for nearly 2 meters, Wu Yan stood up. With his current body, such a large amount of rubbing against the ground would only cause him a bit of pain, and not even a piece of his skin would fall off. However, Wu Yan's clothes were not so lucky. At this time his otaku clothes, short-sleeved shirt and pants, had become a beggar's clothes. Looking at the demon wolf jumping up and down, Wu Yan snickered. He tore off the rags on his body, revealing his decent-looking upper body. Ever since he had leveled up, Wu Yan's waist was no longer sore, his legs no longer hurt, and his small belly was gone. His body was much better. Compared to his previous small body, it was much stronger. Turning the long sword in his hand, without waiting for the demon wolf to react, Wu Yan arrived behind it. With a slash he slashed at the demon wolf's back, drawing a huge bloody wound. Wu Yan also knew the wolf's weakness. It was a soft waist. Generally, people who dealt with wolves would start from the waist. Unfortunately, Wu Yan had forgotten that the wolf in front of him was not just a wolf, but a hybrid wolf with a tiger's body. The demon wolf roared and ignored the wound on its back. It raised its claws and sent Wu Yan, who was still preparing to slash a second time, flying. With a bang, Wu Yan smashed into a tree trunk, and blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Although in this month, Wu Yan was injured and bleeding, this did not mean that he was used to it. After all, Wu Yan was very afraid of pain. Without waiting for Wu Yan to catch his breath, the demon wolf jumped in front of Wu Yan, raised its claws again, and swept at Wu Yan. His pupils shrank. Under the horror, Wu Yan awkwardly rolled to avoid the demon wolf's attack. Just as he dodged, the tree trunk was smashed into pieces by the demon wolf. Wu Yan rolled again, rolled to the demon wolf's lower abdomen, and stabbed the Kusanagi sword. While the demon wolf howled in pain, he used all his strength to pull it out. The demon wolf's eyes began to be stained with a little red, which was a sign of madness. Of course, no matter how crazy it was, this battle would not end like this, because from the beginning, this was a battle of life and death. When Wu Yan thought that he could not attack under the demon wolf's belly, the demon wolf's tail was like a whip, fiercely lashing at him. In a hurry, Wu Yan could only raise his hands to protect himself, but unfortunately he still could not avoid the result of being sent flying. Cough cough. After rolling a few times, Wu Yan stood up with the help of his sword, coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were a little dim, and his face was frighteningly pale. Wu Yan only felt that his internal organs were stirred, and his whole body was in incomparable pain. Although it was not that he had never been injured, but such a serious injury, Wu Yan was the first time. If it was a month ago, perhaps now Wu Yan would be lying on the ground, wailing. The demon wolf strenuously turned its body, and along with its movement, the blood on its back and abdomen also spilled out. With its eyes wide open, the demon wolf glared at Wu Yan. It seems that its situation was not much better than Wu Yan's. Huff huff. Constantly gasping, Wu Yan's eyes stared at the demon wolf. At this time, it was a competition of willpower. Whoever could not hold on first, would fall first. I just need to calm down. Calm down. After muttering a few times in his heart, Wu Yan calmed down, holding the sword with both hands, but the more he turned, the slower he turned. Finally, he slowly held the sword behind his back. He slowly closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and slowly calmed himself down. After mastering sword mastery, Wu Yan's ability to use the sword was not inferior to a sword master, who had held the sword for dozens of years. Using a bit of mind's eye and sword sense was more than enough. Wu Yan knew that his body could no longer support his strenuous movements, so he could only use this to decide the victor. The demonic wolf doesn't care what Wu Yan is planning to do. With its immature intelligence, It only knows that the person in front of it is the culprit who caused it so much harm. All it needs to do is to tear him into pieces and swallow him into its stomach, and that's it. Arching its body, the demon wolf jumped towards Wu Yan and viciously swung its claws at Wu Yan's body. Now is the time. Feeling a gust of wind whistling past, Wu Yan's heart seemed to have a flash of light. His eyes suddenly burst open, and a light flashed through them. The sword in his hand seemed to move without its master's permission, and before the demon wolf's claws could reach him, it stabbed into the demon wolf's eyeball. Huff, huff. Blood continuously dripped down, and Wu Yan held the Kusanagi sword in his hand, which only had the hilt left, and gasped for air. The demon wolf let out a strange cry, and the blood at the corner of its mouth flowed down like saliva, forming a small pool of blood on the ground. Pulling out the sword, Wu Yan was immediately splashed by the gushing blood. Wu Yan took a few steps back, and sat on the ground, his eyes filled with exhaustion. The demon wolf slowly fell, and its huge body let out a roar. Its hind legs shook twice, and then slowly came to a stop. Ding. Congratulations to the user for leveling up, current level 16. Ding. Congratulations to the user for leveling up, current level 17. Ding. Congratulations to the user for leveling up, current level 18. Ding. Quest 1 completed. Obtain 2,000 equipment points, 2,000 item points, 1,000 ability points, 1,000 summoning points. Ding. Quest 3 completed. Obtain 10,000 equipment points, 10,000 item points, 5,000 ability points, 5,000 summoning points. A warm current burst out from the depths of Wu Yan's body and quickly flowed through Wu Yan's body. As the speed of the flow increased, Wu Yan's body also quickly recovered, and finally, it was completely healed. Wu Yan's pale face began to redden, and the exhaustion in his eyes gradually disappeared. His eyes became very lively, and a faint light could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Grinning happily, Wu Yan climbed up with a gulu sound. He put his hands on his waist and started twisting left and right before he started laughing out loud. Full HP, full MP, full resurrection. The benefits of leveling up. After laughing a few times, Wu Yan sheathed his sword and ran to the side of the dead demon wolf. He raised his hand and fiercely patted the demon wolf's head a few times, and his expression was indescribably proud. I told you to go against me, but you didn't believe me. Now that you've returned to the embrace of your wolf king, what are you looking at? Look again and I'll sell you. With that said, Wu Yan turned over the corpse to the system and exchanged it for 5,000 item points and 1,000 ability points. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, Wu Yan opened his character status. Character, Wu Yan ability, Sword Mastery, Cooking Mastery Equipment, Kusanagi Sword D rank, Summon, None equipment points, 24,000 item points, 120000 ability points, 30,000 summoning points, 30,000 level 18. Obviously, the item points were a lot more than the other types of points. This was also thanks to the unlucky demon beasts that sacrificed their bodies. Although he received a lot of magic crystals, the magic crystals could not be exchanged for a lot of ability points. Even a level 20 demon beast could only be exchanged for 1,000 ability points. As for the summoning points, Wu Yan only reached this point after robbing countless demon beast nests. One could imagine how precious ability points and summoning points were. And this is after he completed 3 quests before he got to this number. As for the equipment points, you can't expect to find any in a forest full of demon beasts. Even if there were, it would only be the unlucky ones that were swallowed into the stomach of a demon beast, so the equipment points were not that much. As for the cooking mastery, it was a skill ability that Wu Yan exchanged for after eating fruits for more than 10 days. It could turn the user into a master chef. Standing up, Wu Yan frowned as he looked at his naked body covered in blood. Looks like I should take a bath. Speaking of which, when was the last time I took a bath? Well, let's not think about it, I'll just take a bath. Chapter 5. Phew. It's a bit cold, but forget it, I'll just make do. In a small lake surrounded by trees, Wu Yan's body shivered as he sank into the water. He rubbed his body to wash off the blood on his body. Although it wasn't winter, It was already the end of autumn. The temperature in the lake wasn't below zero, but it definitely didn't exceed single digits. If it wasn't for the fact that his current body isn't comparable to his previous body, he wouldn't have dared to come down and take a shower. While washing his body, Wu Yan pondered. Now that he had completed all the quests in the Behemoth Forest and reached level 18, he could be considered a small superhuman. Although he didn't know how strong the people in this world were, he should be able to protect himself. Right? Should he find a place with people and stay there? Didn't the novels say so? After the main character transmigrated, he would become a savage in the mountains and then come to the city. Then he would be chosen by a big family, a big empire, or something. He would enter the inner circle of the power and undergo a test. Then the crystal ball would explode, the name of the genius would explode, and the small universe would explode. At this time, those big emperors and big clan leaders would eagerly run over and say, "Yes, he's a good seedling. I don't know if you're interested in dating my daughter." Or a granddaughter would be fine too. Hey. Weren't you thinking about whether to leave the Behemoth Forest? Why are you fantasizing about it? Wu Yan didn't know that he had deviated from the main topic of his thoughts. He was smiling foolishly, like a hippopotamus. It seemed like he was daydreaming to the extreme. After splashing some water on his face, Wu Yan looked at the empty lake inside. How nice would it be if there was a beauty to scrub my back? You're thinking too much. Maybe not too much. When Wu Yan's voice fell, a delicate voice came from not far away into Wu Yan's ears. Wow. It's a lake. That's great. I want to take a shower. My whole body feels terrible. Wu Yan, who was washing his body in the lake, trembled when he heard the tender voice. Those who didn't know would think that he was fantasizing too much and was satisfied just by hearing her voice. "Miss, don't be anxious. Let's see if there's any danger." At this moment, a more mature and gentle female voice rang out. It seemed to be talking to the young lady she was talking to. "Aya, how could such a cute lake be dangerous? You guys wait here. I'm going in. I can't take it anymore." She almost fell into the water. Wu Yan really wanted to tell her that she was really interesting to rush into the water just because she was cute. "Miss, slow down." The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing a petite figure running over from the forest, he felt a certain part of his body hurt. Only the heavens knew that he was just fantasizing. He was just joking just now. Slowly, a girl with long black hair and a unique style wearing a small white coat appeared in front of Wu Yan. She had long black hair and wore a unique style. One look and one could tell that it wasn't from the same world as her. The little girl had a face as beautiful as a fairy. She looked a little childish. Although her petite body was less than 1.7 meters tall, her figure was as hot as a witch's. This point could be seen from her plump breasts that were at least D-sized. When the little beauty saw the water, she started giggling. Not sure if it's because she didn't see Wu Yan, or if it's because her body is so uncomfortable. She started taking off her clothes without saying anything else, making Wu Yan dumbfounded. Childish face and big breasts? Long black hair? Natural airhead? Looking at this cute little beauty, Wu Yan couldn't stay calm. Hey, what are you doing? Wu Yan almost blushed with shame as he shouted. It wasn't because of anything else, but because the beauty in front of him was very agile. She was almost done taking off her clothes. Wu Yan saw the other party stiffen up. She froze in a position where she didn't know if she should take it off or not. Then, she turned her head mechanically and looked at Wu Yan, whose mouth is still twitching. The two people looked at each other affectionately. They looked at each other, and the scene fell into a strange silence. After a long time, the little beauty's mouth slowly opened. Seeing this, Wu Yan secretly said, "Not good." From the conversation just now, it could be seen that the little beauty wasn't alone. She had a companion. Although he didn't know if her companion would help, if she shouted. Even if he was the victim, he would try to jump into the yellow river and not be able to clear his name. Moreover, he was still naked. Wu Yan didn't want to be surrounded by people. The above thoughts flashed through Wu Yan's mind in less than a second. Therefore, Wu Yan made a prompt decision and shouted at the little beauty without hesitation. "What are you doing? Peeping at me bathing?" The little beauty's body stiffened again. Her mouth that was about to open into an A shape turned into an O shape following someone's shameless words. Wu Yan's face was expressionless, but in his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. At least he avoided being surrounded and beaten up. Looking at the little beauty who was completely speechless, Wu Yan's face suddenly revealed a naughty smile. In the past month, Wu Yan had been living a mute life. Other than the occasional conversation with the unscrupulous system, all he did was shout ha, ha, yeah at magical beasts. Every day, even if he was full of energy, it would still be tormented. And now, with great difficulty, he finally met someone who seemed to be able to talk to him. How could Wu Yan, this unscrupulous guy, not hold back from teasing the other party? Wu Yan's face turned serious and said shamelessly, "What? Do you still want to continue watching? You peeping Tom." The little beauty who was shocked by Wu Yan's words finally closed her mouth. Then her face slowly turned red. She stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at Wu Yan. You what you? Don't tell me you want to refute? I was bathing here, and you suddenly barged in to watch me bathe. If you're not a peeping Tom, then what are you?" Wu Yan fiercely waved his hand and tried to pretend to be angry at her. His eyes were full of smiles. At this moment, the little beauty had already forgotten that the so-called peeping Tom meant peeping and not looking openly. She only knew that the current situation. It seemed like she really did barge in when someone else was bathing. Therefore, the little beauty could only show a look of bewilderment and withdraw her finger. Now she couldn't run away or not run away. She could only freeze there and didn't know what to do. In the end, she was so anxious that even tears were about to flow down. Wu Yan smiled and looked at the panicked little beauty. He felt a burst of joy in his heart. "Are you a demon?" With his hands behind his head, Wu Yan enjoyed the little beauty's self-directed performance for a while. He curled his lips and finally decided to let her go. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. But can you turn your head? I want to change my clothes." Although he didn't mind being looked at by the beauty, it was better to be reserved at this time. Otherwise, there would be no fun. Sure enough, she still wants to play. Oh. The little beauty heard this and nodded vigorously. She turned her body and felt that something was wrong in her heart. It seemed that she had suffered a loss. Should I say that a girl's sixth sense is really accurate? Wu Yan walked out of the water and opened the system list. He quickly clicked a few times and spent 100 item points. A set of shirt and trousers with a style similar to the little beauty's with a slight Western flavor appeared in his hands. After the rustling sound, Wu Yan, who had put on his clothes, smiled and looked at the little beauty with her back to him. "Okay, you can turn around. God has mercy. When did a little girl experience such a battle?" She could only turn her head with an uneasy face and look at Wu Yan with a timid face. Shaking his head in amusement, Wu Yan, who didn't feel guilty at all, said to her, "What's your name?" She slowly took a few breaths and her face gradually calmed down. Looking at Wu Yan, she hesitated and said, Meililu Loli. Lulu, right?" Wu Yan touched his chin, then patted her head and said with a smile, "You're the little one." "I'm not little at all. I'm 17 years old." Not knowing where the courage came from, Lulu, who had a weak face just now, couldn't help but speak loudly. At the same time, Lulu also felt a burst of curiosity. Not only because the other person was so intimate with her calling out a mushy name that even her father didn't call, but also because of the intimate action of patting her head. More importantly, she was curious about Wu Yan. "It sounds like he hasn't heard of me before." You know, when she said her name in the past, no matter who it was, after hearing the two words lowly, they would become fawning and respectful to her. But now this man, who didn't look much older than her, acted like he hadn't heard of her at all. With a natural face, Lulu couldn't help but feel a trace of curiosity in her heart. At the same time, there was a trace of annoyance. Her usual appearance that everyone loved, the appearance that made countless men infatuated at this moment, to this man, it was like an existence that was completely decorative. Well, don't care about the details. Wu Yan, who didn't know the little girl's thoughts, simply waved his hand and said, "Could it be that Wu Yan doesn't love beautiful women?" Wrong. Of course he loves beautiful women. There was no man who didn't like beautiful women. Wu Yan was the same. However, Although Lulu had a face that was more beautiful than all the stars in the 21st century, Wu Yan wasn't a fool. Moreover, compared to Lulu, Wu Yan was more of a two-dimensional beauty. Therefore, except for a little surprise at the beginning, Wu Yan didn't have too much expression. He was still him. It was impossible to pretend for a woman. That was too tiring, even if the other party was very beautiful. This was him. Of course, two-dimensional girls were an exception. So can you tell me, what are you doing here? You didn't really come to peek at me taking a shower, right? Wu Yan said with a smile. That's not it. Lulu made threatening gestures and said, this person is really too bad. I'm just here to train. I saw a beautiful lake and wanted to take a shower. Who knew that there was already someone here? Lulu pouted her small mouth and said with a face full of dissatisfaction. One had to know that she almost stripped herself naked just now. If it wasn't for the other party's timely voice. Wu Yan suddenly understood and nodded. A light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lulu. Lulu Plume Loli. Level 35. Stunned, Wu Yan opened his mouth wide. He was speechless in his heart. Although level didn't represent strength, without level, there was definitely no strength to speak of. After the battle with the dead wolf, Wu Yan also understood that every 10 levels was a dividing line. It wasn't difficult for a level 10 warrior to defeat a level 19 warrior. As long as the warrior had better equipment and strength, it was possible to defeat the opponent. However, if a level 19 warrior wanted to defeat a level 20 warrior, it would definitely be a gamble with his life. The one who would die might be himself. When Wu Yan fought with the wolf, although he was only level 15, it was because Wu Yan had the Kusanagi sword that could cut through iron like mud. Coupled with the mystery of the sword mastery, he was able to kill the dead wolf. Without these two conditions, Wu Yan at level 15 would be courting death if he fought with a level 20 magical beast. Who would have thought that a random girl who came out of nowhere would have a higher level than him? Moreover, it was almost twice as high as him. This level, wasn't it a whole level higher than the dead wolf that almost killed him? This proved the truth of this world. Wu Yan was still inexperienced. Chapter 6. Lulu looked at Wu Yan, who suddenly fell into a dark background with a strange expression. Was this person sick in the head? Or is this person actually a human transformed from a magical beast, so his mind is not developed? If that is the case, will I be eaten? That's what Lulu, whose clothes were still in disarray, thought. Following Wu Yan, she too fell into an inexplicable state of worry. Well, I've only been in this world for a month. Reaching level 18 in a month is already pretty good. Maybe she started cultivating when she was young. That's why she was able to reach level 35. And that must be it. Wu Yan comforted himself with the spirit of AQ. He revived with a smile on his face, as if the one who was hit wasn't him. Hey Lulu, don't eat me. Suddenly hearing Wu Yan's voice, Lulu suddenly cried out, but the content of her words couldn't be ignored. Wu Yan's mouth twitched and his eyebrows twitched. Looking at the girl who curled up in a ball in shock, the girl who just said those shocking words, Wu Yan expressed that he couldn't stay calm. Hurriedly coughing twice, Wu Yan looked at Lulu with a serious expression and said, "That, Lulu, you have to know, although you have the value of eating, this eating is also particular about the method. I personally believe that at least when two people are in love, you can reach the level of eating. Right now, although you look very delicious, we haven't fallen in love yet, so I won't eat you. Don't worry." Lulu, who was originally worried, was stunned when she heard this. She was a bit natural, but she wasn't retarded. If she still didn't understand what Wu Yan meant, then she wouldn't be a lively and precocious 17-year-old girl. Lulu jumped up and pointed her trembling finger at the serious-looking Wu Yan. Her face was filled with extreme shame and anger. Who told you to eat me?" Wu Yan chuckled, looked at Lulu's delicate face and said naughtily, "You just said it, you told me not to eat you." That was. Lulu didn't know what to do. Should she tell Wu Yan that she thought he was the incarnation of a magical beast, and was going to eat her? All right, Wu Yan said with a bored face as he waved his hand after seeing Lulu's performance. "In any case, you're level 35, so why are you afraid that I'll eat you?" Lulu was stunned again when she heard this. She looked at Wu Yan doubtfully and said blankly, "Level 35? What does that mean?" Wu Yan looked at her strangely, scratched his head, and pondered in his heart. Could it be that the levels in this world were different from what the system showed? It's your level, your strength. Lulu came to a sudden realization. She rolled her eyes and smiled happily. She happily clapped her hands, as if she just thought of something. "That's right, I'm a 4th-rank magician. I'm not afraid of you, hee. 4th-rank magician?" This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to be puzzled. What kind of classification system was this 4th-rank magician? You don't know? As if their identities had changed. When she saw Wu Yan's puzzled face, Lulu showed a strange expression. However, compared to Wu Yan's strange expression, it was much cuter. Moreover, there was a trace of disbelief. With just a glance, Wu Yan saw through this problem girl's inner thoughts. Helplessly rolling his eyes, Wu Yan said to Lulu, "Well, just treat me as a savage who just came out from his home in the mountains. Hurry up and tell me what's going on." "Oh, so it's like this." Seeing Lulu's enlightened expression, Wu Yan held his forehead with one hand and couldn't help but sigh at the sky. He dared to guarantee with his own integrity that Lulu definitely took his words seriously, although Wu Yan didn't have much integrity left. After listening to Lulu's natural explanation and Wu Yan's own imagination, Wu Yan had a preliminary understanding of this strange world. Just like the system notification, this world was called the Spalier world. It was a world ruled by empires, clans, and other powers. Putting those scattered families and forces aside for the time being, the greatest forces in this world were the 3 great empires. The Ailu Empire in the southwest, the Baruba Empire in the north, and the Faya Empire in the southeast. The behemoth forest that Wu Yan was currently in was located in the middle of these 3 empires. In this world, there were 2 mainstream professions that countless people yearned for: warriors and magicians. Warriors cultivated battle chi, while magicians cultivated magic. With the increase in cultivation and realm, warriors and magicians were divided into 9 ranks. A warrior that reached rank 1 would be a rank 1 warrior. A magician that reached rank 1 would be a rank 1 magician. After breaking through the 9th stage, the 10th stage powerhouses were collectively known as the demigod stage. Powerhouses of this stage were already showing signs of breaking away from humans. With a wave of their hand, they could easily destroy a town. That's why there were less than 5 demigod rank experts in the entire Spalier world. As for demigod rank experts, no, they can no longer be called experts. They should be called gods. Spalier world was named after the first rank 11 god in the history of Spalier, Spalier. Hearing this, Wu Yan felt a lot of pressure. Alright, as long as you're a transmigrator, the world you transmigrate to will most likely have a god rank. This is very normal. Transmigrators, aren't they supposed to become gods? According to Lulu, in the history of Spalier, there were 4 gods. One of them was Spalier, and the other 3 were the 3 empires that were named after themselves: Ailu, Baruba, and Faya. These 4 gods no longer existed. It seems that because of some conflict, it caused a war between the 4 gods. In the end, all 4 gods died. After 10,000 years of war, no more gods were born in the Spalier world. After listening to Lulu's explanation, Wu Yan could more or less tell the similarities between the system's hierarchy and the Spalier worlds. Lulu herself said that she was a rank 4 magician. In this rank, she should be in the middle. According to the system, Lulu was level 35. In other words, level 1 to level 9 were the so-called Tier 1, level 10 to level 19 were the Tier 2, and so on and so forth. Level 90 was the Tier 10 demigod, and the maximum level of level 100 was the Tier 10 demigod. So, as a rank 4 magician, Lulu is level 35. Rubbing his brows, Wu Yan felt a bit of a blow to his heart. I'm only a rank 2 warrior. There are so many people in this world who are stronger than me. In the past, I looked down on the people of this world. But at least I'm not like a month ago, completely without a trace of strength. Compared to the people of this world, I have a big advantage. With the system as my backing, Wu Yan can increase his strength as long as he continues to fight. Unlike the people of this world, they have to painstakingly train themselves. What's more, When they meet the legendary bottleneck, they can't make any progress. Wu Yan's increase in strength is completely similar to fighting monsters in online games. As long as there is experience, he can become stronger. There is no such thing as a bottleneck. As long as he is willing to work hard, sooner or later he will become strong. After thinking through this point, Wu Yan also became open-minded. Then Lulu, where did you come from? Reaching rank 4 at such a young age, you must be a little genius. I already said, I'm not a little genius. Also, you should call me a big genius, not a little genius. Lulu's face was full of unhappiness. She seems to be dissatisfied with the word little. After hesitating for a moment, Lulu continued. Once she opened her mouth, she will not stop until she is shocked to death. I am the only daughter of the Ailu Empire's #1 family, the Lori family. Lulu said this after a lot of consideration and determination. After all, towards Wu Yan, Lulu is very happy to be able to talk to him even though she is very dissatisfied on the surface. Because she is the only daughter in the family, everyone in the family dotes on her. They can't wait to worship her to the heavens. As for the people outside, because of her family background and heavenly appearance, when they interact with her, if they don't have evil intentions, then it is because of her appearance and family background. So until now, although Lulu has her own friends, but there is no one with a different surname that she can talk to. But Wu Yan appeared in front of her out of nowhere. His natural performance and nonsensical conversation gave Lulu a great sense of familiarity. Although she is a little stupid, she is not unable to differentiate between good and evil. Her intuition tells her that the man in front of her is not a bad person. That is why Lulu decided to tell him her origin. If Wu Yan knew what Lulu is thinking, he would definitely fall to the ground and crawl back up before jumping into the lake in front of him. Then, before he dies, he would yell out his last words. I am not a good person. Don't give me a bad impression when it is the first time you met me. After saying that, Lulu looked at Wu Yan with a little apprehension. She really wants to be friends with Wu Yan. Wu Yan does not know that he has unintentionally captured a half-naive girl to the point of passing favorability. At this moment, he is still thinking about Lulu's origin, melodramatic. It seems like every time a transmigrator comes to a different world, the first beauty they meet is either a princess or the only daughter of a noble family. Is there a need for such a development? No. Actually, that's not right. The real melodramatic should be the hero saving the beauty. I just met a beauty. It can only be considered half melodramatic. Although he is cursing in his heart, Wu Yan still set his plan. Then Lulu, can you bring me out? Lulu looked up at Wu Yan in surprise and pointed at herself. Aren't you surprised? My origin. Wu Yan looked at Lulu in confusion and scratched his face. Then he suddenly realized and said with a smile, Don't worry, Lulu. Even if your family is rich, I won't borrow from you, so don't worry. It's not like that. Lulu shouted frantically. Although she is happy that Wu Yan did not care about her family background, Wu Yan's words are really not encouraging. Miss, what's going on? Because of Lulu's shouting, her companions seemed to have noticed something and started to walk over. No, nothing, I am still bathing, don't come over. Lulu hurriedly shouted. Got it, miss. After waiting for the figures to walk away, Lulu sighed in relief and turned her head, rolling her eyes at Wu Yan. It's all your fault. You made me a fool. If I am found out, what should I do? Wu Yan touched his nose and smiled brightly. A good person does not fight when the odds are against them. Although Wu Yan does not want to be a good person, he absolutely does not want to lose. The bloody scenes on the screen before told Wu Yan that it is best not to offend women, especially little women. Even though that's what he's thinking, Wu Yan feels like he's looking for death. Then Lulu, do you still want to bathe? Lulu blushed and glared at Wu Yan. She crossed her arms and bared her teeth at Wu Yan. Bad guy. Pervert. Chapter 7. Ignoring Lulu's defensive expression, Wu Yan turned around and waved his hand at Lulu. Okay, this should be fine. Really, I didn't have such a big reaction when you saw me bathing. Lulu was angry, although what he said was true, but no matter how she looked at it, she was the one who was at a disadvantage. How could he be so shameless? I'm not bathing. Lulu turned her head and said angrily. Wu Yan helplessly spread his hands. It was said that people born in the 90s were hard to please. He didn't think that a girl from another world would be so hard to please, with a helpless smile on his face that made people want to punch him. Wu Yan said to Lulu without turning his head. Then you should at least get your body wet. Otherwise, it will be easy to be suspected by your companions. Indeed, if she didn't get wet after being in here for so long, then others would definitely be suspicious. At that time, it would be hard to explain. Lulu suddenly looked at Wu Yan with hesitation. Girls love to be clean. These days in the behemoth forest, Lulu lived a life of sleeping in the wilderness. Although she didn't feel it was hard, the life of not being able to bathe was really a bit unbearable. If it wasn't for the fact that she still had to go through the training, Lulu would have already gone home. This was also why she was so happy when she first saw the lake. Now, although Wu Yan's interference and something unexpected happened, Lulu's desire to bathe still didn't change. Although that was what she said, but Wu Yan was a big man standing there, exuding the light called light bulb. How could Lulu relax and bathe? But, you're still here. Lulu said this sentence almost as if she had been wronged. That pitiful look would definitely make a bunch of men howl. Unfortunately, the man on the scene was an unromantic damn otaku. Moreover, his back was facing the beauty and he completely ignored this scene. He should be sent out to be punished by the heavens. There's nothing we can do about it. Wu Yan curled his lips and said, If it weren't for your companions outside, I would have already gone out. This is the truth. After being bombarded by the internet in the 21st century, a girl's body is no longer a secret to Wu Yan. Although the meaning is different, how can what is shown on the screen be compared to reality? However, Wu Yan isn't a lecherous ghost, although it's a bit of a pity, that's for sure. Then what should I do? Was she supposed to bathe in front of him? How could this be? Frowning in distress, Wu Yan had no choice but to pick up the large underwear that he had previously thrown on the shore. He looked at the underwear in his hand with a look of disgust. That's yours. Hey, what the hell are you disgusted with? Raising his hand, he tore out a large piece of cloth from his pants and tied it around his face like he's going to die. This should be fine. If you believe me, hurry up and bathe. Lulu looked at everything that happened in astonishment. The corner of her mouth curled up, but she quickly covered her mouth with her hand and resisted the urge to burst out laughing. She looked like she was having a hard time holding it in. Staring at Wu Yan's face for a while, Lulu said with a little amusement, You can't peek. Wu Yan was really speechless. Lulu, don't worry, before we reach the passion stage, I won't be in a hurry to eat you. Lulu blushed and glared at Wu Yan. Then she took off her clothes slowly. Listening to the rustling sound of the clothes rubbing against the skin and the splashing sound of the water, Wu Yan had a headache. Isn't this challenging my patience? Why am I still so sensitive at this time? I don't want to be Liu Xiaohui. Okay, you can take it off. After an unknown amount of time, Lulu's slightly joyful voice sounded. It woke up Wu Yan, who was counting the monks and nuns. Taking off the underwear cloth from his face, Wu Yan quickly threw it away. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Turning his head, Wu Yan looked at Lulu, who had just come out of the water. Her clothes were already fully put on. Her wet hair and skin with water droplets all showed that she had just taken a bath. Her very beautiful face was full of smiles. It seemed that taking a bath was really a very happy thing for Lulu. Looking at Lulu with admiration, Wu Yan said sincerely, You don't say, girl, you really have the right to be proud of yourself. After getting used to Wu Yan's tone, Lulu was not so unfamiliar with it. With her hands on her waist, Lulu said to Wu Yan with a proud face, Of course, you know, I also have a lot of people chasing after me. Looking at Lulu's performance, Wu Yan shrugged. Yes, Lulu is the most beautiful, the most likable. Hurry up and go out. No sincerity at all. Wrinkling her small nose in dissatisfaction, Lulu coldly snorted, turned her head and walked out with Wu Yan. Suddenly, Wu Yan found a very serious problem. Oh right, Lulu. How are you going to explain to your companion that I am here? Both of them stopped in their tracks at the same time, maintaining their frozen postures and stiffening on the spot. The scene fell into silence, leaving only the two of them staring at each other and Wu Yan's dry smile. Miss, you're finally done bathing. If you didn't come out, Miss Feifei would have gone in to find you. When Lulu came out, a middle-aged man with a walk-on face, who looked like a guard, quickly came over and looked at Lulu. His eyes kept drifting over Lulu's body, as if he wanted to see if there was anything missing. Nothing, it was too comfortable, so I took a longer bath. Lulu looked away a little unnaturally. This is a lie full of loopholes. Fortunately, the other party is a wretched uncle who doesn't know how to read people's expressions. Lilu, you took a really long bath this time. Wu Yan, who was hiding in the forest, heard a steady and gentle female voice. He knew that it was the woman who talked to Lulu at the beginning. From Lulu's perspective, a tall woman wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts stood in the middle of a group of guards. The woman had very beautiful silver hair, a face as beautiful as Lulu's, and the bag on her chest was bigger than Lulu's. Exuding a mature aura, she looked as charming as Lulu. Feifei, the water is too comfortable. When Lulu saw the woman named Feifei, she put a smile on her face. She threw herself into the woman's arms and said coquettishly, they looked like sisters. However, Wu Yan also knew that this woman named Feifei should be very important to Lulu, but she wasn't Lulu's sister. The reason is simple. Lulu said before that she was an only child. Feifei hugged Lulu and looked at her unhappily. There are so many people here waiting for you, aren't you embarrassed? Lulu stuck out her tongue and laughed a few times. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. At this time, Wu Yan knew that it was time for him to appear. He quickly adjusted the Kusanagi sword at his waist and slowly walked out. Who is it? As Wu Yan's footsteps sounded, Lulu and Feifei's guards quickly pulled out their weapons and shouted at Wu Yan. Lulu looked at Wu Yan nervously. After the two of them discussed for a while, they got the result that Wu Yan asked her to come out first. Then he came out himself. When she asked him what he was going to do, Wu Yan confidently patted his chest and said to her, "Leave everything to me." So this scene happened. Lulu didn't know what will happen next, so she was a little nervous. Feifei tightened her arms around Lulu. Looking at Wu Yan, who was slowly walking over, she frowned. Although Wu Yan looked harmless, and she didn't feel the existence of Do Qi or mana from him, Feifei still had a certain degree of vigilance. She didn't want to let others hurt Lulu because of her mistake. Ignoring the guards, Wu Yan walked up to them at a leisurely pace. When he was 5 meters away from them, Wu Yan stopped, opened the system's detection function, and looked at all the guards. Not counting the two beauties in the middle, the group of guards numbered around 30 people. Their levels range from level 20 to level 29, so please ignore their names. Looking at the weapons in their hands, Wu Yan immediately determined that these 30 people were warriors. After all, no magician would use weapons like sabers, swords, or pikes. Moreover, magicians were very rare. Learning magic relied heavily on talent. Ordinary people simply couldn't become magicians, so the ratio between magicians and warriors was about 1:100. From this, one could imagine how high Lulu's talent was to be able to become a Tier 4 magician at the age of 17. Over 30 Tier 3 warriors, they were truly worthy of being from the number 1 family in this world. Each of them had the strength to kill him. Thinking about this in his heart, Wu Yan's face didn't change, still looking calm and indifferent. When he saw Lulu, Wu Yan's face finally changed, his expression became serious, and his heart was shocked. Feifei, level 68, Tier 7. Okay, Wu Yan admitted that he was shocked. In front of him was a beauty who looked more like a maid than a bodyguard. She didn't look much older than him, but she was almost level 70? It was fine if those middle-aged men were stronger than him. After all, they had lived for so many years. How could a woman who wasn't much older than him be stronger than him, and by so much? Am I still the main character? Wu Yan had already forgotten that Lulu, who was a few years younger than him, was level 35. If this was written into a novel, wouldn't it be a masochistic novel? I don't want to. His heart was violently howling, but on the surface, Wu Yan only narrowed his eyes, not saying a word. Who are you? Why are you here? When Lulu came out, the middle-aged man who spoke first looked at Wu Yan with vigilance. Although he didn't feel any danger from Wu Yan, he still didn't dare to let down his guard. Under the hostile gaze of everyone, Wu Yan hurriedly collected his emotions, then looked at the middle-aged man indifferently, slightly smiled, and a light voice slowly spread among the crowd. Passing by, soy sauce party. The originally vigilant faces of the people on the opposite side all stiffened. Lulu turned her head, buried her face in Feifei's chest, her body trembling non-stop. She really couldn't bear to watch anymore. If she watched any longer, she wouldn't be able to hold back her laughter. Feifei also had a calm expression. The originally heavy atmosphere was instantly washed away by Wu Yan's words. At this time, Wu Yan didn't know what he did. He looked at the people on the opposite side with a puzzled expression. Were they intimidated by my domineering aura? After thinking for a while, Wu Yan decided say it again. Passing by soy sauce party. The voice rang out again, waking everyone up. Before they could react, Lulu couldn't hold back. She raised her head, looked at Wu Yan with a choked expression, and loudly shouted, "Are you an idiot?" Chapter 8. The sudden roar shocked Feifei and the guards who were standing around Lulu. Even Wu Yan, who was standing 5 meters away, felt his head swell, and almost threw away the sword in his hand. Lulu angrily ran to Wu Yan and pointed at his nose. "Is this what you mean by leave it to you? Are you here to ask for help or to make fun of me?" Should Wu Yan feel a sense of accomplishment for making the lively Lulu angry to this extent? Looking at the angry Lulu, Wu Yan shrunk his head and smiled brightly. "Well, I just wanted to ease the atmosphere." You're hopeless." Lulu weakly dropped her hand. Facing the troublesome Wu Yan, Lulu expressed that she was powerless. "I don't know what to say. Isn't the effect quite good?" At this moment, Feifei and the group of guards could not wrap their heads around it. It seems that this man is quite familiar with Lilu. But if they are acquaintances, why didn't they greet each other in the beginning? Feifei thought more. As Lulu's guardian and bodyguard, Feifei knew that Lulu has never made friends with people of different surnames. Even if they have friends with the same surname, there aren't many of them. Where did this person come from? I've never heard of Lilu having such a friend. Also, when did she start making friends with people of different surnames? Why didn't I know? Moreover, it seems that he wants to hide the fact that they know each other. What is going on? Looking at Wu Yan and Lulu who are still fooling around not far away, Feifei's questions almost broke through the sky. Excuse me, you are? Feifei felt that it was better to ask. The two who were fooling around were stunned when they heard Feifei's voice. After reacting, Lulu realized a very serious problem. "Oh right, what's your name?" "I still don't know your name." Wu Yan only felt that a nerve in his head was broken. This half-natural girl really makes people speechless. "You don't know my name until now." Feifei was even more confused. Doesn't he look familiar? This acquaintance who doesn't even know his name, what kind of friendship is this? Helplessly shaking his head, Wu Yan waved at Feifei and said with a smile, "My name is Wu Yan, hello beautiful." "Oh, so your name is Wu Yan." This half-natural girl suddenly realized something. "Mr. Wu Yan, hello, my name is Feifei." Seeing that Wu Yan doesn't seem to be a bad person, Feifei also relaxed. However, the doubts in her heart still haven't been resolved. "Excuse me, do you know my family's Lilu?" Hearing Feifei's words, Wu Yan and Lulu looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they said in unison, "We don't know her." Feifei's eyebrows jumped. Looking at the two who have an unusual tacit understanding, she forced a smile. Is that so? Then you are here too." It seems that in Feifei's heart, Wu Yan is looking for Lulu. Wu Yan strangely scratched his head. What should I say? Should I tell her that I don't know the way out of the behemoth forest, so I came to ask for guidance? This seems a bit embarrassing. In fact, Lulu really wants to tell him that he is already very embarrassing. Helplessly spreading out his hands, Wu Yan can only say, "Actually, I am just passing by." Feifei doesn't know what to say. Logically speaking, if the other party doesn't want to say it, she can't force him. If Wu Yan is an irrelevant person, she can just ignore him. However, no matter how she looks at it, he seems to know Lulu. For a moment, even the smart and capable Feifei is at a loss of what to do with Wu Yan's shamelessness. The guards behind him also looked at each other. If someone came to cause trouble, they would have already sent the person out of sight with their swords. However, in this situation, they really don't have the right to say anything. Moreover, after seeing Wu Yan's performance, they don't have the strength to intervene. The situation became a bit awkward for a moment. Wu Yan can only laugh dryly. Who asked him to be so frivolous? Then, Mr. Wu Yan, what do you plan to do next? After thinking for a while, Fei Fei can only say this. That. Actually he is lost, so he wants us to take him out. At this time, Lulu doesn't expect Wu Yan to say anything serious. She directly tells Fei Fei the shameful secret in Wu Yan's heart. Wu Yan's smile froze. Fine, he is sure that Lulu wants to take revenge on him. Seeing Fei Fei's strange look, Wu Yan's face is full of tears. The guards can't help but roll their eyes. After all this trouble, the result is that he is lost. Of course, this is also because the other party seems to be familiar with their mistress. Otherwise, if a stranger came to make a fool of himself, his ending would be similar to the magical beast corpse they put aside. Wait, didn't they say that they don't know each other? Then how did the mistress know that he is lost? In fact, Fei Fei also wants to shout. Can you be more fake? Rubbing his face, Wu Yan can only wave his hand and say, well, it is like this. Miss Fei Fei, when do you plan to leave the behemoth forest? Can you take me with you? Fei Fei stared at Wu Yan's face for a while, then covered her mouth and laughed. So it is like this. We also plan to leave the behemoth forest, then Mr. Wu Yan can come with us. Oh, that's great. We can finally leave this hateful forest. Hearing Fei Fei's words, Lulu is the first to cheer. It seems that Lulu suffered a lot in this forest. Wu Yan also laughed happily. Even if he is an otaku, he doesn't want to stay in a ghost forest where there is no one. Good. Let's go. Let's go home. Lulu proudly waved her hand and ran off into the distance. Wait. Lilu. Fei Fei quickly chased after her. Shrugging his shoulders, Wu Yan felt disdain in his heart. You say you are not young, but I think you are just a little brat. Turning his head, Wu Yan saw a group of uncles looking at him with unkind expressions. His body trembled and he stiffly laughed a few times, then quickly chased after her. After a whole day of hurrying, Wu Yan and his group finally walked out of the behemoth forest and arrived at a small supply town. The behemoth forest is located in the central region of the three empires. Just in terms of area, it is larger than any of the empires. Moreover, it is rich in magical beasts and natural treasures. It is also the only place in the Spalier world where magical beasts can live. Whether it is the body of a magical beast or its magic crystal, they are all very valuable items. Naturally, it attracts the hearts of countless powerhouses and mercenaries. Therefore, in every empire, there is a town that is specially used to supply supplies. It is located in the area closest to the behemoth forest. Wu Yan is actually really lucky. The place he is at is actually the border of the behemoth forest. Therefore, the magical beasts he encountered in this month were only rank 1 or 2 small magical beasts. The highest he encountered was that level 20 death wolf. If he went deeper, he would be in trouble. Fei Fei said that in the depths of the behemoth forest, there are rank 8 or 9 magical beasts. In the centermost area, there are even demigod magical beasts that can transform into human form. After listening to Fei Fei's explanation, Wu Yan knew how lucky he was. Fortunately, when he first transmigrated, he had transmigrated at the border of the behemoth forest. Otherwise, not to mention the rank 8 or even rank 9 magical beasts in the depths of the behemoth forest that Fei Fei said, even a rank 3 or 4 magical beast would be able to send Wu Yan back to his hometown. Even Fei Fei and the rest only went a little deeper at the border. They didn't dare to go too deep. And from Fei Fei, Wu Yan also learned about Lulu's training objective this time. 10 rank 4 magical beasts. Looking at the shiny 10 rank 4 magical crystals, and some unlucky rank 2 or 3 magical crystals that were conveniently killed, Wu Yan looked at the sky, speechless. According to the system's notification, the magical crystals that Lulu obtained after a week of training were equivalent to the points that he earned after a month of hard work. Of course, this also included the dismembered corpses of the magical beasts that were carried by the guards. After the group entered the supply town and walked on the streets, Wu Yan felt that the buildings and people's clothes were very out of place. If not for Lulu and the rest walking in front, Wu Yan would have thought that he had transmigrated to the fairy's tale world. What are you looking at? Pulled back by Lulu's voice, Wu Yan turned around and saw Lulu curiously looking in the direction he was looking at. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. I say, Lulu, can't you restrain your curiosity a little? God knows how many times Wu Yan was harmed by Lulu's curiosity during this long journey. If it weren't for the fact that Lulu was beside him, he might have even been asked about the color of his underwear by Lulu. But I'm just curious. Tutu muttered. Lulu almost put an oil bottle in her mouth. Glancing at Lulu, who was like a cat, Wu Yan said helplessly, Lulu, you're curious even when I'm looking at the street. I'm just curious about what boys pay attention to. I've never made a boyfriend before. Lulu reached out 2 little fingers and kept touching them with an aggrieved expression. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead with one hand and sighed at the sky. It's really easy for people to mistake you for a mountain barbarian. Lulu looked up and giggled. Mountain barbarian? Isn't that you? Wu Yan's heart stopped. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Fine, I'm the one who's asking for trouble. That's why I called myself a mountain barbarian. Why didn't I call myself a noble who came out to train? Wu Yan seems to have forgotten that the nobles who are training are right beside him. Fine, I'm a mountain barbarian. Little princess, shouldn't you tell me where to go next? Lulu tilted her head cutely and puffed out her cheeks. Wu Yan couldn't help but want to pinch her cheeks. Fei Fei said we'll find a hotel to rest for a day and take the airship home tomorrow. Wu Yan stopped and looked at Lulu expressionlessly. What did you say? Take what? Say it again? Airship. It's a large flying machine made with alchemy. It uses mana as fuel to achieve fast flight. Once you take the airship, a month's journey can be shortened to a few days. Isn't it amazing? At the town's floating plaza, as long as you pay the fee, you can take the airship. You can go anywhere you want. Too bad you can only go within the Ailu Empire. Is that so? Then, is the airship made by a magic guild called Cyan Pegasus? Wu Yan felt like he should try to find Naz or something. Cyan Pegasus Magic Guild? I've only heard of Mercenary Union, Magic Guild, and Alchemist Union. I've never heard of a Cyan Pegasus Magic Guild. Although the name sounds pretty good. Oh right, why did you bring it up? Wu Yan laughed dryly. Well, don't mind the details. What matters is the number 9. Alright, hurry up and catch up with Fei Fei and the others. They're almost gone. Wu Yan interrupted Lulu when he saw that she was about to say something else. Then he took big strides and ran up to her. What's 9? Hey, wait for me. Lulu stomped her foot angrily. She ignored the countless gazes her cute appearance attracted and chased after Wu Yan. Chapter 9. The next day, Wu Yan walked out of the hotel after washing up. To be honest, Wu Yan wished he didn't have to spend the night in this hotel. The reason was simple: he had no money. Recalling how he said he didn't have any money yesterday, and how Lulu generously said, "Leave the money for your bed to me," and how the hotel owner looked at him with disdain, Wu Yan really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Just as he walked out of the hotel, Wu Yan saw Lulu and the others ready to go. Lulu strode to his side and pouted with dissatisfaction. So slow sleeping for so long, you're like a pig. Wu Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is already considered very early. Back when he was at home, he used to sleep until noon. Who would wake up so early in the morning like this? Mr. Wu Yan, what do you plan to do next? I heard from Lilu that you don't have anywhere to go. Actually, Lulu told Fei Fei that Wu Yan was a savage from the mountains who got lost while looking for food. However, Fei Fei embellished the story. Yeah, Wu Yan, where are you going next? Why don't you come home with me? Hearing Lulu's words, Wu Yan's face fell. What do you mean come home with me? Are you a bandit king looking for his wife? Fei Fei looked at Lulu in shock. This was the first time Lulu invited someone to her home. Wu Yan pondered. To be honest, he hasn't thought about where to go. He's an otaku who came to this world for only a month. Even when he was at home, he didn't go far, let alone in this world where he has no one to rely on. I'll go take a look at the mercenary union. After thinking for a bit, this is the only way he could come up with. Following Lulu is a good idea, but let's not talk about whether or not he'll be living off her. First of all, he won't have the chance to level up. Although the way to gain EXP isn't necessarily to kill the other party, but finding someone to spar with is not a real fight, so he won't get any EXP. This system is pretty smart. Moreover, he would definitely summon some 2D girls in the future. If he followed Lulu, he might be able to fool Lulu, but he wouldn't be able to explain it to Feifei. So being a mercenary was the best way. He could get rewards and level up. Plus, he had a lot of freedom. Mr. Wu Yan, are you planning to be a mercenary? Feifei nodded. If he really had nowhere to go like what Lulu said, then being a mercenary was indeed a good idea. Ah, how can that be? Hey, isn't it good to come home with me? Well, there were actually people who objected. Lulu was very curious about Wu Yan, this mysterious guy. To her, Wu Yan was just a playmate to pass time. Lulu was a little unwilling to let such a playful thing leave. Wu Yan didn't know what Lulu was thinking, but Wu Yan had a premonition that following Lulu wasn't a good thing. Miss. Suddenly, a group of about 100 riders appeared not far from where Wu Yan and Co are. The leader is a guy who looks about the same age as Wu Yan. He's wearing a suit of armor that isn't golden, but it's still very flashy. Wu Yan reckoned that the broadsword hanging at his waist would be worth more if he sold it than chopped it up. Slayiforms. Level 25. Apart from him, the riders behind him were all around level 10. Although they had more people, their strength was generally a level lower than Lulu's guards. For some reason, when Wu Yan saw Slayiforms, he felt that he might be in trouble. After a series of footsteps, Slayiforms led a group of riders in front of Lulu. He said to Lulu, "Miss, the airship is ready. We can leave at any time." "Why are you here?" Lulu said with a bit of dissatisfaction. She was racking her brain to come up with a bunch of words to make Wu Yan stay. Who knew that this Slayiforms would suddenly appear and interrupt her, causing her to forget all the good ideas she worked so hard to come up with. "Young girl, you should save your energy and think about what to eat for lunch." "Lulu, they were sent by your father to escort you home. I only received the news yesterday." Although Feifei had been with Lulu for a long time, Feifei didn't know what this natural girl was thinking. She didn't know why she was suddenly unhappy. She could only smile bitterly and say, "Lulu, they were sent by your father to escort you home." "That is too much. I'm not a child. If I were your dad, I would also worry if a half-natural girl like you would get lost." This was the thought of a certain homebody who had been lost for a month. At this moment, Slayiforms was staring at Lulu. His eyes drifted up and down Lulu's body, flashing with infatuation and lust from time to time. This scene was clearly seen by Wu Yan, who was using the system's detection function to observe him. Curling his lips, Wu Yan knew what this show-off was thinking even if he used his knees to think. Perhaps a naive girl like Lulu didn't notice anything, but Feifei seemed to have known this would happen. Although her face was expressionless, there was obvious disgust in her eyes. "Forget it, I don't care about other people's family matters. I believe that with Feifei here, nothing will happen to Lulu. After all, Feifei is a rank 7 powerhouse. Moreover, she's a very rare magician." This was what Wu Yan found out after a day of interaction. "Lulu, Feifei, then we will part ways here." Thus, Wu Yan decided to carry out his plan to level up. "Ah, wait. Who are you? Who gave you the right to call the young miss like that?" As if only now noticing Wu Yan, Slayiforms looked at Wu Yan with a frown. He arrogantly shouted at Wu Yan. Wu Yan sighed in his heart. "Who said that a woman's intuition is accurate? My intuition isn't bad either. This guy is really looking for trouble." Wu Yan completely ignored this show-off and waved his hand at Lulu. He turned around and prepared to leave. Slayiforms was furious. Ever since he became the night captain of the Lori family's night squad, who didn't treat him with respect. Even those rank 4 and 5 guys didn't dare to offend him. Now an ordinary stinking brat without a trace of doqi or mana actually dared to ignore him. Moreover, Slayiforms was angry at how Wu Yan called Lulu. In this extremely possessive guy's heart, other than himself, he wouldn't allow any other man to even glance at Lulu. Moreover, Wu Yan called Lulu so intimately. This caused Slayiform's anger and jealousy to surge. With a clang, Slayiforms unsheathed his night sword. Without using Do Chi, he slashed towards Wu Yan's back. This sudden scene caused everyone to be stunned. Even Fei Fei didn't think that Slayiforms would suddenly attack. By the time she reacted, it was already a bit too late. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't expect that all he did was call out to Lulu and ignore him in passing. And then he drew his sword and attacked. Moreover, listening to the whistling sound of the wind behind him, he didn't show any mercy at all, and wanted to kill him. This Slayiforms, not to mention not using Do Chi. Even if he did, he would at most be level 25. Although Wu Yan was only level 18, and was almost a level lower than him, he wasn't completely powerless. When he was level 15, he was able to solo a monster that was 5 levels higher than him. Even if Slayiforms used Do Chi, he was able to solo a monster that was 7 levels higher than him. Why would he be afraid? Now Slayiforms didn't use Do Chi, and even used a sword in front of him who had mastered sword mastery. He was really looking for death. Before Slayiform's sword could slash down, Wu Yan quickly placed his sword on the hilt. After a cold light flashed, a bloody light bloomed at the same time. A scream attracted everyone's attention. When everyone looked towards the source of the sound, they couldn't help but gasp. They saw that Slayiforms, who was still arrogant just a moment ago, had his sword hand severed at the wrist. Fresh blood flowed out continuously. Slayiforms kept howling, holding his severed hand and rolling on the ground. Captain! The cavalry brought by Slayiforms were all shocked. At the same time, they pulled out their night swords from their waists and aimed at Wu Yan, planning to surround him and beat him up. Stop! Fei Fei coldly shouted. Following the shout, a large amount of magic enveloped everyone present, causing everyone, including Wu Yan, to tremble. Wu Yan, are you okay? Lulu ran to Wu Yan with a worried face. Her heart was full of guilt. Her own people almost killed her own friend. How could this kind girl not blame herself? Although he only knew Lulu for a few days, Wu Yan still knew a little about this girl's temperament. Perhaps because he saw Lulu's self-blame, Wu Yan found it funny and knocked her head. His heart was moved. In any case, he only knew Lulu for a few days. Although it wasn't his fault, Lulu still cared about his safety after he killed her people. This proved that this girl was worthy of Wu Yan's deep friendship. What could happen to me? But Lulu, the people in your family don't seem to be very good at disciplining people. Although he said this, Wu Yan's face didn't have the slightest hint of blame. After all, the one in the wrong was Slayiforms, not Lulu. So sorry. Lulu covered her forehead and said with an aggrieved face. Wu Yan almost fell over from her cuteness. Fei Fei saw this scene, and was slightly relieved. Fortunately, it seemed that Mr. Wu Yan didn't mean to blame Lulu. Otherwise, with Lulu's kind personality, she would definitely feel guilty for the rest of her life. Mr. Wu Yan, I'm really sorry. I will definitely take care of this matter. Fei Fei said seriously to Wu Yan. In fact, she had long wanted to get rid of these people who had bad intentions towards Lulu. She just couldn't find an excuse. Now was the right time. Wu Yan nodded. To be honest, he really didn't take this matter to heart. If it was in the past, let alone killing people, he wouldn't even dare to cut people's hair. However, after a month of fighting in the behemoth forest, Wu Yan's heart had hardened a lot. Since the other party wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to be polite. According to Wu Yan's words, it was already good enough that he didn't chop him to death. Moreover, this time, the other party had provoked him with hostility. This allowed Wu Yan to happily rise to level 20 and reach tier 3. Such a simple battle. Wu Yan's mood was unimaginably good. Looking at Lulu, who lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him, Wu Yan patted her head and said, "Alright Lulu, isn't it just a slime? I didn't take it to heart, so don't blame yourself." Really? Lulu looked at Wu Yan pitifully. Helpless, Wu Yan could only nod again. Only then did Lulu smile. "Alright, I have to go. If there's a chance, I'll look for you," Wu Yan said to Lulu as he took 2 steps back and sheathed his sword. Then, "Alright, you can't go back on your words," Lulu said reluctantly as she handed her home address to Wu Yan. Wu Yan smiled and nodded. He also nodded at Fei Fei, and then walked towards the mercenary union. As for that slime, well, according to the usual practice, just ignore it. Chapter 10. Wu Yan was walking on the street with a list in his hand. On it was the estimated value of various magical beast parts and rare treasures from the behemoth forest. How could one not have enough money to travel in this world? Leveling up was important, but earning money was also the most important thing. But Wu Yan was new here and didn't know what the market was like. If something that was originally worth 1 gold coin was sold for 10 gold coins, wouldn't that be a huge loss? So Wu Yan asked Fei Fei for this list. Wu Yan walked aimlessly while flipping through the list in his hand. On this list, not only did it have the value of magical beast parts and rare treasures, it also had the value of equipment. But here people called equipment armaments. Other than the normal weapons used by ordinary warriors, any equipment that added a bit of strength was called armaments. According to the different effects and power of the armaments, they were divided into 5 levels. They were common armaments, rare armaments, gold armaments, legendary armaments, and the strongest mythical armaments. And his D-grade Kusanagi sword was equivalent to a common armaments. Don't think that just because it had the word common, it meant that common armaments were cheap. The so-called common armaments didn't mean that everyone in the world had one. Common armaments meant that most warriors and magicians could only use this level of armaments, so it was called common armaments. Ordinary warriors and magicians, if they had good conditions, would have a common armaments. If they didn't have good conditions, they would only be able to wear a common armaments when they reached the 5th or 6th rank. Only warriors and magicians above the 7th rank could have a rare armaments. For example, Fei Fei had a rare armaments. Of course, for the only daughter of a large family like Lulu, even if she was only at the 4th rank, she also had a rare armaments. This was a gift from her father for her coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 16. Before that, Lulu had always been using common armaments. As for gold armaments, ordinary people of the 7th rank couldn't possibly have one. Of course, there were exceptions. Gold armaments were usually owned by powerhouses of the 8th or 9th rank. For example, Lulu's grandfather, the previous head of the lowly family, a powerhouse of the 9th rank, used a gold armament. As for legendary armaments, in the entire Spalier world, there were less than 10 of them that had been passed down, and their whereabouts were unknown. Finally, when Fei Fei gave Wu Yan the list, she told Wu Yan that she had never even heard of the strongest mythical armament, let alone seen it. Only when she was young did she hear Lulu's grandfather mention it. It seemed that 10,000 years ago, when the 4 gods were still alive, there was such a mythical armament. Wu Yan still remembered that when he first heard it, he was secretly speechless. This Spalier world that was evaluated by the system to be 10 times the size of the Earth, from ancient times until now, there was only one mythical armament. According to the system's statement after combining the list in Wu Yan's hands, the 5 levels of armaments in the Spalier world were the same as the system's equipment level. The system's equipment was also divided into 5 levels, from the lowest level to the highest level, S level. Of course, those equipment that did not have a level could barely be considered a level. Wu Yan's Kusanagi sword was D level, which corresponded to common armaments. Therefore, in the system, those C-level equipment corresponded to rare armaments, B-level corresponded to gold armaments, A-level corresponded to legendary armaments, and S-level corresponded to mythical armaments. When he heard the system's analysis, Wu Yan's heart was both happy and annoyed. What made him happy was that the legendary mythical armament, which was also an S-class equipment, was available in the system. Not only did it exist, but compared to the Spalier world where there was only one mythical armament, there was more than one S-level equipment in the system. Although there were not many, it was still much better than this world. And the annoyance was that Wu Yan could only look at it happily, because Wu Yan had seen that the cheapest S-level equipment cost 1 million equipment points. Taking everything into account, Wu Yan's current equipment points were only 24,000 points. It would be a long time before he could afford the S-level equipment. After the annoyance, Wu Yan was able to accept it. After all, he had just reached level 20. In this world's standards, he had just reached Tier 3. To have a common armament at Tier 3 was already very good. Otherwise, Wu Yan wouldn't have killed that damn wolf with the Kusanagi sword and Kendo mastery. Even that slime could only hold a knight's sword. He didn't even have a common armament. He was the captain of the Ailu Empire's #1 family. Although he was only tier 3, even he didn't have a common armament. One could imagine how precious the armaments in this world were. Originally, he wanted to exchange it for a C-rank armament, but he gave up on that idea. Rare armaments are usually owned by tier 7 and above. If a mere tier 3 warrior like him has a rare armament, I think those tier 7 who are still troubled by the lack of a rare armament wouldn't mind robbing him for a bit. Flipping to the last page of the list, Wu Yan understood the market price of this world. At least he wouldn't suffer a loss. But whether or not he would suffer a loss was a matter for later. Right now, Wu Yan didn't have a single cent on him. Without money, even if he wanted to suffer a loss, he couldn't. Even the cost of his hotel room was paid for by Lulu. This was the shame of his life. Wu Yan would never forget it. That's why Wu Yan wanted to become a mercenary as soon as possible. He wanted to earn money through mercenary missions. Although Wu Yan could also resell the items he exchanged from the system to earn money, there were some things that could be exchanged with points rather than gold. Wu Yan could exchange for items from the system and sell them. For example, Wu Yan's Kusanagi sword was worth 3,000 points, but if he auctioned it off, he could earn tens of thousands of gold. On the other hand, doing mercenary quests would allow him to kill monsters from time to time, level up and then complete the quests and get the bounty, leveling up and farming money at the same time. So he still wants to do quests to enrich his strength and wallet. After arriving at the mercenary union, Wu Yan pushed open the door and walked in. Suddenly, he was greeted by a loud noise, shaking Wu Yan. He saw that in the mercenary union, the mercenaries were divided into several groups, big and small. Big and small tables were put together, eating and drinking. These mercenaries were either celebrating after completing a mission or preparing to set off for another mission. Of course, there were also some mercenaries who were chatting idly. After all, there were both young and old mercenaries, and there were also some who were of all kinds of moral conduct. As expected of the legendary mercenary union in the novel world. It's not simple. Now Wu Yan finally knew that this mercenary union was not ordinary. At least, the soundproofing was really good. At least, when he was outside, he didn't hear a single sound. Who knew that it would be so noisy inside? Looking at this place that was more like a bar than a union, Wu Yan curled his lips and walked to the desk. Is there anything I can help you with? The person in charge of the office was a pretty girl. When she saw Wu Yan walk over, she immediately put on a formal smile and said to Wu Yan, I want to become a mercenary. What kind of procedures do I have to go through? Although the girl's smile was cute, it was nothing compared to Lulu and Fei Fei. Moreover, Wu Yan also emphasized that he was cuter, so he didn't beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, Okay, I understand. If you want to become a mercenary, you must first have the strength of at least rank 1. May I ask if you? I'm already rank 1. Not only rank 1. I'm already rank 3. Of course, Wu Yan didn't say the last sentence. In that case, please fill in this form and pay 2 silver coins. That's all. After handing the form to Wu Yan, she looked at Wu Yan with a smile. Wu Yan could see that the word pay was written on her face. Speechlessly rolling his eyes, Wu Yan took out a magic crystal and put it on the desk. He said to her, Can I pay with a magic crystal? When she saw the magic crystal, the girl's smile became wider. After Wu Yan finished speaking, she said, But if you want to pay with a magic crystal, we won't give you the rest. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows. Damn, is this the legendary passive no change? The magic crystal that Wu Yan took out may only be a tier 1 magic crystal, but it's still worth 100 gold coins. If it wasn't for that shameful lodging last night, in order to not repeat the same mistake, he wouldn't even be able to pay for the paperwork if he didn't steal this magic crystal from that side character Slime after that shameful night's lodging. But what could he do? Who told him to be poor? A penny stumped a hero. Just a moment ago, he was still trying to understand the market price so that he wouldn't be cheated. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, there would be a pit that he had no choice but to jump into? 100 gold coins, pure gold. If he sold it in his world, he would have at least 100,000 celestial coins. Well, that's it. Trying to look calm, Wu Yan handed in the form and took back a mercenary badge with the word D on it. Then he left the desk without looking back. Near the door was the mission panel that gave out mercenary missions. There was also a girl there. She was similar to the girl in charge of the office. She looked quite delicate. Glancing at the mission panel, Wu Yan touched his chin. What kind of mission should he do? The missions on the panel ranged from S to D. As long as he was alive to complete them, they wouldn't be afraid of him not taking them. Help me register the missions Red Honey, Giant Cow Fur, and Rainbow Dew. After a while, Wu Yan said to the girl sitting next to the mission panel. Okay, please wait a moment. Just as Wu Yan finished registering the missions, a voice passed through Wu Yan's ears and directly into his mind. Mercenary mission, C rank. Mission 1. Obtain 10 red-tailed giant bees honey mission reward. 5,000 equipment points, 5,000 item points, 3,000 ability points, 3,000 summoning points. Mission 2. Kill the giant hairy bull and obtain 10 pieces of giant hairy bull pelt. Mission reward, 5,000 equipment points, 5,000 item points, 3,000 ability points, 3,000 summoning points. Mission 3. Collect 1 liter of Rainbow Dew mission reward. 5,000 equipment points, 5,000 item points, 3,000 ability points, 3,000 summoning points. The 3 missions in a row made Wu Yan stunned. Why is the system's mission the same as the mercenary mission I accepted? Could it be that the system and mercenary missions can be completed at the same time? Okay, he admits that he's pleasantly surprised. This way he has a fixed method of farming points. Killing demonic beasts is also a fixed method of farming points, but killing demonic beasts only gives him item points and ability points. Although he's not lacking in equipment points at the moment, who wouldn't want points delivered to their doorstep? The most important thing is the summoning points. This is the key to summoning the 2D girls. Originally, Wu Yan was a bit depressed after being cheated of 100 gold coins. But in the blink of an eye, he was all smiles. Feelings, your mood will be adjusted according to the number. After leaving the mercenary union, Wu Yan directly ran towards the behemoth forest. Chapter 11. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 28. Wu Yan's tired body shook a little. Then he became energetic again. This familiar feeling made Wu Yan reluctant to leave. Not only because of the increase in strength, but also because it made his body feel very comfortable. Every time he leveled up, it was a pleasure. After cutting off a piece of meat from a rank 3 monster, Wu Yan waved his hand and turned it over to the system. After receiving some ability points and item points, Wu Yan sat down and started a fire to roast the meat. Although he didn't have any seasoning on him, Wu Yan was very serious about roasting the meat. With the cooking expert ability, even if it was just roasting meat, it would still be very delicious. Character, Wu Yan ability, Sword Expert, Cooking Expert Equipment, Kusanagi Sword D rank, Summon, none equipment points, 40,000 item points, 250000 ability points, 70,000 summoning points, 70,000 level, 28 after 2 months. This was all Wu Yan had gained. In these 2 months, Wu Yan had been constantly running between the mercenary union and the behemoth forest, doing missions and killing monsters. Logically speaking, he should have been tired of it by now, but Wu Yan forced himself to endure. Although he didn't want to admit it, Wu Yan knew that he was still very weak. Ever since he came to this world, Wu Yan had met no one who was lower level than him. Although the explanation from others was that those who were weak didn't dare to come to the behemoth forest, Wu Yan didn't want to use this as an excuse. Even an evil slime that can only be used as a newbie monster to farm experience is higher in level than him. How can he not be shocked by this? Not to mention he was only in this world for a month, and that slime was not much older than him. There was also Lulu, a 17-year-old genius girl. Without the word genius, she was still just a girl. But she was already level 35, a rank 4 magician. Also, those bodyguards were all at the 3rd rank. They were much stronger than him at that time. Even the trash cavalry brought by Slime had the strength of rank 2. At that time, I was only level 18, rank 2. The Lori family was one of the top forces in this world. The #1 family in the Ailu Empire, one of the top 3 empires. They definitely wouldn't only have one cavalry and guards. This proved that there were many people stronger than him. Moreover, if there was a #1 family, then there would be a #2 family, a #3 family. Even if they were weaker than the Lori family, they shouldn't be too far behind, right? After all, they were a big family in a big empire. Moreover, this was only one empire. The other 2 empires also had their own #1 family and #2 family. Most importantly, Fei, the girl whose age Wu Yan found out, was only 24 years old. She was older than Wu Yan by 3 to 4 years, but she was already a rank 7 warrior. Even in the whole world, she was someone who could stand in front of others. All of this was cruelly telling Wu Yan that he was really weak. Although he didn't have any great ambition to dominate the world, Wu Yan was just an ordinary person before he transmigrated. What ambition could he have? However, Wu Yan wasn't someone who was willing to bow down to others. Wu Yan was very clear that in this world, strength was everything. Without strength, in this world where superhumans were everywhere, he could either be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life. In order not to offend warriors and mages who could kill him with one hand, he had to hide and guard against those powerful people every day. He had to live a well-behaved life and entrust his life to others. Even if he died, no one would care about an ordinary person. Or to control his own fate, to become stronger than anyone else. In this world, there was definitely more than one slime. The next person who wanted to kill him over a small matter, who knows what rank they would be? Rank 4? Rank 5? Rank 6? He could rely on Lulu and Fei to avoid a disaster, but one day, even Fei had no choice but to compromise. At that time, he could only be trampled on. Let's not talk about others, just Lulu, as the only daughter of a big family. If he wanted to continue being friends with her, he had to increase his strength. People from big families were very realistic. Perhaps Lulu didn't care, but her family definitely wouldn't want her to be friends with a weakling. They would only value people and then make a choice. There was also Fei. She was a rank 7 magician. Although she looked very gentle, Wu Yan knew that if it weren't for Lulu, he might not even have the qualifications to talk to Fei. It wasn't that Fei was realistic, but in this world where strength was paramount, this kind of situation was just a common phenomenon. Would you chat with an ant that accidentally crawled by you? Who knows how to do it? Please tell me. In this world, without strength, one was an ant. Those who were strong, although not all of them, at least most of them wouldn't suddenly say that they wanted to be friends with a weakling. It was so cruel and realistic. Of course, there were exceptions for those who had special encounters. For example, Wu Yan had to go through the lake bath peeping incident to be able to talk to Lulu. If Wu Yan was just an ordinary adventurer at that time, when he passed by Lulu and Fei, he might not even see their faces before he was persuaded to leave by Lulu's bodyguard. In order to not become people from 2 different worlds, in order to not be said, "What qualifications do you have by others?" Wu Yan could only become stronger. In consideration of himself, in consideration of others, in order to not get a free lunch for no reason, Wu Yan could only become stronger. Therefore, in these days, besides drinking water, eating, sleeping, bathing, and hurrying, Wu Yan spent all his time leveling up. With the behemoth forest map that Fei gave him, Wu Yan also knew where was safe and where was dangerous. Well, although he spent a lot of time at the beginning to understand that deceptive map, rising 9 levels in 2 months seemed very little, but in this world's terms, rising from a newly promoted Tier 3 warrior to a peak Tier 3 warrior, who was about to break through to Tier 4 in 2 months. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely shock everyone to the point where their jaws would drop. It must be known that Lulu, this super genius, started cultivating at the age of 10. At the age of 11, she became a 2nd-rank magician. At the age of 13, she became a 3rd-rank magician. At the age of 16, she reached the 4th rank. From the 3rd rank to the 4th rank, Lulu spent 3 years. As for Fei, it took her nearly 2 years to rise from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank. Moreover, While Wu Yan was increasing his strength, he could also earn points, which could be used as a versatile backup resource. Thus, Wu Yan was very satisfied. Raising the roasted meat that was shining with a golden light, Wu Yan smiled and prepared to reward his internal organs. Beep. Instance dungeon system activated. Wu Yan's mouth, which was about to bite into the meat, remained in that position, stunned. Frowning, Wu Yan moved his chin back to its original position and asked in confusion. Instance dungeon? System, what is this instance dungeon? User, after you have been in the Spalier world for 3 months and have survived, the instance dungeon system will be activated. User can choose the instance dungeon you like and increase your level and points through instance dungeon missions, instance dungeon time, instance dungeon resources, etc. Hearing this, Wu Yan could not help but feel happy. Increase level? Increase points? This is a good thing. Pulling open the system list that originally only had status, equipment, tools, ability, and summon, now had an additional instance dungeon option. Wu Yan did not say anything and directly opened the instance dungeon option. Suddenly, one instance dungeon after another appeared before Wu Yan's eyes, almost blinding Wu Yan's dog eyes. Wu Yan was very happy to find that in these instance dungeons, in addition to some that he did not understand and did not want to understand, there were also games and anime worlds. I can enter the world of anime? Wu Yan was in a daze and did not react for a long time until the barbecued meat in his hand began to turn cold, and the bonfire began to extinguish. Only then did Wu Yan come back to his senses and his heart was filled with ecstasy. Is this the fantasy land of an otaku? System. Although I don't know where you came from, I am sincerely grateful to you even though you always cheat me. Wu Yan, who was immersed in joy, began to excitedly flip through the instance dungeon list. However, he soon found a problem. System, why are these instance dungeon options grayed out? Wu Yan tried to select an instance dungeon, but nothing happened. This made Wu Yan puzzled. Could it be that I have to pay again? User, the instance dungeon selection requires a certain amount of payment, so I have to pay a fee. So, it is like this. I knew it. Benefits do not fall from the sky. You have to fight for them. Of course, the user can also choose to enter the instance dungeon for free. However, the contents of the instance dungeon can only be randomly selected. Wu Yan, who was about to cry, suddenly swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He could not help but feel suffocated and his expression was quite ugly. Young man, it is not good to hold it in too much. Helplessly sighing, Wu Yan could only say, System, can I choose the type of instance dungeon? For example, I want to enter an anime-type instance dungeon, and then randomly select the contents of the instance dungeon. What do you think of this? After a few seconds of silence, it seemed to be thinking. Of course, as long as this unscrupulous system can think. System regulations do not allow the user to reject this suggestion. Therefore, the system will make its own judgment. The system has decided to agree with the user's suggestion. This suggestion is approved. Wu Yan grinned and laughed loudly. System, hurry up and choose the instance dungeon. Wu Yan could not wait to enter the world of anime. Beep. Beginning to select the appropriate instance dungeon, according to the user's strength state. Okay, system. You are really considerate. Wu Yan, who was slow to realize, felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, the system has this function. Otherwise, if he entered a world like Dragon Ball, he would definitely be blasted to hell together with the earth by those who wanted to destroy it. Moreover, this was not the end. After that, he would be resurrected by Sun Wukong and the others. When a new enemy appears, he would die again and be resurrected again. Following the system's voice, a glowing frame began to flash between the instance dungeon options in front of Wu Yan. After a while, it stopped on one of the instance dungeons. Then the instance dungeon option lit up. Instance dungeon, Whirlwind Butler. Whirlwind Butler. Whirlwind Butler is good. Not only is the safety factor high, there are also some demons and ghosts to level up. For me who is not even level 30, this is really suitable. Most importantly, Sir Chairman. Oh, Sir Chairman, Wu Yan laughed foolishly. His appearance was indescribably silly. Beep. Instance dungeon, Whirlwind Butler. Do you want to enter? Wu Yan was stunned. After reacting, he quickly shouted, "Enter!" The moment Wu Yan shouted "Enter," there was no sound, no strange phenomenon. Wu Yan suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only an extinguished bonfire. Chapter 12. Without any warning, a person suddenly appeared on an ordinary and uninhabited street. He did not walk or fly over. Instead, he truly appeared. It was as though he had grown out of thin air. He wore a white short-sleeved shirt and black denim trousers. A katana without a guard was tied to his waist. He had black hair and black eyes. In his hand was a tree branch. On the branch was a piece of cold barbecued meat. Instance Dungeon. Whirlwind Butler Instance Dungeon Quest. Clear. Quest 1. Enter the White Emperor College and become a student of the White Emperor College's high school. Quest Reward. Equipment points, props points, ability points, summoning points 1,000 each. Quest 2. Yet to be activated. Quest 3. Yet to be activated. Wu Yan opened his eyes in a daze. The first thing he heard was the Instance Dungeon quest issued by the system. Then he looked around. The street was a very ordinary street. However, it gave Wu Yan a sense of security that he had not felt since his transmigration 3 months ago. Now that he was in an unfamiliar world, no matter how thick Wu Yan's nerves were, he was unable to relax. Most of his time was spent on leveling up and completing quests. How could Wu Yan dare to relax? If he was not careful, he would die in the forest and become the excrement of the demonic beasts. The familiar streets that he had not seen for a long time gave Wu Yan an indescribable sense of security. His tense body gradually relaxed and a warm smile appeared on his face. Of course, that is if one did not look at the barbecued meat in his hand. Beep. User, after you have completed all the Instance Dungeon quests, you will be able to leave this Instance Dungeon. After you have completed the first Instance Dungeon quest, the second Instance Dungeon quest will be activated. After you have completed the second Instance Dungeon quest, the third Instance Dungeon quest will be activated. After you have completed the third Instance Dungeon quest, the user will be able to leave this Instance Dungeon. Reminder, the time ratio between the Instance Dungeon world and the real world is 100:1. Thus, the user can train in this Instance Dungeon with ease. We wish you a pleasant time in this Instance Dungeon. 101. In other words, even if I stay here for 1 year, only 3.5 days will have passed in the Spalier world? What a cheat for cultivation. But I like it. Chuckling, Wu Yan looked at the barbecued meat in his hand and felt embarrassed. He quickly threw it away, clapped his hands and walked out. The first thing he needs to do right now is to eat a good meal. In Silveria he only ate fruits and barbecued meat. Although it's not like the supply town doesn't have good food, how can he find Chinese cuisine in a restaurant? Although there were some items in the system, it wasn't impossible to use precious item points to exchange for food. He would think about it later when he became rich. Although it wasn't expensive, a mosquito's leg was still meat. And in Butler Whirlwind's world, although the plot was set in Japan, no matter what, there should be 1 or 2 dishes of the same world. Well, although he didn't have money, Wu Yan had gold coins. Gold coins were used as currency in the Spalier world, but in this world, they were treated as gold. 1 gold coin was enough to eat 10 meals. At this time, Wu Yan was standing in front of a very spacious and gorgeous building. He held a map in his hand and looked at the door with an embarrassed expression. After eating a big meal of Japanese cuisine, Wu Yan asked for a map from the smiling shop owner, who had accepted 1 gold coin. He didn't want to suffer the pain of not knowing the way again. It was also thanks to the system's language proficiency function. Otherwise, Wu Yan wouldn't even be able to order food. The gorgeous building in front of him was the White Emperor College. Although this world gave Wu Yan a sense of security, Wu Yan did not forget his quest. The first quest was to join the White Emperor College and become a student. Wu Yan didn't know why the system would give him such a quest. However, when it came to earning points, Wu Yan wouldn't be polite. As for why he was embarrassed, the reason was because the person in front of Wu Yan was standing in front of the White Emperor College's entrance. She was looking at him with a vigilant expression. She had light green shoulder-length hair and a small protruding mole on her forehead. It was unknown whether it was a mole or a sore. One glance was enough to tell that she was a restless person. This person had a vigilant expression on her face and was about to fight. She was glaring fiercely at Wu Yan, Guishualu, Guichuju's crazy older sister. That was all Wu Yan knew about her. In the original work, when the main character, Seo Ayasaki, came to deliver a bento to the big miss of the 3000 nunnery, he was stopped by Guishualu. The reason was that if she didn't guard the entrance properly, her salary would be deducted. Because of such a ridiculous reason, this crazy older sister refused to let anyone who wasn't from the White Emperor College in. Once she saw an outsider, she would start a fight. What a trap! According to the system, Wu Yan would enter an instance dungeon with a storyline the day before the storyline began. In other words, the main character, Seo Ayasaki, was still delivering parcels. Unexpectedly, this older sister was already guarding the entrance. Although he didn't know when Seo Ayasaki would come to the White Emperor College, Wu Yan knew that he might be in a bit of trouble. This big sister who loved to drink, liked to cause trouble, and was a little neurotic would definitely not let him in easily. Even if he explained it clearly, he would definitely be beaten up by her and then be beeped again. Guishualu. Level 15. Okay, older sister, you're awesome. As an ordinary person with no strength, you can reach tier 2. Could it be that the wine you drink is an edible experience book? The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at the crazy older sister, who had been in the same posture for almost 20 minutes. The embarrassment on his face became deeper and deeper. Calm down. I have to calm down. Wu Yan kept reminding himself in his heart. He put away the map in his hand. Even if there was no hope, he could still try to communicate with her. Wah. Are you finally going to attack? Watch me. Before Wu Yan could finish speaking, Guishualu shouted and rushed over. She threw a punch at Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan looked at Guishualu in shock. When he felt the wind from the punch, he quickly turned his head and dodged the punch. You have some skills. Watch this move. Facing the continuous attacks, Wu Yan quickly dodged. As he dodged, tears flowed down his face. Although he knew this older sister was unreasonable, Wu Yan did not expect her to be so difficult to communicate with. As expected, is it because of the dimension? 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional? No, it's not like that. How can a cute girl from 2D have a generation gap with me? It must be because she's not a cute girl. That's why it's like this. That's right. Thinking like that, Wu Yan's face still had a sullen expression. I'm only here to enter the school, not to fight, and definitely not to be beaten. I can't fight back either. If I don't fight back, I'll definitely be beaten to a pulp. But I can't fight back either. What should I do? Don't come again. If you do, I won't be polite anymore. This was Wu Yan, who was still thinking about not fighting back. Ha ha. Won't be polite? Show me if you're not polite. Wu Yan suspected that this older sister was not fighting for her salary. She was just doing it for fun or to pass the time. Seeing Guishualu in a state where no one could get close to her, Wu Yan's heart was filled with evil. Wu. Wu Yan clapped his hands and turned around. He walked into White Emperor College. Guishualu was tied up into a ball by the rope Wu Yan had exchanged for 10 item points. Her mouth was stuffed with a map, and she was on the ground, struggling. Walking on Bai King's path, Wu Yan was speechless. Although he knew from watching the anime that Bai King was very big, and if he wanted to go around Bai King, he had to take the tram. Seeing it in person, he could not stay calm. After entering Bai King, Wu Yan kept going to the tallest clock tower. After walking for 10 minutes, the clock tower was still not close. It made Wu Yan feel depressed. After a long time, he finally reached the clock tower. Wu Yan looked around strangely. As a school, it was very quiet. It was hard to imagine that there was a class today. Shaking his head, Wu Yan strode into the clock tower. Hey, you over there. Don't you know that people outside the student union cannot enter the clock tower? Wu Yan, who was about to enter the clock tower, stopped. He turned around. Seeing who it was, Wu Yan's heart jumped. He could not help but scream. Mr. Leader. Pink hair, yellow-green eyes, and a beautiful face. She was wearing the White Emperor College uniform. Her hands were on her hips, and she looked at Wu Yin expressionlessly. That was our Mr. Leader, Gue Chuju. Gue Hinaga flinched when she heard him. Her expression turned a bit weird as she sized him up with a puzzled look. I don't think I've seen this guy in casual clothes with a samurai sword around his waist before. I just saw him planning to enter the clock tower, so I called out to stop him. Who is he? And why is he calling me Mr. Leader? Although she did not know what was going on, Gue Chuju still nodded at him. No need. The two of them looked at each other with weird expressions. Wu Yan was speechless, and Gue Chuju was a little embarrassed. After all, the conversation just now sounded like a noble lady talking to a servant. Seeing Gue Chuju's embarrassed expression, Wu Yan found it funny. The excitement of meeting the legendary Mr. Leader for the first time slowly calmed down. Wu Yan started to look at Gue Chuju seriously. One has to say, as expected of Steward Whirlwind's #1 beauty. Compared to the Gue Hinajiku on the screen, the Gue Hinajiku standing in front of Wu Yan in real life is even prettier. The unique charm of a 2D beauty has been fully displayed by Kaishu-sama. Even if an outsider were to come here, they wouldn't think that a real 2D beauty would look out of place. And it's just that her chest is a little tragic. She's a 16 or 17-year-old girl. But it's okay. Flat breasts are also a rare resource. It's a cute point. It seems like the Mr. Leader has acrophobia. Well, this is also a cute point. Mr. Leader, I'm here to apply for admission. May I ask what kind of procedures do I need to go through? If he did not speak, the atmosphere would be so awkward that it could be twisted out of water. Since he had already met the beautiful Mr. Leader, he would have plenty of time to interact with her. Gue Chuju smiled embarrassedly. Then, she quickly straightened her face. Do you want to enter the White Emperor College? Although she did not know why he called her Mr. Leader, and how he knew she was the student council president, Gue Chuju still answered Wu Yan's question out of politeness. It's not an ordinary difficulty to apply for admission. Wu Yan's face stiffened. At this moment, he remembered that if he wanted to apply for admission to the White Emperor College, he would have to score 65 points on the written test. Although he did not know what 65 points meant to him, if he remembered correctly, in this world, 65 points would allow him to enter a first-rate university. 72 points would allow him to enter Tokyo University. Let alone the fact that he had not read any books in this world. Even if he had, Wu Yan did not think that he, who could only enter a third-rate university back then, would be able to pass an international written test now. Fortunately, he was no longer the same person as before. Although his intelligence did not increase, Wu Yan still had a heaven-defying system. As long as he could exchange it for some abilities, passing a written test would not be a problem. Chapter 13. When Wu Yan found what he was looking for, he let out a sigh of relief. No wonder the mission reward was only 1,000 points. This mission wasn't that difficult to begin with. Wu Yan smiled and said to Gue Chuju, Yes, I want to enter the school. Although the White Emperor College's entrance exam is difficult, I should be able to do it. Gue Hinajiku furrowed her pretty eyebrows and told him in a serious tone, Don't underestimate Hakwang Academy's entrance exam. If you want to enter, you have to score 65 points to pass. Only by passing can you enter Hakwang Academy. Are you sure you want to enter even with that? Yes, I am sure. Not only was he sure, but he was certain. If he relied on himself, he might not even score 10 points. However, he had the system. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't seem to care, Gue Chuju was puzzled. Was this guy really that powerful? He didn't look like an intellectual. He even carried a sword. He looked more like a delinquent. Since you have decided, I will take you to the teachers and let them help you prepare for the written entrance exam. Although she looked very dignified, she was actually a kind-hearted little girl. She would spare no effort to help the people she just met. Wait. Wu Yan stopped Gue Chuju. I think I will have to wait for a while before I can take the entrance exam. Huh. Gue Chuju looked at Wu Yan in puzzlement. Since he had something to do, why didn't he come back after he was done? It's okay. If you have something to do, you can go do it. The entrance exam can be held at any time. Since there are very few people, there might not even be a single person applying for admission for an entire year. So you have plenty of time. Well, it won't take long. About an hour or so will be enough. However, there is something I need your help with. Wu Yan touched his nose. He could already imagine the strange look in Gue Chuju's eyes when he made his request. Gue Chuju chuckled and said to Wu Yan, "Is there anything I can help you with? No matter what, I'm still the president of this school's student council." Yes, I already know that you're the president. Furthermore, I already knew when you were born. There's no need to specially remind me. Complaining in his heart, Wu Yan said awkwardly. Can you please lend me your book?" Gue Chuju was stunned. Unexpectedly, she didn't look surprised. Instead, she looked at Wu Yan with a smile and said to him, "Actually, if you don't have confidence, you can go home and study for a few more days. You don't have to be so nervous." Alright, so it turns out that Sir President thinks that I have to make a last-minute effort. No need. Just lend it to me for an hour. Besides, even if I go back, I don't have any books to review. Wu Yan could only helplessly explain. No books. Gue Chuju looked at Wu Yan in shock. It was as if she was looking at a prehistoric giant beast. Wu Yan already expected her to have such an expression, so he automatically ignored it. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't seem to be joking, Gue Chuju was shocked. You don't have any books? That means you haven't read any books? If you haven't read any books, why are you taking the exam? Well, because of various reasons, so. Are you looking down on the White Emperor College's entrance exam? This time, Gue Chuju was dissatisfied. The White Emperor College was a famous aristocratic school. The entrance exam was quite high. It could be seen from the high threshold of 65 points. And now, a person who hadn't read any books was arrogant enough to say that he only needed an hour to read books to pass the entrance exam. This wasn't child's play. He was looking down on the White Emperor College. As the president of the student council of the White Emperor College, it was already good that she was only slightly dissatisfied when she saw someone looking down on the White Emperor College. Seeing that Gue Chuju seemed to be really angry, Wu Yan felt a little scared. When Gue Chuju was angry, she wasn't someone that an ordinary person could resist. However, he had no choice. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to start. He wouldn't even be able to think about entering the college. You misunderstood. I didn't mean to look down on the White Emperor College. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the college. I have enough confidence, so I said that. Wu Yan could only explain it this way. Enough confidence? In other words, you who have never read books, only need to read for an hour to pass? Gue Chuju wanted to laugh, but it wasn't good. So, she curled her lips and squinted her eyes at Wu Yan. Is she looking down on me? She is definitely looking down on me. Yes. Although Wu Yan wanted to complain, he would be the one who would be hurt, so he could only nod helplessly. Gue Chuju snorted and said to Wu Yan, "Are you kidding?" Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Well, I thought that entering the college was easy, but I was a fool. System, there is such a roadblock. Shouldn't you reward me with more points? After pondering for a while, Wu Yan rolled his eyes and said to Gue Chuju with a smile, "It seems that you don't believe that I can enter the college." Hearing Gue Chuju's answer without hesitation, Wu Yan's face twitched slightly. Yes. After coughing twice, Wu Yan raised his finger. Then, do you want to make a bet? Bet. Gue Chuju was stunned and looked at Wu Yan with doubt. What bet? Let's bet that I can pass the entrance exam in an hour. How about it? Gue Chuju frowned and looked at Wu Yan, who seemed to be really confident. She hesitated in her heart. Is he really a genius? Can he pass the exam by reading for an hour? Have you really never read before? Gue Chuju said with uncertainty. It's absolutely true. Wu Yan has never read a book before. Even during the high school and college entrance exams, he only read for a month or two. Since he doesn't read a lot of books, it's impossible for him to read a Japanese book. If he didn't have the system, he wouldn't even know what's written in the book. He doesn't know Japanese, he can understand a sentence or two, for example, yamate and so on. Looking at Gue Chuju, who was still thinking, Wu Yan couldn't help but mock Wu Yan. What? Are you afraid? Who is afraid? Fine, let's bet. Fine, once Kaisha-sama's unyielding temper rises, Even a bull can't pull her back. With regards to Gue Hinajika's surname, how could Wu Yan, who is familiar with the 2D world, not grasp it? Tell me, what do you want to bet? Looking at Gue Chuju's determined look, Wu Yan laughed in his heart. On the surface fine, he is also laughing. I don't know either. How about this? The loser will listen to one of the conditions of the loser. How about it? Wu Yan's shameless thoughts are finally exposed. However, he must think that he is actually very pure. Okay. It's a deal. Just like that, the president jumped into the pit that she can't jump out of in her lifetime without hesitation. In the student council office, Gue Hinajika's office is currently occupied by an uninvited guest. Wu Yan is sitting on Gue Hinajika's seat as the student council president in a dignified manner. Gue Hinajiku is displeased, but she can't say anything about it. After all, she was the one who brought him here, and she was the one who told him to sit anywhere he wants. Here, these are all the books. After placing the last book in front of Wu Yan, Gue Chuju put her hands on her hips and said to Wu Yan, she has decided that for the next hour, she will keep an eye on him to prevent him from going back on his word. Looking at the books that aren't as thick as Tsihai but aren't too far off from it, Wu Yan's eyebrows jumped. No wonder Seo Ayasaki wants to study so hard in the original work. This White Emperor College is not something that ordinary people can study in. It is much more abnormal than the education system in China. If it is not for the system, Wu Yan might not be able to get out of this dungeon in his lifetime. Gue Chuju. Level 18. After inquiring about the president's information, Wu Yan could not help but sigh. They are really two sisters. Both are ordinary people. One is level 15, and the other is level 18. Both are rank 2. If they were placed in the Spalier world, they would definitely be treated as rare beasts and fought over. Wu Yan can guess how strong Kaisha-sama is. After all, in the original work, Gue Hinajiku is an existence that can slay demons by herself with a single sword. Wu Yan is impressed by her strength, but he isn't surprised by it. He opened the system list. Although he opened the system list in front of Gue Chuju, other than Wu Yan, no one can see the system list. Moreover, even if he does not use his hand to open it, he can use his mind to open the system list. Therefore, Wu Yan can be considered to be openly cheating. After opening the ability and skills, and flipping through the system list, Wu Yan's eyes stopped on one of the abilities. Complete memory. The ability to remember everything you see in an instant. 10,000 ability points. After clicking on the exchange, Wu Yan felt that his head seemed to be a lot lighter. Many things that he had forgotten before were flipped through like photos. Then, Wu Yan remembered them deeply in his mind. The memory became very clear. Wu Yan recalled all the memories, and his expression was slightly strange. After recalling many of his childhood memories, Wu Yan realized that when he was young, there were really quite a lot of embarrassing things. Why aren't you looking? Are you going to admit defeat? Seeing Wu Yan's strange expression and not seeing him looking at the book, Gue Chuju could not help but ask. Well, I'll start now. After obtaining the complete memory ability, Wu Yan did not take this exam seriously. Casually flipping through a book, Wu Yan read 10 lines at a time. He remembered everything he saw in his mind. In the blink of an eye, he finished reading the book. Hey, you can't read like this, right? Can you really remember the contents of the book like this? In less than 5 minutes, Wu Yan finished reading such a thick book. If someone said that Wu Yan could remember the contents, Gue Chuju would not believe it even if she died. Unfortunately, young girl, you are not people of the same dimension, so you are really shallow. You just wait and see. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Gue Chuju. Then he lowered his head and looked at the book. Why didn't I realize before that studying was actually so easy? A certain someone relied on the ability that he exchanged for with ability points, but in his heart, he was thinking of shamelessly boasting. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Gue Chuju coldly snorted and turned her head away. In the student council office, there was suddenly only the sound of Wu Yan quickly flipping through the book. After a while, Gue Chuju suddenly said, "Oh right, I still don't know your name." His hands stopped moving. Wu Yan's heart was full of tears because he forgot to introduce himself. "My name is Wu Yan." Wu Yan? What a strange name. Is this a surname or a first name? Katsura Hinajika tapped her cheeks and said, that includes everything. My name is Wu Yan. If you want to talk about surnames, it's probably Wu. Awkwardly scratching his head, Wu Yan could only say whatever he wanted. Your surname is Wu Yan? That's really strange. A one-word surname. China's people are pretty much the same. One-word surname, only some have two words. You are China's people? Gue Chuju looked at Wu Yan in surprise. She really did not expect to meet a foreigner. So she curiously said, I am China's people. Chapter 14. Hey Yankuan. Hearing how Gue Hinajiku addressed him, Wu Yan's chi got stuck in his throat. Unable to move up or down, he almost choked to death. Although his eyes were still on the book, Wu Yan's movement of turning the book slowed down. Wu Yan said to Gue Chuju in a bad mood, You can just call me Wu Yan or Yen, but don't add the word Jun. We Chinese people are like this, so it sounds awkward. Oh. Well, it seems so. I also heard that people in China call each other by their names. Then I'll just call you Yan, and you can just call me Chuju. Gue Chuju said to Wu Yan with a smile. At first, she was angry with Wu Yan, but now she had put it all down. After a while, Gue Chuju only felt that the person in front of her was actually very easy to get along with. Wu Yan nodded nonchalantly. The two of them didn't realize that in Japan, calling each other by their names is something only people who are very familiar with each other would do. For example, a good friend who grew up together, a childhood sweetheart, or a couple and so on. But here, there were two people who had known each other for less than an hour, and called each other by their names directly. After all, both of them were indifferent to the way they called each other. Wu Yan didn't care. After all, in his country, people called each other by their names directly, even if they were enemies. Chuju was careless and didn't realize this. This could be seen from the original work when she called Seo Ayasaki, who they met for the first time, Sakuin. Time passed quietly between the two of them. It wasn't until an hour later that Wu Yan finally finished reading the last book in time. Recalling the content that he remembered, Wu Yan nodded with satisfaction. He closed the book in his hand and stretched. Chuju couldn't help but be stunned when she saw this. You finished reading? Yes, I'm done. And even if I didn't finish it, I don't plan to. An hour has already passed. Chuju was stunned again. She looked at the clock on the wall and saw that an hour had passed. Chuju smiled embarrassedly. She had completely forgotten the time, but in the blink of an eye, she was puzzled again. You really finished reading all the books? All of them. Although she forgot the time, Chuju didn't forget the conversation with Wu Yan. She clearly used this hour to chat, and Wu Yan also chatted with her while reading. She didn't realize it at first, but now Chuju only felt that it was incredible. Would you believe that a person could memorize the contents of more than 10 books that were 2 to 3 centimeters thick while chatting with others while reading at the same time? Wu Yan didn't know about other people, but Wu Yan knew that Gue Chuju wouldn't believe him. I memorized all of them. Wu Yan looked at Gue Chuju with a funny face. Although he was indeed chatting while reading at the same time, if it was before, forget it, let's not talk about the past. Now that he has the complete memory ability, Wu Yan can completely remember the contents of the book with just a glance, so Wu Yan has no pressure. Don't lie, if you can't pass the exam later, you will lose to me, although I didn't think of asking you to do anything. For her chatting with Wu Yan to distract him from reading, Chuju felt a little embarrassed. She didn't notice it just now. If Wu Yan used this as an excuse, she would accept it. But Wu Yan said that he completed the task, which made Chuju suspicious. I know you don't believe it, the book is here, you can ask the questions and you will know. Patting his chest, Wu Yan said with a face full of confidence. Curling her lips, Chuju picked up a book, flipped through a few pages, and asked a few questions. Then she pretended to be disdainful, but she was a little shocked. For 5 minutes, Chuju kept asking questions in disguise, but they were all answered by Wu Yan. Gradually, Chuju's face began to become numb. Putting down the book, Chuju lowered her head in frustration. I lost. You haven't taken the exam yet, right? Why did you admit defeat? Wu Yan said with a little bit of schadenfreude, Not only because teasing a two-dimensional girl is very refreshing, but also because of the condition that Chuju lost to him. Turning her head with a little temper, Chuju said unwillingly, "You remembered all of it. Can't you guess whether I passed the exam or not?" "Oh, now you believe I can pass the exam?" I believe it. Who knows, you are a genius, no a pervert. To remember so much content in an hour, I really don't know what your brain is made of." Wu Yan said with a wry smile. "What genius, pervert? I just have a good memory. Is that a genius?" "Good memory? That's not just a little good. It's super good, it's explosive. You can almost break the world memory record. Isn't that perverted?" Chuju rolled her eyes at Wu Yan, almost electrocuting Wu Yan. The charm of the president. There is no way to ignore it. At that moment, Wu Yan could only spread his hands. "Forget it. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Chuju stared at Wu Yan, making Wu Yan feel a lot of pressure. Although he wanted to ask the president to do this and that, Wu Yan was sure that if he dared to mention such a condition, the president would dare to cut him to death. Therefore, Wu Yan could only bitterly smile and say, "Well, I don't know, I haven't thought about it. I will tell you when I think about it." Chuju silently tilted her head, waved her hand and said, "Then I owe you a condition. When you think about it, come to me." Yes, yes, yes." Shrugging his shoulders, Wu Yan agreed. "Then, I will take you to the teacher, let you take the entrance exam. With your strength, there should be no problem." Wu Yan nodded his head in anticipation. Even though he's already tired of school life, he's not going to do it this time. It's not just because of the mission, it's also because of the legendary Hakuo Academy. In the anime and manga world, the life one can enjoy in this aristocratic academy must be extraordinary. Wu Yan began to burn. Seeing Wu Yan's expectant look, Chuju nodded with satisfaction, took him outside, and said with a smile, "Then let's go. I will take you to the teacher. I will introduce her to you. She is my sister." Wu Yan's face stiffened. "Oh no. I forgot about her. What's wrong?" Wu Yan looked a little strange, so Chuju was puzzled. Helplessly rolling his eyes, Wu Yan said awkwardly, "If the teacher you are talking about is the big sister guarding the door, I think I have already seen her. There is no need to introduce her." Chuju suddenly remembered and said with a look of realization, "Yes, today is the big sister guarding the door. She should be at the door." Perhaps seeing the strange look in Wu Yan's eyes, Chuju couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Twitching the corner of his mouth, Wu Yan looked at Hinajiku and put on a fake smile. How do I put this? It's because your sister's personality is a bit weird, right? When I came here, she started picking on me without saying a word. She didn't even listen to my explanation and even chased me around, so." Chuju had a bad feeling at this time. "What's wrong?" Sighing, Wu Yan said, "I tied her up and threw her there." Chuju looked up and touched her forehead. She looked like she couldn't bear it. Big sister is still the same." After a few dry laughs, Wu Yan could only smile without saying anything. ZZ. In front of the White Emperor College's gate, Wu Yan and Chuju stood in a corner, looking at the ground, the corners of their mouths twitching. Wu Yan's face was calm, but Chuju's forehead showed a few Jing words, and her veins were bulging. It was obvious that she was on the verge of exploding. On the ground, Chuju's big sister, Gue Shiwalu, was lying there in a tied-up position, with a map stuffed in her mouth, just like when Wu Yan left. However, at this time, her eyes were tightly closed, and a bubble on her nose was rising and falling with her breathing. Although her eyes were closed and her mouth was stuffed, from the expression on her face, it was clear that she was smiling. This girl fell asleep and was having a beautiful dream. The Jing words on Chuju's forehead became more and more, and her veins were squirming. She took a deep breath and clenched her fists tightly. Seeing this, Wu Yan quickly stepped back and stood at the edge, and covered his ears to avoid being implicated. "Oh, pinch sauce!" Bang, a loud roar rang out, followed by a loud explosion and a suppressed scream. The continuous sounds rang out at the entrance of the White Emperor Academy, scaring away countless people who had planned to come and watch. Wu Yan looked at the horrible scene in front of him and crossed himself in his heart. "May the Lord bless you, crazy big sister. Why did you cross yourself in your heart and not with your hands? Nonsense, you even have to use your hands to cover your ears. After a period of chaos, everything finally calmed down. Big sister, when can you be a little more serious and change your personality? Hinajika said to Gueshualu, who had a head full of bumps, with a look of exasperation on her face. But someone tied me up. I tried my best to ask for help, but no one came to save me. I was too bored, so I could only sleep. Gueshualu said with an aggrieved face. If she ignored the bumps on her head, perhaps someone would pity her. Chuju couldn't help but get angry when she heard this. She suppressed the urge to beat her up again and said in a low voice, "Who told you to expel people without asking for their reason? How can you be a security guard?" "But if someone broke in, my salary would be deducted." Gueshualu weakly protested to Chuju. Chuju couldn't get angry anymore. It wasn't that she was persuaded by Gueshualu, but that she didn't have the strength to be angry anymore. Letting out a sigh, Hinajika helplessly said, "Sister, he's only here to apply for admission. He wants to study at our school. What's more, our Baihuang Academy is heavily guarded. How could it be invaded? Other than some people who came for the students, who else could break into our school?" "Who knows?" Gueshualu refuted. "What if he used the excuse of applying to get into our school? What should I do? At that time, my salary will still be deducted. But you can't just beat him up without saying anything." Chuju yelled at Gueshualu angrily. "I don't care. As long as there's someone who can stop me from getting my salary, I will get rid of him." Hinajiku was fuming with rage. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and roared, "Enough is enough!" Gueshualu's body trembled, and his eyes began to spin. Chuju took a deep breath and said angrily, "Now he's here to apply for admission. You should prepare for the entrance exam immediately." Gueshualu nodded blankly. Her body was still shaking, which made Wu Yan wonder if she had heard Chuju's words. Chuju calmed her anger and turned around. She walked toward Wu Yan with her sister. Gueshualu could only follow Chuju with an aggrieved expression. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "It's been hard on you, Chuju. It's normal for you to feel pressured with such a sister." Chapter 15. The White Emperor College was indeed worthy of being a famous aristocratic college in this world. Even if it wasn't for its ridiculously large area and the buildings that looked more like villas than school buildings, it wasn't an ordinary high-class college. Not to mention other things, just the extremely high entrance threshold was enough to deter the majority of students who came because of its reputation. This point could be seen from the White Emperor Academy's entrance exam. Even Wu Yan, who had memorized all the contents of the book, didn't dare to say that he could get an excellent grade or higher. Other people wouldn't dare to imagine it. Wu Yan didn't know if it was because he offended that crazy older sister that he got such a difficult exam, but it was indeed very difficult. Even so, Wu Yan was still full of confidence to get a passing grade. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He used to treat exam papers like a ferocious beast, but he would never return. With the ability of complete memory, exam papers and whatnot were just floating clouds. Next, he just had to obediently wait for the White Emperor College's admission notice to be sent. But now another difficulty was placed in front of Wu Yan. The reason was Gueshualu's words. "Leave your address. When the time comes, someone will send the admission notice to you." Yes, this was a very normal thing. Leaving an address was a very normal thing. After all, the White Emperor College couldn't send someone to check your exam papers just for you. Also, it would take about 2 to 3 days to prepare the admission notice. Could you wait in school for these 2 to 3 days? Leaving an address was just a formality. The problem was that Wu Yan didn't have an address. He had been in this world for less than a day. Where would he find a place to live? Just write down an address? It wasn't that he couldn't, but Wu Yan didn't know when the admission notice would be sent. He couldn't stay in one place forever and wait for the admission notice. Thus, Wu Yan fell into a state of distress that is neither too big nor too small. It was just an address. Was there a need to worry about it? What's wrong? Is there a problem again? Chuju was already used to Wu Yan's problems from time to time. Wu Yan looked at the beautiful Kaishu-sama. He rolled his eyes and an idea flashed through his mind. He knelt down on one knee in front of Hinajiku, startling Kaisha-sama, who isn't afraid of anything but heights and small breasts. Before Hinajiku could react, Wu Yan saluted and said in a serious tone, "Do you need a butler?" Ha! Chuju couldn't keep up with Wu Yan's thoughts at all. What is this? Well, Chuju, just let me be your housekeeper. Sure enough, it was impossible for Wu Yan to be serious. In less than a second, he returned to his sloppy appearance. Spreading out his hands, Wu Yan said with a smile, "Be my housekeeper?" Chuju pointed at her nose with a face of surprise. Although she was in the White Emperor College, which was an aristocratic college filled with rich families, Chuju was just a child from a slightly wealthy family. She had nothing to do with being a housekeeper. Moreover, our president was famous for her ability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the president of the White Emperor College's student council. She never thought of hiring a housekeeper. Out of nowhere, there's an extra person who wants to be a butler like her who doesn't need a butler. This made Hinajika suspect that Wu Yan might have other intentions. Yes, be your housekeeper. Wu Yan said seriously. How can the president of the student council of the aristocratic White Emperor College not have her own housekeeper? So I want to be your housekeeper. But I don't need a housekeeper. Moreover, I can't afford one. Don't look at me like this. In fact, my family can't be compared with those super rich families. I'm not a missy. Chuju said to Wu Yan with a headache. To be honest, for Wu Yan's sudden action, Chuju couldn't keep up with it until now. They were still talking about the matter of entering the college. It's okay. I don't need a salary, so you can rest assured. No, after you said that, I can't rest assured. Chuju wanted to complain. A free worker, and it was voluntary. No one would believe it if she said she didn't have any ulterior motives. How can this be? You don't need a salary, Chuju said to Wu Yan with a little vigilance. She looked like she was guarding against a wolf. That's not important. What's important is. Lifting his head, he looked at Hinajiku. His originally serious face was instantly filled with tears. He looked like an abandoned child, a pitiful face that no one wants. I don't have anywhere to go. Looking at Wu Yan, who changed his face faster than a magic trick, and the thunderous words that came out of his mouth, Chuju's mouth kept twitching. You mean you don't have a place to live, so you want to be my housekeeper and live in my house? Finally, Chuju figured out the cause and effect of a series of events. However, after figuring it out, Chuju felt a little bitter and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, you also know that I'm from China. I just came here and am unfamiliar with this place. Of course, I don't have a place to live. So Chuju, please kindly take me in. Chuju didn't know if there was a second person who could say that he was living off a woman so righteously, but it was indeed the first time Chuju saw such a person. She couldn't complain. Of course, Wu Yan doesn't think he's living off a woman. Living off a woman is a woman who supports and protects a man. That's called living off a woman. But I'm different. I'm doing this to protect Kaisha-sama. I'm a butler with a purpose. I'm pure. Because he didn't have a place to go, he wanted to be a free housekeeper as long as he was provided with food and drink. Not bad, a good reason. At least, the kind president couldn't think of a reason to refuse. With a sigh, Chuju could only helplessly say, well, my house still has a spare place. I'll let you live there. But as for being a housekeeper, there's no need. How can that be? Wu Yan stood up and said righteously, then wouldn't I be living off a woman? In fact, even if you become a housekeeper, you'll still be suspected of living off a woman. Okay, I know. It's up to you. Chuju couldn't do anything to Wu Yan, who was offline, but in fact, she didn't hate him in her heart. After all, this kind of Wu Yan was very easy to get along with, wasn't it? Although it would be a bit of a headache. Ding! Congratulations to the user for obtaining the title President's Housekeeper. Wu Yan's brain automatically filled in the system notification and secretly laughed in his heart. Being President's housekeeper. Getting along with each other day and night. The pavilion closest to the water is like the moon under the moon. Starting the strategy. Well, Wu Yan's real purpose was exposed. Then, Big Miss, would you like to treat me to tea? Don't call me Big Miss. How can that be? I'm your housekeeper. But I'm not used to it. Oh right, what do you want to eat tonight? Big Miss. I already said don't call me Big Miss. The two of them played as they slowly walked away, completely forgetting about the other person present at the scene. That little rascal became Chuju's housekeeper. This was a crazy big sister who watched the show from the beginning to the end, but only now reacted. Smoothly, Wu Yan moved into Kaisha-sama's house. He even met his mother-in-law. A warm welcome. Not only that, Chuju's mother kept asking Wu Yan what to eat, how to sleep comfortably, whether he needed to buy clothes, a series of questions. A face of Wu Yan's face was full of embarrassment. Wu Yan really wanted to ask, are you my housekeeper or am I Chuju's housekeeper? Crazy big sister's nerves are so thick. So it was you who brought her out. Originally, Wu Yan thought that as the mother of a beautiful girl with such an outstanding daughter, she would be seriously guarded against the boy brought home by her daughter. At least, that's how it's portrayed in cliched TV dramas. In the original work, although Seo Ayasaki also lived in Chuju's house and received the same treatment as Wu Yan, it was because Seo Ayasaki looked too much like a girl, which greatly triggered the motherly love of Chuju's mother. He was used as the perfect human model by Chuju's mother to try on Chuju's clothes. Because of this, even though Wu Yan knew that Chuju's mother was very thick-skinned, Wu Yan thought that he would definitely be treated differently if it were him. However, completely unexpected, Chuju's mother still treated him the same way as Seo Ayasaki in the original work. Although he wasn't used as a human model, she didn't seem to be worried that Chuju would be abducted. Looking at her appearance, it was as if she couldn't wait for someone to abduct Chuju. Wu Yan knew that Chuju's mother was just the adoptive mother of Chuju and Gue Xiaolu. Chuju's real biological parents abandoned Chuju and her sister because of an 80 million debt when Chuju was young. However, this didn't mean that Chuju's adoptive parents would reject her. On the contrary, from the dialogue between Chuju and Chuju's mother, Wu Yan could see that their relationship was actually very good. However, after thinking about it, Wu Yan understood. In fact, Chuju's mother loved Chuju very much. Although she was only an adoptive mother, she treated Chuju as her biological daughter. The reason for this behavior, in addition to her personality, was that Chuju was really strong and smart. She didn't need to worry about her at all. Having such a daughter, as long as she was a normal parent, she would be particularly proud. Moreover, she successfully got a housekeeper. After all, Chuju wasn't a real young lady. To be able to be treated like a young lady, in the eyes of Chuju's mother, it should be a surprise. Therefore, it was conceivable that the insensitive Chuju's mother would treat Wu Yan better because of this. Well, although in the beginning, when Wu Yan said that he was Chuju's housekeeper shyly, Chuju's mother's face was strange, Wu Yan was a little suspicious. Could this Chuju's mother actually be the biological mother of the crazy older sister? So she adopted Chuju? After all, the two of them were equally insensitive, and the younger one was better than the older one. On the contrary, she was completely different from Chuju. Because of work, Wu Yan hadn't seen Chuju's father at home for the time being. But it seemed that in the original, Chuju's father was also like this, insensitive. Thus, Wu Yan automatically came up with the idea that due to some cliched incident, the two of them entrusted their daughter, Crazy Oniai-chan, to Hinajika's parents. Thus, Crazy Oniai-chan and Hinajika became sisters until Hinajika's parents ran away with their debts and abandoned the two of them. That's why they brought Hinajiku and Crazy Oniai-chan back. Due to some cliched incident, they didn't admit that they are Crazy Oniai-chan's biological parents. The truth was, in fact, Chuju and the crazy older sister were not biological sisters. Chuju was the one who was adopted. As for whether this imagined truth was true or not, Wu Yan didn't know. But Wu Yan knew that when he told Chuju his analysis, although Chuju kept laughing, she actually wanted to beat him up. Chapter 16. Living with Kaisha-sama every day, Wu Yan's life is very fulfilling. Even though it's just helping Kaisha-sama with her cooking and serving her tea, he's very happy to have such a beautiful 2D girl walking around in front of him every day. Our Kaisha-sama's initial plan is to give Wu Yan the title of housekeeper. After all, she doesn't need a housekeeper and she didn't want one either. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's request, She might have removed him from the title of housekeeper. Kaishu-sama just wants to help the homeless Wu Yan. However, in the past 2 or 3 days, under Wu Yan's service, Chuju gradually couldn't leave Wu Yan. The reason was that in the past 2 or 3 days, Wu Yan had conquered Chuju. Of course, he only conquered her stomach. With the cooking expert ability, Wu Yan's culinary skills were at the level of a world-class master. Whether it was making tea, cooking, or making pastries, Wu Yan was proficient in everything. In just 2 or 3 days, he conquered Chuju's stomach. She didn't care about plain tea and plain food. In order to conquer a person's heart, he had to conquer their stomach first. Wu Yan changed his style of cooking and desserts for Chuju every day. Not only did he successfully conquer the president's stomach, but he also made Chuju's mother a little fatter. Now that he had conquered her stomach, how far could he go? Wu Yan fantasized about it every day. In this way, 3 days passed in the midst of Wu Yan and Chuju's sometimes warm and sometimes playful interactions. On this day, Chuju sent Wu Yan a piece of good news. Chuju smiled and handed a document to Wu Yan. She said, "Congratulations, Yan. From tomorrow onwards, you will be a student of the White Emperor College. It's finally here. Ding. Mission 1 completed. Obtained 1,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Ding. The second mission has begun. Dungeon World, Whirlwind Butler. Instance Dungeon Quest, clear. Mission 1. Enter the White Emperor College and become a senior student of the White Emperor College. Completed. Quest reward, 1,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 2. Kill the ghost leader in the old school building of the White Emperor College. Quest reward, 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Third mission, not activated. When he received the document, Wu Yan heard a series of sounds in his mind. Wu Yan tried hard to pretend to be surprised, but his consciousness was immersed in the contents. Ghost leader? What the hell was that? Was there such a thing in the old building of the White Emperor College? Why wasn't it mentioned in the original work? There were so many people in the White Emperor College. Could it be that no one noticed that there was a ghost in the old building? Suddenly, Wu Yan remembered that there was a scene related to this in the original work. One night, Seo Ayasaki went into the old building to help the 3,000 nunnery retrieve something from the school. Then he was chased by a ghost with Chuju. However, this so-called ghost was actually a fake ghost controlled by Utsunomiya Izumi, the genius exorcist of the House of Harem. He wanted to scare away Seo Ayasaki and Chuju. Although he was seen through by Seo Ayasaki in the end, Seo Ayasaki didn't expose Utsunomiya Izumi. Instead, he ran away with Chuju. The reason why Utsunomiya Izumi wanted to scare away Seo Ayasaki and Chuju was to prevent the upcoming exorcism ceremony from hurting Seo Ayasaki and Chuju. Could it be that the spirit that Utsunomiya Izumi exorcised in the old school building in the original work was this so-called ghost leader? Why wasn't it a pickup mission? The other protagonists were clearly like this. What's wrong? Yan, aren't you happy? No one knew what Wu Yan was thinking. But in Chuju's eyes, Wu Yan was smiling happily after receiving the document. Then he was in a daze. Was it because he was too happy? Was that why he was moody? Wu Yan came back to his senses and quickly smiled. No, I'm very happy. I'm just thinking about something. What are you thinking so deeply about? Hinajiku asked curiously. Wu Yan pretended to think for a while, then smiled and said, I'm thinking, in order to prevent you from getting fat, should I reduce your portion of food? No. Chuju shouted reflexively. Then, she saw Wu Yan looking at her with a smile. She blushed and said to Wu Yan angrily, I'm the type that won't get fat, so you don't have to worry about me. Also, didn't I tell you before? You're not allowed to call me miss. Seriously, you said you were going to call me Chuju during the student union meeting. Wu Yan opened the document in his hand and took out a card. It was the student ID of the White Emperor College. Wu Yan weighed the ID in his hand and said with a smile, Okay, then I'll call you. Miss Chuju, it's done. Looking at Hinajiku, who is about to break into a satisfied smile after hearing his words, Wu Yan snickered and shouted before taking to his heels. Chuju was stunned and then became angry. She raised the bag in her hand and chased after Wu Yan. Stop right there. Chuju's mother sat on the sofa in the living room and watched the TV. She listened to the noise that came from the TV 2 or 3 times a day. She sighed and said with emotion, "It's good to be young." The next day, Wu Yan and Chuju came to the White Emperor College together. They used some unknown means and successfully got into the same class as Chuju. "This is our new student union member, Wu Yan." At this time, there was a boy and 6 girls standing in the student union office of the White Emperor College. In the eyes of the bystanders, the boy surrounded by girls was undoubtedly a winner in life who should be executed. However, what they didn't know was that if he could, he would jump off the balcony behind him as long as he could get out of here. Chuju stood to the side and smiled as she introduced Wu Yan to the 5 girls standing in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan had a smile on his face, but his heart had turned gray. After Chuju introduced Wu Yan, one of the 5 girls standing in front of Wu Yan smiled and said to Wu Yan, "I'm the vice president of the student union, Xia H. Nice to meet you." Her gray hair was tied into a ponytail, and she wore a pair of glasses. The beautiful girl looked at Wu Yan seriously. Then, just as Wu Yan was about to feel his scalp go numb, she nodded at him and said, "Spring breeze cherry." Wow. A new face. To be able to be introduced into the student union by little chick, you must be a very powerful person. This was a girl with violet hair and 2 small ponytails. At first glance, one could tell that she was a very lively and cheerful girl. She looked at Wu Yan with a happy face and said curiously. That look in her eyes was as if she had seen something interesting. "I'm Sagawa Izumi. Please advise me." Hanalang Miki. This was a girl with long blue hair and dead fish eyes. Asafumi Risa. This was a girl with short brown shoulder-length hair, who was giving Wu Yan a thumbs up. Looking at these girls who were enough to make people complain, Wu Yan's heart was full of tears. Just after class, Wu Yan was forcefully pulled into the student union by Chuju and made a slave contract to become a glorious member of the student union. Originally, Wu Yan nodded with the intention of getting along with Kaisha-sama and improving their relationship. However, he soon regretted his decision. Because right after that, Chuju found these 5 gods and said that she wanted to introduce them to each other, so that they could get to know each other. But if he had a choice, Wu Yan really wanted to give himself 2 slaps. He would rather not come. These were 5 problem girls. Although Xia Age looked very gentle and gentle, anyone who had seen Butler Whirlwind would know that she was a black-bellied girl. The notebook in her hand actually had a very awesome name. It was called Weakness Notebook. It was used to record the weaknesses of others. If one interacted with her, one would never know when she would find a weakness that could be used against them. When that time came, they would not even know how they died. Besides Xia Age, the girl with spectacles, Spring Breeze Cherry Blossoms, who had a calm expression as if nothing could make her change her expression, was actually a girl with severe autism. Why was there a quotation mark on the word, autism? That was because although she looked calm, she had the perfect soul of a maid. Usually, in order to not let others know her true personality, she suppressed herself enough. Who knew if one would be affected by her personality disorder when interacting with her? If it's just the 2 of them, then it's fine. As long as he's careful when he's with Xia Age and a bit more magnanimous when he's with Spring Breeze Sakura, then with Wu Yan's brain that's familiar with 2D girls, he should be able to cope. What he was really afraid of were the other 3 girls. Sagawa Izumi, Hanabusa Miki, and Asafa Risa were all smiling at him. One was lively and cheerful, one was half-dead, and one was overly energetic. They were the real problem girls known as the White Emperor College's idiot trio. When they were alone, there was no problem. However, when the 3 of them gathered together, there would always be incidents. In other words, they would cause trouble. In the original work, there's also a duo called Misfortune favored by Inazaki-sa who took the blame for them. That's why the 3 of them are living a good life. Wu Yan doesn't want to be the one who takes the blame for them. That's why he's the one who took the blame for them. In addition, although the president was perfect, she would get angry from time to time. In this student union, perhaps only a strong life form like Seo Ayasaki could survive. If the heavens give me another chance, I will definitely. Yen, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and say hello. A beautiful hand patted Wu Yan's shoulder, saving Wu Yan from the tragedy he imagined. Looking at Chuju, who was looking at him with dissatisfaction, Wu Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. With a fake smile, Wu Yan said, "Hello, my name is Wu Yan. I am from China. I just came to the White Emperor College today. I am Chuju's housekeeper. Please take care of me in the future." Chuju's housekeeper? The 5 girls looked at Wu Yan and Chuju in shock. Their faces were full of disbelief. In their hearts, Chuju was almost perfect. She had excellent grades, excellent abilities, excellent sports, excellent housework, and beautiful appearance. No matter how they looked at it, Chuju did not look like someone who needed a housekeeper to take care of her. Perhaps, letting Chuju be her housekeeper would be a very suitable choice. Now, a man suddenly came out and said that he was Chuju's housekeeper. It was none other than Chuju. How could that be possible? After the initial shock, the morons came up to Wu Yan with smiles on their faces and surrounded him. From the looks of it, the word gossip is written all over their faces. "Hey Wu Yan Koen, how did you become Little Chick's housekeeper? It doesn't make sense. Is there any inside story? Tell us about it. As members of the same organization, we will be comrades in life and death in the future. Don't try to hide it from us. Did you fight with Little Chick, and then she defeated you? Then you fell for Little Chick's charm and became her staunch supporter? Tell us about it." Wu Yan was completely convinced. Chapter 17. Wu Yan was under a lot of pressure. Along the way, whether they were playing soccer, chatting, reading, or flirting with girls, all of them cast their gazes on Wu Yan the moment they saw him. Their eyes were blazing with fire, and their mouths were gnashing so hard that they looked like they were ready to turn into hounds and take a bite out of Wu Yan at any moment. Feeling that gaze that could pierce through him 1,000 times over, he has to admit that as a level 28 superhuman, he's afraid. Hinajiko lazily stretched her back and flipped her long pink hair in a dashing manner. That instant burst of charm made Wu Yan feel like the gazes on him became even hotter. Wu Yan slapped his forehead in pain and sighed. "What's wrong? If you keep sighing like that, you will turn into a crappy old man." Hinajika grinned at Wu Yan beside her. "Sigh." Wu Yan sighed again. His eyes were half open and his body was weak. He sighed and said, "I knew you were popular, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. I feel embarrassed." Chuju looked at Wu Yan in confusion. She didn't understand what he was talking about. Wu Yan curled his lips and motioned for Chuju to look over. Chuju finally understood what Wu Yan meant. Chuju scratched her face in embarrassment and quickly changed the topic. "Come on, let's go home. I'm looking forward to tonight's dinner." Chuju's eyes became brighter and brighter. Although she was changing the topic, she was really looking forward to it. Wu Yan shook his head and said to Chuju, "Okay, you go back first. I'll go back later." Stopping in her tracks, Hinajika turned around and asked him, "What's wrong? Did you leave something in the classroom? I'll wait for you." "No, I have something I want to do, so I'll go back later." Although it was a pity that he couldn't use this time to flirt with the president, Wu Yan had no choice. He still had to do the mission. "Something?" She stared at Wu Yan's face like she's trying to figure out something from his expression. Until Wu Yan's expression became a bit unnatural, Hinajika finally opened her mouth. "I remember a certain someone said he had nowhere else to go, so he became a butler. So, where can you go now?" Wu Yan looked at the president's delicate face and took 2 steps back. He smiled awkwardly. "Well, it's just a small matter. It'll be done in a while. You can go back first." Chuju slightly puffed up her cheeks and narrowed her yellow-green eyes. After a while, she snorted and turned her head. "It's fine if you don't want to say it. Remember, if you need any help, just tell me. Although I don't know if it will be useful, at least the more people there are, the easier it will be. I know. If there's anything I need your help with, I'll definitely tell you." Wu Yan looked at Chuju amused. "Then I'll go first. Remember to come back early." Wu Yan suddenly looked at Chuju with a strange expression. Chuju suddenly realized that she seemed to have said something terrible. That sentence was like what a wife would say to her husband. Her face turned red. Seeing that Wu Yan still had a strange expression, Chuju said angrily. Hurry up and do your thing. Then I'll go. Bye. Feeling that he would definitely get hurt if he continued to stay here, Wu Yan decisively turned around and ran away in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until Wu Yan's figure disappeared that Hinajuku retracted her gaze and mumbled. Sooner or later I will expose all your secrets. At this time, Wu Yan had already arrived at the old school building. A cold light flashed in his hand, and the Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand. He tied it to the back of his waist. Unlike the casual life he had before, now that he's enrolled in Hakuo Academy, it's too conspicuous for a student to carry a sword around. Although there are a lot of weirdos in this academy, not to mention those who carry swords, there might even be those who carry guns. But Wu Yan has no interest in becoming one of these weirdos. Therefore, Wu Yan spent 10,000 item points to exchange for a legendary artifact that was essential in all novels, the space ring. At first, he thought that the space rings that could be seen everywhere in novels shouldn't be that expensive. However, Wu Yan was wrong and very wrong. Let's not talk about other things first. The space ring he exchanged for cost him a whopping 10k water. Also, compared to those infinitely large space rings, his space ring is only about 100 cubic meters in size. What else could Wu Yan do? He could only buy it. If he didn't buy it now, he would have to buy it sooner or later. After all, he had no family and no place to hide anything. Buying an item that could be used as a storage item was absolutely necessary. After pushing open the door of the old school building, Wu Yan walked in. Looking at the dilapidated surroundings, Wu Yan used his mind to activate the detection function of the system. As long as it was within sight, it wouldn't be able to escape the detection function of the system. Wu Yan felt that it was better to be on guard against the monster with the word ghost in it, in case the other party really became invisible. The sky outside gradually darkened. Wu Yan had almost walked through the entire old school building, but he didn't even see a ghost. This made Wu Yan puzzled. This was impossible. Since the system gave the address, then it definitely wouldn't be wrong. The so-called ghost leader must be here. Why didn't he see it? Could it be that the dead ghost would only come out at night? Scratching his hair, Wu Yan looked at the sky and decisively gave up the idea of waiting until it was dark. Kaisha-sama said that she's looking forward to tonight's dinner. If he doesn't hurry back to cook for her before dinner, he doesn't know if her favorability will drop or not, but he's sure that he'll get cold shoulders for a day or two. Sacrificing Kaisha-sama's favorability for a dead devil is impossible. If he had known earlier, he would have raised the president half. Why did he have to raise her so comprehensively? Wasn't he just looking for trouble? While feeling vexed, Wu Yan pondered. Then he pulled open the system list and began to look for a suitable method. At a certain moment, the corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched. With a flip of his hand, a small ball of light with a dim glow appeared in his hand. Fluorescent ball has the ability to track down mysterious forces. As long as there is an abnormal force within a certain range, such as curses, death auras, ghost auras, and the like, the fluorescent ball will be able to track down its aura and find the source of the force. 1,000 item points. Although the name was a little vague, the effect was still pretty good, at least on the surface. Pinching the fluorescent ball in his hand, it felt soft, just like a girl's chest. Wu Yan, who had never pinched a girl's chest before, thought so in his heart. Then he threw the fluorescent ball in his hand. The fluorescent ball paused in the air, then flashed dimmer than a light bulb while bobbing up and down in the air like a fish float. Then, Wu Yan saw the fluorescent ball suddenly stop moving and float to the side. Fortunately, it worked. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and quickly chased after it. The fluorescent ball's floating speed became slower and slower. Gradually, Wu Yan's footsteps changed from running to walking, but the fluorescent ball continued to float into the old school building, floating. It was not until it reached the innermost part of the old school building that the fluorescent ball suddenly changed its direction and merged into the ground. Wu Yan looked at the ground with a face full of shock. What does this mean? Is it going to hell? No way, I asked you to look for ghost auras, not the underworld. Come back quickly. Although he complained in his heart, Wu Yan's face was full of helplessness. What else could he do? He could only dig and see. Pulling out the Kusanagi sword from his waist, Wu Yan knocked on the ground, but it made an empty sound. Wu Yan was stunned, then immediately smiled happily. This was obviously a different world. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yan aimed at the ground and slashed hard. Pa! The ground cracked, and dust flew everywhere. Wu Yan covered his mouth and nose, took a step back, and waved the sword in his hand, dispersing the dust. When the dust dispersed, what appeared in front of Wu Yan was a hole that allowed one person to pass through. At the bottom of the hole, Wu Yan could vaguely see the dim light of the fluorescent ball, which proved that it stopped after entering the ground. This also meant that the source of the abnormal power that the fluorescent ball was searching for was inside the hole. Wu Yan stuck his head out and looked inside the hole. Other than the fluorescent ball, he could not see anything. Helpless, Wu Yan gathered his courage and jumped down. When he landed, he looked up and saw what was in front of him. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. In front of him was a spacious hall. According to Wu Yan's estimation, it was about the size of the old school. There was only dirt, dust, and a few cute things inside. A giant crow was flying in the sky, a gas-like orochi was floating in the air, and a skeleton was standing there, facing Wu Yan. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but jump in fright when he saw this. After all, 3 months ago, he was just a normal human being. It's normal for humans to be afraid of ghosts. Patting his chest, Wu Yan tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and looked at the giant crow in the air. Carnivorous crow. Level 10, level 10? It seems that this crow is just a small fry. That ghost leader should be more than level 10, right? Pursing his lips, Wu Yan looked at the gas-like orochi floating in the middle. Wandering spirit. Level 10 soul? Not a snake? But then again, snakes do not float, and they are not gaseous. From the looks of it, it does look like a spirit. But it is not a ghost leader. Could it be that in the original work, Itsunomiya Izumi was here to deal with these things? Is there really such a thing as a ghost? Sighing, Wu Yan looked at the skeleton again, and he had an awkward look on his face. Pink skeleton. Level 10. You are just a skeleton, and you want to be pink like a girl? Pink. How is it pink? Wu Yan's face was full of spirit. He almost let go of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword in his hand. He wanted to ask, where did this name come from? Was it that ghost leader? The hobbies of ghosts were indeed different from those of humans. Perhaps to them, this hard bone might really be soft and tender. Should I go and ask them where their ghost leader is? Wu Yan hesitated. But even if Wu Yan wanted to leave, they would not let him. The carnivorous crow in the sky suddenly let out a shrill cry. Then Wu Yan saw the wandering spirit and the skeleton tremble at the same time and pounce on Wu Yan. Fine, even if you want to eat a human, please think twice. You are only level 10. Do you think a ghost can eat a human? When the wandering spirit was in front of him, Wu Yan twisted his Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword and chopped off its head. Then he grabbed the skeleton's head, pulled it, and slashed it. The skeleton eloped with the wandering spirit. Looking up at the carnivorous crow, Wu Yan laughed and joked. What? Don't you know how to cry? Call more if you have the guts. But Wu Yan soon stopped laughing. A large group of skeletons emerged from the ground and stood up shakily. They lined up neatly and faced Wu Yan. A large number of wandering spirits also emerged from the walls on both sides. They opened their mouths and roared silently at Wu Yan. This is really screaming. Chapter 18. Looking at the skeletons and gaseous orochi that filled the entire underground hall, Wu Yan was completely speechless. It was hard to imagine how the students of the White Emperor College could live so comfortably when there were so many level 10 monsters in the White Emperor College. Logically speaking, these little cuties were enough to turn the entire White Emperor College into a mass grave. Although there were many strong people in White King Academy, such as Hinajiku, who was level 18, and her crazy sister, who was level 15, and those housekeepers with special skills, no matter how bad they were, they should be at least level 10. However, most of the people in White King Academy were normal people, completely level 0. Facing an army of level 10 monsters, they wouldn't even know how they died. In such a situation, why didn't these little cuties rush out and cause trouble? Was it because the so-called spirit leader had other plans? Or was there some special reason that prevented them from going out? In the air, The general raven that was flying in the air screeched again. The skeletons and wandering spirits all turned around and rushed towards Wu Yan. This scene was like a huge army charging towards him. Wu Yan couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Although they were all level 10 monsters, once there were enough of them, they might not be able to kill Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't know, but he was still shocked. Wu Yan forced a smile and tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yan's position was filled with countless skeletons and wandering spirits. He swung the long sword in his hand and chopped off 4 skeletons. Wu Yan's back was the wall, so he could only rush forward. Grabbing one of the skeletons as a shield, Wu Yan pushed it forward and knocked over the skeletons on the ground. Then he stopped and threw the skeleton in his hand out, smashing another pile of skeletons. Feeling a chill on his back, Wu Yan quickly jumped up. At the same time, a few wandering spirits crashed into the spot where he had been standing, raising a cloud of dust. Wu Yan took advantage of the momentum and stepped on the wandering spirits. He swung his sword and cut them all down. Then he quickly left the place. The spot where he had been standing was once again hit by a group of wandering spirits. Wu Yan twisted his body and jumped a few times to find a foothold. Turning around and chopping down another pile of skulls, he took a few deep breaths. This is the first time he got ganged up on like this. In the past he used to hunt down lone demonic beasts and kill them one-on-one. Since when did he have the experience of ganging up on a group? So, as soon as he was in a group battle, Wu Yan immediately realized his weakness. He lacked a large-scale killing skill. He had no other choice but to fight and run and then kill the enemies one by one. But if this continued, even if he was not beaten to death, Wu Yan would die of exhaustion. This army of skeletons and wandering spirits was endless. When could he finish killing them all? He had to exchange for some group attack skills. Wu Yan dodged in a sorry state while opening the system to find a suitable ability. As if losing its patience, the general raven in the sky cried out again. Then, all the skeletons and wandering spirits seemed to have taken stimulants. Their attacks suddenly increased. Wu Yan's pupils contracted violently as they crashed into the skeletons. Bang! In the huge underground hall, a cloud of dust suddenly rose and enveloped the whole hall. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Chaotic return. A low voice came from the center of the collision between the skeletons and wandering spirits. As the voice came out, the skeletons and wandering spirits started to move. The skeletons and wandering spirits at the front were suddenly torn apart and turned into dregs. Skydance, a huge invisible arc spread out. Everything touched by the arc, be it skeletons or wandering spirits, was torn apart in an instant. They followed their companions in front and became dregs on the ground. It was not until a quarter of the skeletons and wandering spirits were wiped out that the arc slowly dimmed, revealing Wu Yan's figure. Although he was in a sorry state, he did not suffer any damage. Wu Yan exchanged for the skill he wanted in time, and saved himself from danger. Chaotic return to Skydance, sword/skill. Uses an indescribable trajectory to drive the sword body to form a circular slash condensed by the atmosphere. Can be used for close combat, or can be separated from the sword body to form a chi sword slash. Skill points 5,000. Although it was exchanged in a hurry, the effect was needless to say, it was very powerful. Wu Yan hatefully glared at the skeletons and drifting ghouls. It was only for a split second, but Wu Yan did feel the sensation of death. It's not like he didn't run into danger when he slew demonic beasts, but it's one thing to encounter danger, and another to experience it for himself. This group of damn skeletons and garbage, Orochi. Do you really think I'm Doraemon if I don't go crazy? His other hand was also placed on the hilt of his sword. Wu Yan raised the Kusanagi sword and drew a sword mark. Then, the atmosphere that was invisible to the naked eye began to roll up the sword body and condense into a circle of light. Wu Yan slashed at the place with the most number of skeletons. Chaotic returned to Skydance. The circle of light glowed intensely, and then left the sword, forming a sword arc. The sword arc swept out, and all the ghosts that came into contact with it were instantly turned into dust and mixed with the dust in the air. After eliminating a large number of skeletons and wandering spirits, Wu Yan laughed twice. The circle of light on the sword again. And then Wu Yan threw it out fiercely. After 3 chaotic return to horizon waltz, Wu Yan wiped out all of the skeletons and zombies. The spacious underground hall was cleared out once again. Phew. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Wu Yan coldly looked in front of him. There, the cawing General Raven was still flying in the air. With a tap of his foot, Wu Yan quickly jumped into the air. Under the whistling of the wind, he arrived in front of the raven and stabbed the Kusanagi sword in his hand into its chest. Green blood splattered everywhere. The raven wailed. As Wu Yan pulled out the sword, it fell to the ground, flopped twice, and stopped moving. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 29. As soon as his body became lighter, Wu Yan felt that his tired body and spirit had recovered to their peak condition. It was as if he had soaked in a hot spring with instant healing effects. It was so good that it was off the charts. Although the ghosts did not even have a line after they came out, they were all killed by Wu Yan. Only the raven cried out a few times, but it still gave Wu Yan a lot of experience points. Although a level 10 monster could not give much experience points to Wu Yan, who was almost level 30, the number of monsters could not make up for it. After all, there were hundreds of them, if not 1,000. Little drops make a mickle. The last monster gave Wu Yan the last bit of experience points, pushing his level up. It was not a wasted trip. After stepping on the corpse of the raven, Wu Yan patted off the dust on his body and looked at it with disdain. Calling for help was quite impressive, but he did not expect himself to be so weak. The skeletons and Orochi would bump into each other a few times. You don't even know how to dodge, and you still have the nerve to call for help. Oh no. Call for ghosts. Maybe Wu Yan's actions angered a crow that was supposed to be dead, because the Shogun Raven started twisting its body violently. It looked like something is trying to come out from under its skin. Wu Yan was stunned and quickly dodged to the side. With a bang, the General Raven's body exploded and green blood splattered all over the ground. As the General Raven exploded, strands of black gas rose from the green blood on the ground and condensed into a ball in the air. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel astonished at such a strange scene. What was that? Was it because of this thing that the Water Raven, which was at the same level as a soldier, had the ability to command the skeletons and wandering spirits? However, he was certain that the ball of black gas was not the raven. After all, Wu Yan only leveled up after killing it. If he did not defeat it, the system would not give him any experience. Even if it was revived, the system would not give him any experience. Only after the raven had lost its ability to fight would the system give him experience. If the ball of black gas was the raven, then if it could still fight, it could not be considered defeated and there would be no experience points. The ball of black gas slowly grew, until the last trace of black gas flowed into the green blood. The ball of black gas slowly solidified. In the blink of an eye, a huge skeletal man covered in black gas appeared in front of Wu Yan. It looked the same as the skeleton from before, but it was twice as big as Wu Yan. The skeletal man laughed strangely. The black gas around its body fluctuated with its laughter, as if it was alive. Ghoul Chieftain. Level 30. Wu Yan's expression became serious. Looking at the huge Ghoul Chieftain, his eyes shone brightly. The completion condition of the second mission had appeared. As expected of a classic game plot, the boss would only appear after the minions were cleared. This was an eternal truth. Wu Yan laughed lightly. The blood in his body began to boil. The Ghoul Chieftain covered in black gas laughed strangely at Wu Yan, as if Wu Yan was a clown. It was full of mockery. Wu Yan cursed in his heart. You're so ugly, but I didn't laugh at you. How dare you laugh at me? The Ghoul Chieftain somersaulted a few times in the air, and laughed strangely again. Suddenly, it dashed in front of Wu Yan and swept its huge bone claws towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression became serious. He raised his Kusanagi sword and stabbed at the bone claws. Bang! The Kusanagi sword and the bone claws collided, and a huge impact spread out, stirring up the dust on the ground. The ground around the Ghoul Chieftain and Wu Yan slowly cracked, indicating the intensity of the battle. Wu Yan stared at the Ghoul Chieftain. He used his strength to push away the bone claws and jumped back. After putting some distance between himself and the Ghoul Chieftain, Wu Yan shook his arm to get rid of the numbness. Should he say that it was a level 30 monster? Even though Wu Yan used a skill to reduce the force, his arm was still numb from the impact. However, it was reasonable. After all, level 30 already belonged to the 4th stage. Even if Wu Yan was only one level lower than the Ghoul Chieftain, he could only be at a disadvantage. Don't think that Wu Yan was able to challenge monsters above his level, because the difference between the stages was small. That was only because his level was still low. Although the difference between Wu Yan at level 15 2nd stage and the Demon Wolf at level 23rd stage was large, it could be made up with other conditions. Wu Yan relied on the common armaments Kusanagi sword and Kendo mastery to win in a dangerous situation. As for the level 25 slime, it was because it was careless and did not use Do Chi. Under its underestimation, Wu Yan cut off its arm, causing the battle to tilt towards Wu Yan. If they really fought, with the level 18 Wu Yan at that time, even if he could win, he would have to pay a certain price. As his level slowly increased, he might still be able to challenge monsters above his level. However, it would be impossible for him to challenge monsters above his level, unless Wu Yan exchanged for a rank S equipment, which was a mythical armament. That was all for later. Right now, Wu Yan only knew that he could win against a Ghoul Chieftain that was one level higher than him. Kendo Mastery, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, and Kusanagi Sword. With all these conditions in one body, Wu Yan was confident. How much EXP are you going to give me? Wu Yan sneered in his heart. Chapter 19. Between the whistling of the wind, the sharp katana flashed with a cold light, and directly cut down on the body of the ghost leader. Suddenly, the long sword that was chopping down strangely stopped a centimeter away from the ghost leader's body. Wu Yan clenched his teeth and tried to press the Kusanagi sword in his hand, but he still couldn't touch the bones of the ghost leader. Wu Yan could clearly see that under the body of his Kusanagi sword, there was a trace of black gas surrounding it. Although the black gas was only the size of a hair, it was like the hardest iron wall, blocking Wu Yan's attack. Before Wu Yan had time to be surprised, a bone hand bigger than a fan slapped towards him. Wu Yan quickly stepped forward and jumped away. The bone hand slapped on the ground. After a bang sound, a small hole was created. Stopping his retreat, Wu Yan quickly swooped down, both hands wielding the sword, and fiercely cut the chest of the ghost leader, who didn't have time to retract the bone hand. Just at the moment when Wu Yan's attack was about to succeed, the black gas on the body of the ghost leader fluctuated again, and quickly turned into a black silk, wrapping around the body of the sword. At this moment, Wu Yan felt like he wasn't chopping gas but rather soft leather. All of the force behind his chop was neutralized in an instant. He stopped a centimeter away from the Yakuza and couldn't advance any further. What's going on? This black gas. Quickly lowering his head to avoid the ghost leader's attack, Wu Yan turned his sword, and once again pushed the sword in his hand, piercing the shoulder of the ghost leader. Just like the previous scene, the black gas wrapped around the blade, stopping the attack. D****. Wu Yan coldly snorted and pushed his sword with all his might, pushing the ghoul leader away. Wu Yan stroked the body of the sword, looking at the ghost leader, or more accurately, looking at the black gas on the ghost leader's body. Originally, in Wu Yan's imagination, with the mass armament and Kusanagi sword, mastering the Kendo mastery attack, complete memory to find the weakness, and chaotic return to horizon dance, to kill, even if the opponent is a level higher than him, he should be able to match the opponent. And the previous slash that even the ghost leader couldn't react to, just confirmed Wu Yan's guess. But unexpectedly, the black gas can actually play a protective role. It's completely different from a simple defense, but it played a similar role to the effect of dissipating the power of the attack. After several attacks without any results, Wu Yan can't help but secretly angry. His speed is faster than the opponent, but his attacks are like decorations. In the end, he will be the first one to be tired. It's really worthy of being the same family as the skeleton and the wandering soul from before. Even if I'm the only one left, they still intend to use the method of exhausting me to death. Really King Wretched. He. The ghost leader tilted its neck with a strange smile. Its mouth quickly opened and closed, making a ga sound. Then it floated in the air and rushed towards Wu Yan. Twisting his body to avoid the ghost leader's attack, Wu Yan slashed the sword in his hand at the ghost leader's back. The attack was once again dissipated by the black gas. The ghost leader suddenly turned around, and like a missile, it once again collided with Wu Yan. Wu Yan awkwardly leaned over, avoiding the ghost leader's attack. The ghost leader turned around again. In an instant, the ghost leader was like a bone-homing missile, continuously colliding with Wu Yan. Wu Yan could only dodge and dodge. The situation suddenly reversed. Wu Yan, who previously held the initiative to attack, now can only passively defend and dodge. Seeing the ghost leader continuously attacking him, Wu Yan's expression became more and more unsightly. It's not right to attack, but it's also not right to not attack. What should I do? Wu Yan's body stared at the ghost leader's body, attempting to use complete memory to memorize all of its attack methods, then find its weakness. Following the ghost leader's bone bombardment, more and more holes appeared on the ground. The entire underground hall emitted bursts of explosive sounds. Dust flew everywhere. Huff, huff. After dodging the ghost leader's missile attack again, Wu Yan lightly panted. The ghost leader was obviously not afraid of his attack, and its marionette-like movements were so unpredictable. If not for his complete memory ability to memorize its movements, Wu Yan would have been attacked by now. From the holes on the ground, it was obvious that being attacked was not a joke. If I don't change the situation, I'll be dead for sure. There's no other way. I can only attack. With a strong grip on the sword hilt, the surrounding atmosphere began to fluctuate, then turned into small gusts of wind, wrapped around the blade of the Kusanagi sword. And as the wind increased, it became more and more solid. And at a certain moment, the surrounding atmosphere became a circle of light that surrounded the blade of the Kusanagi sword. Wu Yan stepped on the ground, rushed towards the ghost leader, and only when he was about to collide with the ghost leader's body, did Wu Yan raise his sword and slashed at the ghost leader. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. Bang! The arc-shaped sword energy enveloped the ghost leader, and at the same time, a huge muffled explosion sounded. And then the ghost leader was sent flying by the arc of sword energy, crashing into the wall, and countless stones fell, burying it in the middle of the pile of stones. Did it work? Wu Yan stood with his sword, panting slightly as he looked at the falling stones, which were slowly getting taller. To be honest, if even the chaotic return to Horizon Dance did not work, Wu Yan really had no other way, other than running away. He could only find a solution from the system. Unfortunately, it was not that Wu Yan had not looked for a solution, but it was not that it was not suitable. It was just that he did not have enough points, so this chaotic return to Horizon Dance was also a gamble. Although there was a hopeful expression on his face, Wu Yan knew that perhaps this attack really did not work, because the pressure in his heart did not lessen at all since the beginning of the battle. Suddenly, Wu Yan's pupils shrank, and he bitterly smiled. In the pile of stones, the ghost leader was like a worm, slowly crawling out of the pile of stones. And after getting out of the pile of stones, it looked up, laughing strangely, and slowly crawled towards Wu Yan. His body tensed up. Wu Yan raised his Kusanagi sword, facing the ghost leader, and his eyes flashed with determination. There was no one who was not afraid of death. Wu Yan was also afraid, and very afraid, but in order to continue living, in order to once again step on the land called Spalier World, in order to rush back to cook for Kaisha-sama, he could only fight. Bending down, Wu Yan prepared to rush forward, but suddenly his eyes narrowed, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face, and then he happily laughed. The ghost chieftain completely violated the law of gravity. Its body that was on all fours suddenly flipped over. Then, like a machine, it twisted its body that was full of bones in the air into a standing position. The black gas on its body violently fluctuated. Compared to before, there was not much change, but Wu Yan, who has complete memory, clearly remembered, before the ghost leader was attacked by the chaotic return to Horizon Dance. Compared to now, the black gas on its body was a little thinner. In other words, the black gas protection has a limit. Slightly smiling, Wu Yan puffed up his chest, and with both hands holding his sword, he forcefully stepped on the ground and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yan arrived in front of the ghost leader. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the longsword lit up, and then he slashed in an arc. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. An intense collision sound rang out, and the ghost leader was sent flying backwards, about to hit the wall again. But Wu Yan's figure once again appeared in front of the flying ghost leader, and the flickering longsword once again fiercely chopped down. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. The arc of the sword force sent the ghost leader's body crashing into the wall, and the ghost leader let out a strange cry, and its entire body crashed into the wall, leaving only a skull outside the wall. A katana with a glowing light once again appeared above the ghost leader's head, and the moment the ghost leader raised its head, the katana chopped down on its head. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. The wall exploded, and rocks of various sizes flew through the air. Then they smashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, countless craters appeared on the ground, causing the ground that was already full of craters due to the impact of the ghost chieftain to once again become extremely miserable. Wu Yan panted heavily as he looked at the ghostly boss lying in front of him. Although the ghostly boss is still intact, the black miasma surrounding its body has completely disappeared, leaving only its bones behind. Wu Yan smiled tiredly. In less than 5 seconds, Wu Yan had used Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance 3 times in a row. Although Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance was a pure sword attack skill, and did not require the support of Doqi or magic, it still consumed a large amount of Wu Yan's stamina. However, everything was not in vain. That sponge-like gas had completely disappeared, and it could be considered worth it. Ding! Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 30. A level 30 ghost leader allowed Wu Yan to level up once again from level 29. Reaching level 30 is the equivalent of tier 4 in the Spalier world. Stretching his arms that were filled with strength again, Wu Yan, who was exhausted, nodded in satisfaction. Leveling up twice in a day, the higher the level, the higher the experience requirement. This was something that had not happened in a long time. Holding the Kusanagi sword, Wu Yan walked in front of the ghost leader, and looked at the ghost leader that had already lost its ability to move, and was speechless. It seems that the black gas was the power that supported its movement, and without the black gas, it could not move at all, really. At that moment, Wu Yan could only helplessly spread out his hands and smile. Brother, I'm sorry. Even though we don't have any grudges against each other, you're a ghost and I'm a human. Humans and ghosts walk different paths. For my mission, I can only let you die once more. Don't blame me. Remember to be a good person in your next life. Huh? Why do I feel like I have said the same thing before? Forget it. With a helpless expression, Wu Yan raised his sword and with a forceful chop, he chopped off the head of the Yakuza leader. Ding. Mission 2 completed. Obtained 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Ding. Obtained a mysterious crystal fragment. Ding. Mission 3 activated. Wu Yan's face froze when he heard the system notification. Killing a monster to drop a treasure? That doesn't make sense. Why didn't it happen before? Feeling a gaze on his empty hand, he quickly opened his hand to reveal a beautiful white crystal lying on his palm. It's radiating a golden glow. It's enough to make anyone lose their mind. Too bad, it's just a fragment. Mysterious crystal fragment. Dungeon World. Whirlwind Butler Dungeon Mission. Clear. Mission 1. Enter the White Emperor College and become a student of the White Emperor College. Completed. Mission reward. 1,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Mission 2. Kill the ghost leader in the White Emperor College's old school building. Completed. Mission reward. 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Mission 3. Find another mysterious crystal fragment and combine it into a complete mysterious crystal. Mission reward. Randomly draw a reward from equipment, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Find another crystal fragment? Who knows where it is? Forget it, I should go back and cook for Chuju, or else she will be angry again. Sighing, Wu Yan put the crystal shard into his S.P. A.C. ring and left in a hurry. Chapter 20. When Wu Yan returned to Chuju's house, The sky was already dark. Wu Yan looked at the door in front of him, but he didn't have the courage to open it. It's not dinner time yet, but it's not that far off. Let's not talk about what will happen if Wu Yan comes back late. Let's not talk about how he's going to explain himself if Hinajuku asks where he went. If it's dinner time and the table isn't filled with dishes, then Kaishu-sama will definitely throw him over her shoulder in a fit of rage. Wu Yan really regretted turning the president into a foodie. In the end, he would be the only one hurt. If Hinajuku was waiting for him at home, then he would accept it. But reality is cruel. What Hinajuku is waiting for is nothing more than a delicious meal. With a sigh, Wu Yan tensed up his body, ready to become a sandbag at any time. Then he pushed open the door as if he was going to die. "Ah la la, you're back, Yen-kun." The delicate voice of a girl startled Wu Yan. After seeing the owner of the voice, Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Ah, I'm back late. I'm so sorry, madam." Chuju's mother stared at Wu Yan with a smile. Under Chuju's mother's gaze, Wu Yan trembled. He felt like he was completely seen through. Chuju's mother covered her mouth and chuckled. She looked at Wu Yan and said, "I don't mind. However, Wu Yan-kun, shouldn't you prepare dinner for us?" Well, it wasn't just the president who was raised as a foodie. Even the president's mother was raised as a foodie by Wu Yan. "I'm about to prepare." Wu Yan laughed dryly and then hurriedly asked, "By the way, where's Miss?" She's in her room. She was just talking about you." "Little Wu Yan-kun, shouldn't you go up and take a look? For your own sake, he. Looking at Hinajuku's mother's black-bellied smile and hearing the way she addressed him, he gulped and giggled like an idiot. "Then, I'll go up and take a look. Be careful," Chuju's mother kindly said to Wu Yan. As for what she should be careful of, Wu Yan could guess. Wu Yan fell silent. Then he endured the numbness in his scalp and walked towards Chuju's room. Should he go in with a smile on his face? Or was it better to go in with an apologetic look? Wu Yan's hand stiffly rested on the doorknob. He was deep in thought. His mind spun quickly, thinking about how to reduce the pain of the flesh. Sure enough, it's better to go in with an apologetic face. Maybe the president will be merciful and pity me. Maybe he'll give me 2 fewer punches. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan suddenly made up his mind and pushed open the door to Chuju's room. "Chuju, big." Wu Yan's words were all stuck in his throat. He couldn't say a single word. Big just stood there. On the other side, Chuju was stunned to see Wu Yan suddenly barging in. Her whole body stiffened. She held a piece of clothing in her hand and couldn't move at all. Gue Chuju's pink hair was coiled on top of her head, and her skin was white and tender, as if it was shining. It made people want to go up and touch it. Her cheeks were flushed, and it made the usually dignified Gue Chuju look even cuter. The moment Wu Yan barged in, the clothes in her hands fell to the ground. Just like that, Sir President maintained the posture of holding the clothes, facing Wu Yan, not a single piece of clothing. Really not a single piece of clothing. The scene fell into silence. Wu Yan and Chuju stood facing each other, looking at each other, completely unable to react. Wu Yan's heart was filled with tears. So the melodramatic love story will really happen to the main character. I can die without regrets. Maintaining his motionless posture, Wu Yan's eyes quickly turned, looking at Sir President's body from head to toe. At this time, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he exchanged for the complete memory ability. After storing this beautiful scene in his mind, Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. When his gaze fell on Chuju's chest, his face was filled with regret. Chuju slowly reacted, and her face was immediately covered with pink. Her body trembled under Wu Yan's gaze, and a trace of pink appeared on her skin. Just as she was about to scream, she saw Wu Yan looking at her chest with a regretful expression. Chuju's blushing face was instantly filled with shame and anger. With a blushing face, Chuju vigorously stepped on the floor and walked in front of Wu Yan. She didn't care that she was naked, and just like that, she approached Wu Yan, grabbed his collar and angrily shouted, "Don't you know how to knock? Also, look at your regretful expression. Is there something you're dissatisfied with?" In the roar, Wu Yan finally moved his gaze away from Chuju's body. Looking at Chuju's red face and fiery eyes, Wu Yan shrunk his head and swallowed hard. Seeing that Chuju was about to explode, Wu Yan quickly shouted. No, no. There's nothing to be dissatisfied with. Chuju, you're very good, very beautiful. Very charming. Chuju's face reddened again, and her anger didn't diminish at all. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Don't you think that I'm small? Wu Yan hurriedly waved his hand and hurriedly persuaded. Chuju, don't be angry. Small also has its charm. And flat breasts are also a rare resource. Nowadays, many men actually prefer small girls. You don't have to care about this at all. Looking at Wu Yan's anxious look, the anger on Chuju's face slowly subsided. Her face was red, and she asked hesitantly, Really? Really, it's absolutely true. At least I like it very much, very much, very much. Right now, Hinajuku is like a powder keg that could explode at the slightest provocation. Wu Yan may be a lot stronger than Hinajuku, but he wouldn't have the guts to retaliate, so it's better to just go along with what she said. What's more, what he said is the truth. Even if Kaishu-sama is flat-chested, isn't she still popular among the otakus? Moreover, Chuju's charm wasn't small, otherwise, she wouldn't have become the heartthrob of the White Emperor College. Moreover, flat breasts were really a rare resource. Wu Yan wasn't wrong about this. After saying that, Wu Yan shifted his gaze to Chuju's body again. It would be a waste if he didn't look at it. Anyway, she didn't care about it. She was just standing in front of him like this, so it was better to let his eyes take advantage of her. However, Wu Yan didn't know that his words "I like it very much" had a huge impact on Chuju. Chuju was slightly stunned, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. The anger on her face had completely disappeared, and only shyness remained. Letting go of Wu Yan's collar, Chuju took a few steps back. When she was about to say something, she saw Wu Yan's drifting eyes on her body. Suddenly remembering that she wasn't wearing clothes, Chuju was so shy that she wanted to die. She hurriedly pulled up the clothes on the ground to block the substantial gaze, and covered her white and tender body. Chuju anxiously shouted, "Hurry up and get out!" Wu Yan sighed a few times, and a regretful expression appeared on his face again. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Chuju wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She could only pick up the items beside her and throw them at Wu Yan. "You're still looking. Hurry up and get out." After dodging Chuju's attack, Wu Yan smiled brightly a few times. He quickly closed the door and wiped the sweat on his head. "Oh my God, this is too exciting. I thought I would be beaten when I came back, but I didn't expect that I would be rewarded instead. And I completed the second mission today, leveled up 2 times, and even received the benefits from the president. Today must be my lucky day. Should I walk around the streets and see if I can get lucky with girls?" Wu Yan stood at the door of Chuju's room, thinking and laughing wretchedly. Chuju's door slowly opened, revealing Chuju's blushing face. Chuju put on her childish pajamas and walked out of the room. Her eyes were fixed on Wu Yan. Wu Yan laughed dryly and took a few steps back. "Don't tell me she wants to settle the score later. Forget everything you've just seen." Hinajika spat in anger. Hearing this, Wu Yan quickly retorted, "How can I do that? I can't forget it for the rest of my life." Hearing such a shameless answer, Chuju lowered her head. Her bangs covered her eyes, and her whole body trembled. At this time, Wu Yan already felt the arrival of a bloody storm. Looking at Chuju's expression, Wu Yan felt a little scared. At this moment, Wu Yan could only say, "I can't forget it, but I will never tell a second person." Following Wu Yan's words, the two became silent at the same time. After a moment of silence, Chuju raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. "Really? It's true, it's absolutely true. Not only is it absolutely true, but it is also confirmed by millions and billions of people who would share this kind of benefit with others. This kind of thing, it is enough to secretly laugh about it, not to mention it is the president's benefit. If I know, and a third person knows, you are dead." The repeated words finally made Chuju struggle out of her shyness. Looking at the serious face of Wu Yan, Chuju snorted coldly and threatened. Wu Yan quickly nodded, and his eyes involuntarily moved to Chuju's body. Today was probably Chuju's day of suffering. The number of times she blushed was almost comparable to the number of times she blushed in her life. Seeing Wu Yan's eyes drifting to her body, Chuju only felt as if she was not wearing clothes. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and blocked her chest. Chuju glared at Wu Yan. What are you still looking at? Do you want to look a few more times before you are happy? If that is the case, that would be the best. This sentence flashed through Wu Yan's heart, and at the same time, it was blurted out by Wu Yan. You. Chuju raised her finger and pointed at Wu Yan. Her eyes were wide open. As the president of the student council of the aristocratic school, and in the White Emperor College, where etiquette was very important, Chuju had never seen such a shameless person. Originally, in her imagination, she should ask him to forget everything, and then under her dignity, Wu Yan could only agree. Who would have thought that Wu Yan was shameless to this extent? Chuju was led by the nose by him, and now she was in this situation. She's angry, she's really angry. Very quickly, Hinachika told him what she meant by, "You won't die if you don't court death." The president was furious. He raised his iron fist of justice and punched Wu Yan's face. He fell to the ground and hit Wu Yan's face until it was like a peach blossom. After stomping on it a few more times, Hinachika turned around and walked into the dining room. After Chuju left, Wu Yan opened his eyes. As a level 30 superhuman, how could he be defeated by a level 18 Chuju with a single punch? That punch was obviously held back. Wu Yan is just going along with Hinachika's wishes and played dead. Otherwise, Hinachika might have really fainted from the shame and anger she felt. Phew. This feels more tiring than fighting those dead ghosts. Wu Yan rubbed his chest and sighed. But if he could, he would rather use the experience he got from fighting ghosts to buy more benefits like this. Chuju's body, excluding the factor of her breasts, is really phew. Speechless, giggling like a wolf, he flipped over and stood up. He followed Hinachika, but he quickly stopped. The food hasn't been prepared yet. Chapter 21. Ever since Kaishu-sama gave Wu Yan benefits, the normal Kaishu-sama has become abnormal. Why did he say so? That's because Kaishu-sama used to maintain a very spirited look on her face. Her face was filled with dignity, and from time to time, you could see the flames of anger flashing across her face. Although Wu Yan would sometimes make her laugh, but ever since Wu Yan met Hinachika, he has never seen Hinachika blush. This was a normal state. This abnormal state only appeared after Wu Yan took advantage of Kaishu-sama. Every time she saw Wu Yan, Chuju's face would blush. Even though several days had passed since that day, Chuju still hadn't come out of the shadow of that day. Every time she saw Wu Yan, she would be the first to blush. Moreover, when the two chatted in the past, they were talking and laughing. But now, as long as they chatted, it was basically Wu Yan talking, and Chuju lowered her head and listened to Wu Yan obediently. This made Wu Yan's heart couldn't help but be troubled because he really couldn't figure out what Chuju was thinking. Countless times, Wu Yan pondered in his heart, but the result was only one sentence. A woman's heart. Don't guess. Just like today after breakfast, the two were ready to go to school. Wu Yan swallowed the last bite, then walked out and saw Chuju standing at the door waiting for him. "I'm done. Let's go." When Chuju saw Wu Yan coming out, her face couldn't help but blush, making Wu Yan feel emotional. What a pure girl. After so many days, she is still thinking about what happened that day. This is absolutely right. It's easy to say. Chuju turned her head a little unnaturally and said softly, "Then let's go. We're going to be late." Looking up at the sky that had just lit up, Wu Yan nodded seriously. "Well, we're going to be late." Along the way, Wu Yan kept looking for topics to tease Chuju, and Chuju listened to Wu Yan without saying a word. Then she kept laughing, making Wu Yan's balls hurt. After arriving at the White Emperor College, Chuju finally recovered from her stroke state. She was looking at someone in front of her with a look of disbelief. That person had just gotten out of a very luxurious car. She was a petite girl, not an adjective, really petite. She looked to be 12 or 13 years old. Her blonde hair was tied into two thin and very long ponytails. She looked at the White Emperor College with a look of disgust, as if it wasn't a college but a mental hospital. Behind her, a beautiful girl with long hair so black that it was almost blue walked down. She was wearing a kimono, and was about the same age as her. At this moment, She was looking at the girl with 2 ponytails in front of her with a gentle expression. She raised her hand that was holding the long sleeves of her kimono and covered half of her face. She looked like an elegant little princess from ancient times. Zhao! Chuju shouted in surprise. Hearing Chuju's voice, the 2 girls turned their heads at the same time and saw the surprised Chuju and Wu Yan's expression. What? It's you, Chuju. The girl called Zhao by Chuju said expressionlessly when she saw Chuju. What's with your expression and reaction? Chuju's mouth twitched. Good morning, Miss Chuju. Good morning, Yicheng. That's right, these 2 were the famous young ladies of the Sanqian Academy, Zhao and Itsunomiya Izumi. Zhao of the Sanqian Academy. Level 0, Itsunomiya Izumi. Level 30, Zhao of the Sanqian Academy, the only daughter of the Sanqian Academy. Just like Lulu, she was doted on by everyone. Although she had a grandfather who liked to tease her, he still doted on her a lot. As the world's #1 female lead and the male lead's butler, how could Wu Yan not recognize this arrogant girl with 2 ponytails? As for the other one, perhaps she wasn't as famous as Zhao of the Sanqian Academy, but for the current Wu Yan, Itsunomiya Izumi was more interesting. From her level of 30 like Wu Yan, it could be seen how abnormal this genius spirit exorcist girl from the Harem Palace was. She was only 12 or 13 years old, but she was already on the same level as Wu Yan, although a large part of the reason was that she inherited her family's outstanding bloodline and had extremely powerful spiritual energy for a 12 or 13-year-old girl. What else could we ask for? Wu Yan thought that maybe in the original work, it really was Itsunomiya Izumi who subdued the spirit leader. After all, this girl was level 30 and was about the same as the spirit leader. Her exorcism ability was also used to suppress ghosts. The black gas that was a headache for Wu Yan could be easily dealt with by a simple purification talisman. Without the protection of the black gas, how could that weak skeleton be the genius girl's opponent? Well, perhaps the ghost leader could escape. This way, the chances of survival would be very high. After all, this spirit exorcist girl was famous for being a natural. She could even get lost while taking a stroll in her own courtyard. She was the head of the 3,000 nunneries C clan. Who are you? The delicate girl with 2 ponytails looked at Wu Yan. Although she said that, from her tone and expression, it seemed like even if Wu Yan didn't answer, it didn't matter. My name is Wu Yan, Chuju's housekeeper. Hello, Miss of the 3,000 nunnery and Miss of the Harem Palace. At that moment, Wu Yan could only force a smile and say to them, Housekeeper? Okay, the girl's expression finally changed. Even the elegant Yicheng revealed a shocked expression. Are you sure you're Chuju's housekeeper? Not the other way around? The 3,000 nunnery said to Wu Yan with a face full of certainty, causing Wu Yan's heart to twitch. What do you mean, Zhao? Chuju said to the girl with a face full of dissatisfaction. After all, the girl's meaning was very clear. She was saying that she was valiant and didn't seem like a girl who needed a housekeeper. On the contrary, Itsunomiya Izumi bowed to Wu Yan and said very politely, Hello, Mr. Wu Yan. Alright, a natural girl is still the cutest. I really didn't expect you to come to school. Chuju looked at the girl with a funny expression. After all, the girl in front of her was the super queen who came to school less than 10 times a year. She was a super homebody. I also didn't want to come, but Maria forced me to come. After saying that, she looked at the White Emperor College's gate with a disgusted expression, as if she had met a strange uncle inside. However, Wu Yan knew that she simply didn't want to go out. As a glorious otaku girl, no one could display the word otaku more incisively and vividly than her, at least among girls. This otaku girl spent her school time playing video games, reading manga, and watching anime every day. Unfortunately, because she was too smart, she skipped grades to high school at the age of 13, so no one could control her. Including the main character of the original novel, Seo Ayasaki. Looking at the 2 cute girls, Wu Yan was speechless. Although he was also a lolicon at most, he was half a lolicon. What he really liked was pretty girls, so he hadn't reached the point where he would take lollipops whenever he saw lolis. However, Wu Yan felt that he should contact Itsunomiya Izumi. His third mission was to collect the other half of the mysterious crystal fragment. Since this crystal fragment was within the mission scope of the system, and it was also called the mysterious crystal, then it could only have some mysterious power. Perhaps the Harem palace of the Exorcist clan would know something about this item with mysterious power. Maybe the 3,000-yard centipede could also help her. After all, she had a black pocket watch that could extract souls. Although it was lost now, it was one more way to get the soul of a person. Otherwise, where would he find a crystal the size of a thumb in this vast world? Thus, Wu Yan made a prompt decision to chat with these two gods. Taking out the crystal shard from his interspatial ring, Wu Yan said to Yi Cheng, "That? Miss Harem Palace, I want to ask you a question." A question appeared in Yi Cheng's head. She didn't think that Wu Yan, who she had just met, would have any questions to ask her. Qiu and Chuju also looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Ignoring the two girls, Wu Yan placed the crystal in front of Yi Cheng and asked, "Miss Harem Palace, do you know what this crystal is?" A white crystal that was clearly broken in half appeared in front of everyone. Even though it was daytime, one could still see the halo on the crystal. Under the illumination of the sun, it was exceptionally beautiful. So beautiful. Beautiful things were very attractive to girls. Although it was only half, the mysterious crystal's beautiful appearance instantly captured Chuju's heart. It is very beautiful. All right, for this rich woman who could even build an amusement park and a swimming pool in the 3,000 nunnery, what kind of beautiful gem hadn't she seen before? Thus, only she could say those words so casually. This is. On the contrary, Yi Cheng's expression was a bit serious. She frowned and looked at the crystal in Wu Yan's hand. "What's wrong? Do you know the origin of this crystal?" Seeing the slight change in Yi Cheng's expression, Wu Yan revealed a joyful expression. Yi Cheng raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. She said to him seriously, "I don't know." Wu Yan's legs went soft and he almost knelt down in front of this great ant. "If you don't know, then why do you have to put on a serious expression?" "You don't know either?" Wu Yan asked helplessly. But this crystal gives me a very strange feeling. It's as if there's some mysterious power inside." Seeing Yi Cheng's distressed expression, Wu Yan was also helpless. If she didn't know, then what could he do? "Then Miss 3000 Nunnery, do you know what this is?" "I don't know." "Very good, very straightforward. Then have you seen a similar crystal?" Wu Yan put away the crystal in his hand and asked with a bit of expectation. Unfortunately, the two of them, including Chuju, shook their heads at the same time. This made Wu Yan a little disappointed. "Mr. Wu Yan, where did you get this crystal?" Yi Cheng asked Wu Yan. As a spiritualist, she was generally more concerned about this kind of mysterious power. If it was something bad, she would be able to deal with it in a timely manner. "I got this after killing a ghost leader." Wu Yan didn't hide it and directly told Yi Cheng. After all, they were all people with power. There was no need to hide this kind of thing. Unfortunately, he forgot that there were two other people beside him. "Ghost leader!" the three girls exclaimed, attracting countless gazes. "Ghost leader? Is it a ghost?" Xiao Yun said a little timidly. This proud girl who pretended to be mature was actually very afraid of ghosts and monsters. "Kill. Could it be that you went to kill this so-called ghost leader that day?" Although Chuju was also a little scared, she looked at Wu Yan angrily in the blink of an eye. She seemed to be dissatisfied that he didn't give a proper funeral, and went to fight and kill. "Mr. Wu Yan, you were able to kill a ghost leader," Yi Cheng muttered. She looked at Wu Yan with curiosity in her eyes. Seeing the different expressions of the girls and the soft whispers coming from the surroundings, Wu Yan smiled bitterly in his heart. "Well, it's my fault for not finding a secret base to talk about this kind of thing." Chapter 22. Mr. Wu Yan, are you also a spiritualist? Yi Cheng curiously asked Wu Yan. Wu Yan looked at the angry Chuju and smiled helplessly. "I'm not a spiritualist. I just have some power. That's why I'm able to kill these ghosts." "Ghosts and monsters. Do they really exist?" Hinajika put away the anger on her face and asked timidly. Beside her, Sakura also had the same expression. But it was only after she failed to maintain her composure that she revealed it. Wu Yan didn't know how to answer Chuju's question. He could only look at Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng was at a loss. She looked around for a while and decided to change the topic. Mr. Wu Yan, where did you encounter the spirit chieftain? Yi Cheng quickly asked Wu Yan. She also had the same question. Wu Yan pointed at the White Emperor College. The three girls were in disbelief. You're saying you encountered the spirit chieftain in the White Emperor College? Yi Cheng was shocked. Then he lowered his head. As a spiritualist, he had failed to notice the existence of ghosts in the school that he had to visit every day. It was truly a dereliction of duty. There are ghosts in the White Emperor College. Are you kidding, Yan? Chuju smiled at Wu Yan. Her smile was as forced as it could be. Xiaomu was the first to shout when she saw Wu Yan nodding his head. I told you. This school isn't a good place. There are ghosts in it. It's the worst kind of existence. Maria forced me to come here. Sob. I'm never coming here again. Wu Yan had a headache. Xiaomu was about to burst into tears. Wu Yan quickly pulled her back by the collar. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've already eliminated the evil spirits in the college. There won't be any more. You're lying. Do you think I'm an idiot? Xiaomu shouted and struggled. Unfortunately, Wu Yan wanted to tell her that just because she had a high IQ, it didn't mean she wasn't an idiot. She was a typical high IQ idiot. Thank you so much, Mr. Wu Yan. Yi Cheng bowed deeply to Wu Yan. If you hadn't eliminated the evil spirits, I would have committed a grave sin if they came out to harm people. I'm really grateful. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly and complained in his heart, I'm not a good person. I'm only doing this for the mission. So you don't have to thank me. Mr. Wu Yan, where did you kill the spirit chieftain? Wu Yan could vaguely see the flames burning in Yi Cheng's eyes. It was in the old school building. Wu Yan was glad that Yi Cheng intervened. Wu Yan was worried that the existence of such a place full of yin energy would attract some inhuman and ghostly things. If Yi Cheng, who was a spirit exorcist, dealt with it, he would definitely be able to eliminate all future troubles. The old school building? Could it be that the rumor that the people in the college saw ghosts there is true? Chuju asked doubtfully. Wu Yan is speechless. This girl sure has a lot of nerves. Normal people would find it hard to accept ghosts and whatnot, but Hinajuku was able to accept them in such a short period of time. The Sankizan nunnery had to be mentioned. After all, there were ghosts in her house before and it was Yi Cheng who got rid of them. Hinajuku is a normal person who has never come into contact with such things. Even if she has some power, it's still a question whether she can accept it. He didn't expect her to accept the existence of ghosts so quickly. Should he really say that she was worthy of being the president? So that's how it is. The old school building? I also heard of this rumor. I originally thought that it wasn't a big deal, so I planned to take a look in a few days. I didn't expect that there would be a spirit chieftain. Yi Cheng couldn't help but furrow her brows in annoyance. Looking at Yi Cheng's self-reproachful expression, Wu Yan prayed in his heart that he would atone for his sins. To make a naturally lost girl look like she was in a daze, I really am a sinner. Mr. Wu Yan, I will take my leave here. Please leave the matter of the old school building to me, Mr. Wu Yan. I will definitely take care of it. Hearing that cute voice, Wu Yan couldn't help but nod his head, making Yi Cheng reveal a dazed smile. Oh yeah, a natural girl finally looks natural again. Alright, I don't know what I am talking about anymore. Wait. Just as Yi Cheng was about to enter the college, Wu Yan hurriedly stopped her. Excuse me. Yi Cheng turned her head. Please be sure to bring this one with you. Wu Yan said as he brought the struggling centipede of the 3000 nunnery in front of Yi Cheng. You're the one. Your whole family is one. The centipede of the 3000 nunnery had already forgotten about the spirit chieftain. She turned to look at Wu Yan with a face full of anger. A child will always be a child. What's there to be afraid of? What's there to be angry about? Large drops of sweat dripped down Yi Cheng's head. She then grabbed the centipede of the 3000 nunnery who was about to escape. Ignoring her pleas for mercy, she pulled her into the campus. Miss Harem Palace, if there is any news about that crystal, please be sure to let me know. Wu Yan hurriedly shouted at Yi Cheng. I understand, Mr. Wu Yan. After Yi Cheng and the centipede of the 3,000 nunnery left, Wu Yan and Chuju also entered the campus. The number of people at the gate gradually decreased. On the way to the student union office in the clock tower, Wu Yan and Chuju were both speechless. They walked in silence. However, Wu Yan could feel that he seemed to have fallen into an inexplicable crisis. He saw the president walking beside him with her hands on her hips. However, her head was looking in his direction. A pair of gem-like eyes stared at Wu Yan's face as if she wanted to stare 2 holes into it. Seeing that Kaisha-sama is finally back to normal, Wu Yan didn't feel happy at all. Yan, don't you have anything to say to me? Chuju inexplicably smiled and asked Wu Yan. Wu Yan could already feel the atmosphere of tragedy. If he didn't explain himself clearly, tragedy would befall him. Wu Yan dryly laughed a few times. His eyes flickered slightly. What do you want me to say? Humph. Chuju snorted coldly, startling Wu Yan. Just as Wu Yan thought that Chuju was about to pull out the chopper, Chuju fell silent. A few drops of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Wu Yan panicked. Tick. Chuju. Don't cry. Don't cry. Chuju turned her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She said softly, Am I not worthy of your trust? Wu Yan fell silent when he heard that. Seeing Wu Yan fall silent, Chuju was angry. She lifted her feet and wanted to leave in a huff. However, Wu Yan suddenly pulled her back. Hinajuku was stunned for a moment. Then she swung her arms hard. Let go of me. Let go. Wu Yan held Chuju tightly. He knew that if he really let Chuju leave, he would never forgive himself. Making a woman cry. That's the worst thing. With a fierce pull, Wu Yan pulled Chuju into his arms and hugged her tightly. Chuju was stunned. She didn't expect that Wu Yan would hold her in his arms. Except for her biological father, Chuju had never been touched by a man with a different surname. She had never even held hands, let alone hugged. Even her adoptive father didn't do that. At this moment, Chuju completely forgot to be angry. Her face was flushed and she didn't know what to do. She struggled uneasily. What are you doing? Let go of me. Wu Yan laughed and said, I won't let go. If I let you go, what will I do if you run away? Chuju put her hands on Wu Yan's chest and turned her head. She didn't want to look at Wu Yan's face. She said nervously, I won't run. I won't run. Let go of me. Wu Yan hugged her even tighter. He said shamelessly, I don't believe you. Who knows if you're lying to me? There's a saying in China that women are unreasonable. Chuju heard this and couldn't help but feel anxious. However, she couldn't do anything. Although she was indeed very strong, and even the average man couldn't compare to her, she was still far from Wu Yan, who was at level 30. Unable to break free or persuade him, Chuju could only beg for mercy. I really won't run. Really. Don't be like this. People will see us. If they see us, then so be it. Wu Yan said domineeringly. Then he pressed Chuju's head and pressed her into his arms. Wu Yan hugged her and wanted to let go. Wu Yan really didn't want to, so he could only act shamelessly. Chuju struggled for a while but to no avail. She could only close her eyes and lie on Wu Yan's chest. Listening to Wu Yan's heartbeat, her face was flushed. It was really her first time. Sniffing the fragrance in Chuju's hair, Wu Yan rubbed Chuju's scalp, hesitated for a moment, and said, I'm sorry, Chuju. I can't tell you the specific situation now because I still have an important mission to do. So, after I finish what I need to do, I will definitely tell you clearly. Opening her eyes and raising her head, Chuju looked at Wu Yan's smiling face. Her eyes twinkled, and she said softly, Let's make a deal. You can't lie to me. Does that mean? That means you don't blame me for what I did? Wu Yan smiled happily and nodded. He said half jokingly and half seriously, Although I've lost a lot of discipline, I'm not to the point of hugging a girl and saying things against my will. Hinajika couldn't help but chuckle. What do you mean you've lost a lot of discipline? Your words are still so strange. Wu Yan tilted his head. Is that so? But isn't this good? At least I can make you laugh. Chuju lowered her head in embarrassment. I didn't ask you to make me laugh. Touching Chuju's tender waist, Wu Yan grinned silently. He hugged Chuju tightly and closed his eyes. Chuju also closed her eyes. The two enjoyed this warm moment. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore, so they sent out the messenger of justice to save the girl in danger. A pitiful shriek rang out. Following the shriek, an unknown humanoid figure fell from a tree not too far away from Wu Yan and Hinajiku. The two who were listening to each other's heartbeat jumped in fright. Chuju hurriedly pushed Wu Yan away, her face red. Wu Yan pursed his lips in dissatisfaction and glared hatefully at the person who interrupted him. He had a head of light blue short hair, and was wearing a black Western butler suit. He had a sickly face. He rubbed his head and cried out in pain while his hands tightened as if he was hugging something. Seo Ayasaki. Level 16. Alright, the truth was out. The person who interrupted Wu Yan's pursuit was undoubtedly the protagonist of the original novel. How did you fall from the sky? Wu Yan was embarrassed. Chuju also looked curiously at Seo Ayasaki. Seo Ayasaki retorted. I didn't fall from the sky, I fell from the tree. Wu Yan slapped his forehead and said helplessly. Alright, student who fell from the tree, may I ask why you fell from the tree? Seo Ayasaki scratched his head awkwardly. I wanted to save a cat that ran onto the tree and couldn't get down, so I climbed up the tree. In the end, the cat suddenly attacked me, so I fell down. After saying that, he let go of his other hand to show the cat inside, indicating that he was telling the truth. The moment he let go, the cat suddenly went crazy and scratched Seo Ayasaki's face until it was covered in wounds. Ah! Chuju looked at Seo Ayasaki with embarrassment. Wu Yan was gloating. Who told you to disturb me? Chapter 23. Wu Yan is pissed that someone interrupted him while he's trying to get a girl, but there's nothing he can do about it. If you want to hit him, he wouldn't mind. However, the original main character Ayazaki-sa may have had a lot of misfortune in his life, but he's still a good person. Even if it wasn't for no reason, he can't just hit him like that. If you don't want to fight, Wu Yan wouldn't be happy about it. In the end, he had no choice. Well, let's say hello first. After all, he was the protagonist of the original novel. Looking at Seo Ayasaki, who was still immersed in the attack, and the embarrassed Chuju, Wu Yan forced a smile and looked at Seo Ayasaki. Hello, I'm Wu Yan from China. Although I'm a student of the White Emperor College, I'm currently the housekeeper. Nice to meet you. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Chuju reacted and said with a smile, Hello, I'm Gue Chuju. Suppressing the naughty cat in his hand, Renzaki-sa forced a smile with a face full of red marks. I'm Renzaki-sa, the housekeeper of the 3000 nunnery. Hello, so you're a housekeeper too? The last sentence was obviously directed at Wu Yan. Perhaps it was the first time that Seo Ayasaki saw a housekeeper of the same age as him. His eyes were full of surprise and curiosity. Yes, I'm the housekeeper of Miss Chuju. Wu Yan glanced at Chuju and said with a smirk. Seo Ayasaki was even more surprised. He was the housekeeper of the beautiful pink-haired girl? No wonder Seo Ayasaki was so surprised. After all, he clearly saw the two of them hugging each other intimately. He thought that they were a couple. Perhaps understanding Seo Ayasaki's meaning, Chuju blushed and glared at Wu Yan with dissatisfaction. It wasn't clear if she was dissatisfied with his forceful hug or his introduction. So, Yasaki-kun, what are you doing here? You don't seem to be a student of the school. After Seo Ayasaki's antics, Chuju's shy mood finally eased a little. However, Chuju was very curious about Seo Ayasaki. She released the cat in a fluster, and then she told Hinajiku and Wu Yan in an embarrassed manner. Actually, it's because my milady forgot to bring her lunch this morning. That's why I had to bring it over. After hearing Seo Ayasaki's words, Wu Yan suddenly remembered that such a thing did happen in the original work. In the original work, Seo Ayasaki came to the White Emperor College because the centipede of the 3000 nunnery forgot to bring her lunch. However, the process was quite complicated. Just like Wu Yan, he was attacked by the crazy girl as soon as he arrived at the White Emperor College. Unfortunately, he wasn't as strong as Wu Yan. He was only one grade lower than Gue Shualu, so it wasn't easy for him to enter the White Emperor College. In the end, Seo Ayasaki sneaked into the White Emperor College with the help of the idiot trio. In the original work, The cat that Seo Ayasaki saved was saved by Chuju. However, because Chuju was afraid of heights, she didn't dare to come down. Therefore, with Seo Ayasaki's help, she landed safely. Then, she was brought to the student union by Chuju. A series of events happened around him. Now, under the influence of Wu Yan's interference, the initial relationship between Seo Ayasaki and Chuju was gone. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel lucky. He looked at Seo Ayasaki with a much kinder gaze. Although Wu Yan was a guy with abnormal luck with women, he didn't think that he would lose to this unlucky guy when he made the first move, and was in a favorable position. Moreover, the warm scene with Chuju just now had already made some progress in their relationship. With the previous interactions they had with each other as the foundation, how far could they be from a complete relationship? Therefore, Seo Ayasaki, you open your crystal palace, and I'll open mine. Let's mind our own business. Your crystal palace is so big, but I don't have a single one. The one I have is still in the process of being conquered. Therefore, you don't have a share in Chuju. You can go in peace. Let's not talk about Wu Yan's thoughts. Chuju's expression became uglier and uglier as she listened to Seo Ayasaki's bumpy journey to the White Emperor College. Yasaki-kun, is the person who attacked you at the door and didn't let you in? Is she a woman with light green shoulder-length hair? When Wu Yan said this, he clearly saw Chuju trying to suppress her anger. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. With such a crazy sister, Chuju, you'll grow old very easily. Seeing Seo Ayasaki nod, Chuju was immediately surrounded by a dark aura. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. No way. The president also knows the dark aura technique? Wu Yan was dumbfounded. Seeing that Chuju was about to explode, Wu Yan quickly grabbed Chuju's hand and said, "All right, Chuju, now that Yasaki-kun is here, let's put the previous matter aside. Let's help him look for Miss 3000 Nunnery." The dark aura behind them disappeared in an instant. Seeing Wu Yan holding her hand, Chuju's face turned red. She turned her head away awkwardly. That's true. Then let's go. We'll go to the student union first. We'll inform Kue later. After saying that, she ran away without hesitation. Seeing Chuju run away, Wu Yan was speechless. Seo Ayasaki was confused. What an idiot, Sasha. She actually got caught trying to save a cat. She's really... The student union office was not as empty as it used to be. At this time, it was full of people. Kue raised his finger and pointed at Seo Ayasaki, who was standing in front of him with his head lowered. He was saying the same words that he had said no less than 10 times. Yi Chung of the Palace of Harem stood next to the two of them, and seemed to want to say something. However, as the 3000 Nunnery's Yin continued to speak, he couldn't find a chance to interrupt. He could only stand there and say that. Sagawa Izumi, Hainaling Miki and Asafa Risa, the three idiots, were watching Kue teach Seo Ayasaki a lesson. They were shouting and yelling at the side, as if they wanted to intervene. However, they were holding cards in their hands. At the corner of the room, Gue Shiolu was tied up like a dumpling and tossed there. His eyes were spinning, while Hanajuku was furiously spitting saliva at the crazy big sister. Wu Yan was sitting at the only desk in the student union office. He occupied the seat that originally belonged to Chuju. Looking at the noisy student union office, he yawned helplessly. Not long after bringing Seo Ayasaki here, Kue suddenly ran over. She laughed hysterically and grabbed the knight sword that was used as a decoration. She planned to execute Seo Ayasaki on the spot. When she saw Gue Shiolu acting crazy, Chuju's long-accumulated resentment finally exploded. She also grabbed a knight sword and planned to kill her own flesh and blood. In the angry and crazy battle, Gue Shiolu became more and more engrossed in the battle. In the end, she became fiercer and fiercer. It was as if her opponent wasn't her younger sister. Although Chuju was still angry, she was too kind. How could she really do anything to her elder sister? Thus, in the unfair battle, Chuju was nearly chopped up by Gue Shiolu. Wu Yan, who originally planned to watch the show, became furious when he saw this. You want to place righteousness before family? Do you have any respect for me, your brother-in-law? Thus, after a horrifying training that was not suitable for children, Gue Shiolu went to lie in a corner like a dumpling. After Wu Yan took care of Psycho Wani-chan, Izumi and Ichung of Harem Palace arrived. Accompanying them were the idiot trio. After a round of intense questioning, this is how things turned out. Looking at the people here, Wu Yan became a bit absent-minded. When he saw Butler Whirlwind, Wu Yan was quite envious of the way they interacted with each other. Although every day seemed to be very tiring. However, it was undeniable that they were very happy. Not only because they were happy, but also because they were sad and troubled. Everything, in the end, would turn into happiness. Wu Yan was very envious. As an otaku, he couldn't experience this, but now since he had such an opportunity, he might as well enjoy it. Wu Yan smiled and he looked at Ichung, who is still at a loss for what to do. Miss Harem Palace, how is the matter with the old schoolhouse? Hearing Wu Yan's words, everyone present quieted down. Wu Yan felt a bit strange. However, when he saw the curiosity in their eyes, Wu Yan knew. The old schoolhouse? Is it the place with monsters that Koei-chan said? The idiot trio's eyes flickered with a strong light. There was clearly the word fun written there. When it came to serious matters, Icheng's expression slowly became serious. Of course, in Wu Yan's opinion, she was still a bit cute. Yes, the yin energy there is very heavy. If we don't deal with it properly, it might attract even more monsters. I have already used a talisman to seal the cave. As for what happens after, we can only wait for the family to come and hold a ceremony together to purify the place. But Chuju also turned around and came to Wu Yan's side. She said to Ichung, who seemed to be very troubled, "But what? From the yin energy in that place, there should have been a lot of evil spirits." Ichung immediately swept her gaze to Wu Yan. Following Ichung's gaze, everyone present cast their gaze to Wu Yan. Wu Yan nodded when he heard that. Indeed, before the ghost leader came out, there were a lot of skeletons and vengeful spirits. The number was huge. Even if it didn't exceed 1,000, there were at least 100. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Icheng's mouth was wide open. She looked at Wu Yan as if she was looking at a giant who wore his underwear backwards. Wu Yan looked at Ichung with a wry smile. "Don't look at me like that. I believe that if you want to do it, it will be easier for you than it is for me." Indeed, Ichung was a witch of the exorcist tribe. Every ability she had was targeted at these monsters. Although Icheng's level was the same as Wu Yan's, because of the problem of mutual restraint, compared to Wu Yan, who could only use his sword to attack, Icheng's magic was easier to eliminate those monsters. It was like the same amount of water and the same amount of clothes. The clothes covered the fire and had to be stepped on a few times. After a while, the fire would be extinguished. However, water was different. As long as the water was poured, it would be clean and not a trace of fire would be left. Everyone looked at Ichung again. Ichung looked left and right, then pulled up her sleeves to cover her face. This girl is shy. However, Ichung was really cute when she was shy. Look at Seo Ayasaki, who was staring at Ichung with a blushing face and a dazed expression. When Ichung saw Seo Ayasaki's expression, her face was filled with anger, and she threw a punch at him. "Lil Sa, you idiot." The punch landed squarely on Seo Ayasaki's face. Seo Ayasaki immediately screamed in pain. His nose bled and he flew backward. Then he crashed into Sagawa-kwan, who was watching the show from the side. The two of them rolled on the ground. Then, they looked at each other affectionately with a man on top and a woman on the bottom. Icheng's face was green with anger. Her face quickly turned black. "You big idiot." Looking at the abuse in front of him that was unknown to outsiders, Wu Yan was delighted. The original protagonist was only interesting when he was unlucky. Chapter 24. Not long after the farce started, Icheng suddenly spoke to Wu Yan. "Mr. Wu Yan, I would like to invite you to my house. I wonder if you have the time?" Following Icheng's voice, the office suddenly became strangely quiet. The quarreling stopped, the beating stopped, and the screaming stopped. Everyone just looked at Icheng and Wu Yan with eyes full of ambiguity. Of course, other than a certain person. Wu Yan felt a chill run through his body and stiffly turned his head. What he saw was the president with an amiable smile. "This is bad, the favorability is going to be reset to 0. As expected, The main character has to be unlucky to be interesting. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. Yicheng started to panic under everyone's ambiguous gazes and hurriedly explained. No. It's not what everyone thinks. I just want to invite Mr. Wu Yan to my home because my mother and grandmother are all curious about Mr. Wu Yan's spirit exorcism. So. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Feeling the chill disappear, Wu Yan also let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he was almost taken advantage of. After letting out a sigh of relief, Wu Yan started to ponder. He was still very interested in Yi Cheng's invitation. Not only did he want to see the top fighting power in this world, but he also wanted to complete his mission. The Harem Palace was a famous family in this world. Adding on the fact that they were spirit exorcism, they definitely had a lot of power. If he had to rely on himself to find the crystal, it would be better to ask a big family for help. That would save a lot of effort. Thinking about it, asking them to find a crystal shouldn't be rejected. Thus, Wu Yan nodded and smiled at Yicheng. I understand, Miss Harem Palace. I'll visit the Harem Palace tomorrow. Yicheng smiled. Then I'll wait for Mr. Wu Yan's arrival. After school, Wu Yan and Chuju walked home. What was different from usual was that Wu Yan walked behind while Chuju walked in front. Every time Wu Yan quickened his pace, Chuju would also quicken her pace. However, she didn't stand next to Wu Yan. This made Wu Yan very confused. Did I do something wrong? Chuju, who was walking in front, felt very complicated. She really didn't know how to face Wu Yan. Before Wu Yan, Chuju had never been so close to a man. In the beginning, Chuju was full of hostility towards Wu Yan, who shamelessly boasted that he would pass the White Emperor College's entrance exam within an hour. After all, as the student council president of the White Emperor College, Wu Yan's arrogance was a provocation to her. He was looking down on the White Emperor College. Therefore, Chuju made a bet with Wu Yan in a fit of anger. Later, after getting along for an hour, Chuju gradually realized that Wu Yan wasn't the arrogant person she thought he was. On the contrary, he was very easy to get along with. This made Chuju, who was originally hostile to Wu Yan, gradually change her view of Wu Yan. Chuju couldn't help but be curious about Wu Yan because of the change in her view of Wu Yan, and her surprise at his memory. As for the development of the housekeeper later, Chuju just wanted to help if she could. She just wanted to give Wu Yan, who came from another place, a place to stay. Gradually, after getting along with Wu Yan, Chuju understood Wu Yan more. She became dependent on Wu Yan, who made her laugh every day, and Wu Yan's cooking. Chuju gradually regarded Wu Yan as her closest friend. That night, Wu Yan suddenly broke into her room and saw her naked body. Chuju was really angry. She cared a lot about her figure, not about anything else but her breasts. She was almost 16 years old, but her breasts were not as good as some junior high school students. This made her feel very distressed, and also made her feel inferior. Therefore, after being seen by Wu Yan that night, Chuju felt that Wu Yan would definitely laugh at her. Being laughed at by her best friend or something. When she saw Wu Yan looking at her chest with a regretful expression, Chuju felt even more inferior. Feeling like she's going for broke, Hinajika didn't even put on her clothes. She wanted to teach Wu Yan a lesson so that he wouldn't laugh at her. Unexpectedly, not only did Wu Yan not laugh at her, he even said something like, "I like you a lot." Chuju's heart was in a mess. Although she was very popular in the White Emperor College, there were almost no boys who really got along with her. When did she experience such a situation? What's more, Wu Yan even said that he liked her very much. That night, Chuju's feelings towards Wu Yan began to change a little. However, after that, Chuju's heart had an inexplicable resistance towards Wu Yan. This is the first time Hinajiku had such strange feelings towards a boy. She didn't know what kind of expression she should have when facing Wu Yan. That's why her way of interacting with Wu Yan became so weird. Originally they were chatting and laughing, but now Hinajika doesn't know how to act more naturally. Therefore, she could only choose to resist this kind of feeling clumsily. She clumsily chose to be passive in getting along with him. This made Chuju start to worry. Wu Yan would definitely hate her like this. However, Wu Yan acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to make delicious food for her and told her funny things. This made Chuju's strange feelings shrink and grow. Today Chuju was really in a mess. Why did she feel sad that Wu Yan was hiding something from her? Being hugged by Wu Yan, shouldn't I try to break free? Why did she involuntarily fall into his gentleness? Why did she feel a little unhappy when she heard that Yi Cheng invited Wu Yan to her house? Chuju had always lived a simple life. Her heart was as calm as an ancient well. However, her thoughts were constantly stirring up waves. I say, Lady Hinajiku, if I've done something wrong, please give me a quick death, so that I can die in peace. Looking at Chuju, who was rushing straight, and even taking the wrong path, Wu Yan was really speechless. After all, the two of them were now in the woods. Therefore he rushed in front of Chuju and blocked her way. Wu Yan looked like he was ready to die. Shocked by Wu Yan's action, Chuju quickly took 2 steps back. Then she heard Wu Yan's words. Looking at Wu Yan's funny look, Chuju couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yan's expression changed and he also laughed. You laughed? Does that mean you're fine? Chuju couldn't help but be stunned. Then she forced a smile. Of course I'm fine. What can happen to me? Really? Wu Yan looked at Chuju with disdain. Then he slowly approached Chuju and put his face in front of Chuju. Wu Yan said with a smile. Look at my face. Say that you're fine again. Chuju's heart began to beat faster. Her face slowly turned red. Looking at Wu Yan's face so close, Chuju couldn't help but step back. How could Wu Yan let the president go? So as Chuju retreated, Wu Yan moved forward. In the end, Chuju's back was already leaning against a tree trunk. There was no way to retreat. Wu Yan also moved forward. Chuju's heart suddenly beat faster. She could only turn her head and shout. It's fine. It's really fine. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. You don't even dare to look at my face. How dare you say you're fine? Really, if you have something to say, then say it. Otherwise, the previous agreement doesn't count. Agreement? Chuju turned her head in confusion and looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan stumbled and looked at Chuju with a sad expression. Okay, you've already forgotten. Chuju scratched her face embarrassedly and looked at Wu Yan. What agreement? Since you've already forgotten, then forget it. What say it? Don't tell me you're talking about the bet that you still owe me? Chuju shook her head in distress, and then said a little frantically. Wu Yan laughed as he looked at Hinajiku, whose face is full of concern. He shrugged. Okay, didn't you say that I'll tell you about my matter in the future? You've already forgotten what happened today. You're still an outstanding student. Oh, so it's that. Chuju nodded in realization. Then she was stunned and shouted loudly. No. You absolutely can't forget it. Didn't you say that you won't say anything against your heart when you hug a girl? How can you go back on your words? Looking at the furious Hinajiku, he didn't know what to say. It seems like you forgot about this, Kaisha-sama. You're the one who forgot it. It's not that I didn't keep my promise. Anyway, you just can't do it. Chuju looked at Wu Yan with a serious face. Her eyes were full of disapproval, which made Wu Yan even more speechless. Rolling his eyes, Wu Yan touched his chin and smirked. In other words, the agreement must be kept, right? Of course, Chuju said without hesitation. Hearing this, Wu Yan looked at Chuju and smiled. Chuju couldn't help but have a bad feeling in her heart. Well then, Miss Hinajiku, since you mentioned the terms of the bet just now, shouldn't you abide by the terms of the bet as well? Wu Yan smirked. Hinajiku paused for a moment, then said resolutely, All right. Tell me, what are the conditions? I'll definitely abide by them. Oh, Wu Yan said with a long voice. The smile on his face became more brilliant. Wu Yan slowly moved his face closer to Chuju. Chuju was stunned. Looking at Wu Yan's face getting closer and closer, she seemed to have thought of something. With a bang, steam began to rise from her face. Looking at Wu Yan's face getting closer and closer, Chuju said in a panic, What are you doing? Wu Yan smiled and said slowly, What do you think I'm doing? Chuju wanted to step back, but behind her was a tree trunk. Wu Yan's body was already close to her, and his head was getting closer and closer. Chuju could only raise her hands and stop Wu Yan's chest. Her face was bloody red and she said, Don't do this. Wu Yan turned a deaf ear, and his heart was wild with joy. Such a good opportunity, such a good atmosphere. If he didn't start the next step, he could just kill himself. Wu Yan wrapped his arms around Chuju's waist and pulled Chuju into his arms. Then he slowly moved closer to Chuju's lips. Chuju's body began to tremble uneasily. When she was completely in Wu Yan's arms and felt Wu Yan's body touching hers, Chuju began to gasp for breath. Finally, she closed her eyes and accepted her fate. Just as Wu Yan was about to occupy the territory in his dream, a sense of danger suddenly filled his body. Wu Yan's body tensed up, and his eyes suddenly opened. He hugged Chuju and jumped away from the place. Bang! Just as Wu Yan left the place, a loud sound rang out. Chuju, who was in his arms, was shocked by the sound. She quickly opened her eyes, and when she saw the thing in front of her, Chuju's face was filled with horror. It was half the size and height of a normal person, wearing armor, and holding two giant axes in its hands. At first glance, it looked like an armored fatty who was attacking people with axes. However, although the person in front of them had the body of a human, at first glance, no one would see him as a human, because he had no head. Wu Yan hugged Chuju and looked at the attacking creature. His face was expressionless, but his eyes and heart were filled with anger. The original protagonist disturbed me while I was trying to woo girls, and now you, a headless piece of trash, dare to disturb me. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.